Last 1K! Let's go, Wisdom! Strong pivot! There's your 1K! On the legs! Squeeze 4 legs away! Hold boss! 3! 4! Yes! Come on! 3! Now! Yeah, boys! Go, boys! Up! Tom's got first! Go! Catch it! Sit up! Let's go! Squeeze the legs! Come on!
I'm here with Vanessa from Trent Rivers Trust. Now, Vanessa, can you tell us a bit about your work?
Yes, so we're a local rivers charity. We're looking after the Trent and all the rivers that flow into the Trent, and we're taking practical action to support the Trent, reduce pollution, create better and more habitats for fish and other wildlife, and really just bring the river back to its more natural state.
And so, why is it so important that rowers are aware of this and get involved?
I mean, rowers are using the river, and like anyone, they're probably the first people to notice if something is wrong with the river. So it's really useful for us to have people using the river daily and telling us in what state it is, and to actually report back if there are any issues, and keep an eye on it. And obviously, rowers have this first-hand experience around what it is like on our rivers, and they're a really powerful voice to advocate for the health of our rivers. So it's really useful for us to have rowers on board, or anyone who's wanting to enjoy their river and perhaps can't.
So, if rowers are wanting to use those powerful voices, what can they do to get involved and make a difference?
So I think a starting point is for us to become more savvy on what does pollution look like, what is the issue that I'm seeing, and to kind of better understand who to talk to if they do encounter an issue. So a campaign that we're running at the moment is a Love Your River campaign. So that has got a guide on what kind of pollution you might encounter when you are out on the river, but also what's the great stuff you can see. So what kind of wildlife could you encounter, and kind of just being able to name stuff, I think is really useful. So it's I think just being more mindful about your experience on the river, what kind of wildlife, what kind of pollution. I think that's the key for us, and it's really so amazing to just have rowers on board with that.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here with Phil Bingham from Delphis Eco. Now, Phil, can you tell us a little bit about Delphis Eco?
Yes, Delphis is a company that goes back some way. We're a B Corp registered sustainable cleaning products company. So we have a whole range of sustainable cleaning products which we're trying to lure people away from the more, dare I say, toxic mainstream products that so many of us use in our houses without really thinking very hard about it. We have much more sustainable, much kinder to the environment products, both commercial range and a retail range, which you can find in places like Waitrose, Amazon, Ocado. And we're just slowly trying to chip away at a factor in life that is often not really thought about. We just take it for granted, but there is a solution where you can do your bit more easily.
Yeah, and why is it so important that rowers do their bit in this area?
Well, it's such a close link. It's every time a rower sits in a boat, they're conscious of the water and the water quality, and especially with a lot of the horror stories we've had in recent months and years of the ever lowering quality of water with E. coli and algal blooms and the problems we're all very aware of. As soon as you sit in a boat, you know that you're contributing or hopefully not contributing to it. So it all depends on those habits and behaviours that little by little we can chip away at and improve.
And so which of your products are particularly pertinent for rowers?
Well, what we've got today, we're giving out samples at the event of our multi-purpose cleaner, which it will clean your kitchen floor, it will do all the clue is in the name, but it will also clean boats very effectively. So if you're using very liquid or something a bit more mainstream, other dishwasher products are available, but if you're using something that is more of a household name, you might want to have a little think about what that is doing to the water quality as it goes into the water, those bubbles that run off the boats. Ours it has an active ingredient for sure, but it's a great deal less damaging than many of those other products that people might be using without really thinking about. We also have a hand sanitizer which meets all the virucidal, bactericidal regulations. So obviously for the rowing community that's super important at an event like this. You don't want to be getting ill at the worst moments. And then there's a much wider range which can extend for clubhouses or any sort of catering or housekeeping facilities. So it's a big range, but they all cut right back on the sort of toxic ingredients that we all take for granted.
They sound amazing products and such a great way to make small differences every day, which then amount to a big difference, right?
We hope so. I think it's the little things, it's little behaviour changes, it's how you get rid of your food, it's how you get rid of your waste, it's what you're cleaning with, and it's something that's often not thought about. But there are solutions. We are a UK-based company. We've been at it for, like I said, nearly 20 years. And hopefully we can, over the weekend, we can encourage a few more people to give it some more thought.
And finally, can you tell us a little bit about the offers that British Rowing members can access?
Yes, there's an ongoing 10% discount if you're connected with British Rowing, if you're a club or a member. But for this weekend only, that's not quite true. To the end of July, we have a 15% discount. It says exactly what it is on our bottles that we're giving away. It's Delphis BRCC 15. If you use that on our website, you'll get 15% off to the end of the month, which hopefully will get a few more people to try the products and see that they do work as well as mainstream products, but also help the environment.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sasha Woods. I'm Director of Science and Policy at Earthwatch Europe, and we're an environmental charity that's all about connecting people to nature and giving them the tools that they need to fight for the planet. And our main tool is citizen science, where anyone can go out and monitor the environment.
Well, we're really feeling the environment here today. And why is this so important, particularly for rowers, particularly in the context of the British Championships?
Yeah, so the health of our freshwater is so important to everybody. Of course, we all need fresh water to survive, but for rowers it's also really important. They don't want to become unwell, they don't want to be rowing in poor water quality, so it's important for everyone, but particularly users of the water.
And what can users of the water do to make a difference and make those changes?
Well, they can certainly think about individual behaviours, being mindful of what we pour down the sink, but also taking part in citizen science activities like Earthwatch Europe's Great UK Water Blitz. It's happening from the 19th to the 22nd of September. Anyone can go out, register for a testing kit and measure nitrate and phosphate levels in their local river, pond, lake or stream.
Wow, as well as changing the world one stream at a time, it also sounds super interesting.
We like to think so, yeah. So you're contributing to real scientific research to find out about water quality across the whole of the UK.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm here with Martha, who is from Dry Robe. Now, Dry Robe is our event sponsor and British rowing partner. So, Martha, can you tell us a little bit about Dry Robe?
Yeah, sure. So, Dry Robe was founded in 2010 by Gideon as a product design originally for surfers to use when changing and staying warm and dry. And since then, it's kind of just grown into all water sports spaces and other spaces as well. And it's the original and best change robe.
Fantastic. And do a lot of rowers use dry robes?
Yes, yeah, as you can see today we've already spotted some, even despite the sunshine, wandering around, and every GB British rowing team member has one, and it's expanding more and more into coastal surfing sprints as well, and it's just a really great way for the rowers to stay dry and warm between races.
I can think of nothing better than being bundled up in a dry robe on the beach. That sounds delightful. And Dry Robe is a B Corp and really cares about the environment, about sustainability. And what makes the company so committed to safeguarding the planet?
So yeah, we're really proud to be a certified B Corp, and it's a huge milestone in our sustainability journey. We've always placed that at the heart of what we do, from being based on the coast in Croyd, and it spans all the way from our use of recycled materials through to our Warmth project, which focuses on helping charities and non-profit organisations. So we're really proud, and it's something we're continually expanding on.
That's absolutely incredible. And rumour has it, I hear that you're running a competition over the next 4 days. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, so we've got a really exciting competition here, which all competitors and people attending can come and enter, where you can win 5 customised dry robes for your team. So it's a really great way to kind of show off your team and stay warm and dry at the same time.
Moving together, sitting two, finishing the stroke. Move shoulders. Move shoulders.
On each other, let's push! At it! Come on! Let's go! Push those legs down that slow, let's go! Yeah! Yeah!
Halfway.
Let's go, push! Got this, let's push! Let's go!
No drop off. don't drop it now. Stay clear.
Come on, let's go. On this left. If you want this, you want to push now. Okay, so let me find okay, ready. Now, okay, ready. 1, 2, show. 3, 4, 59.
Are you ready?
7, 8, 9.
No! Take long! Go! Together! Go! Now!
500. Go! 10,000 to the floor.
Moving!
I'm here with Vanessa from Trent Rivers Trust. Now, Vanessa, can you tell us a bit about your work?
Yes, so we're a local rivers charity. We're looking after the Trent and all the rivers that flow into the Trent, and we're taking practical action to support the Trent, reduce pollution, create better and more habitats for fish and other wildlife, and really just bring the river back to its more natural state.
So why is it so important that rowers are aware of this and get involved?
I mean, rowers are using the river, and like anyone, they're probably the first people to notice if something is wrong with the river. So it's really useful for us to have people using the river daily and telling us in what state it is, and to actually report back if there are any issues, and keep an eye on it. And obviously rowers have this first-hand experience around what it is like on our rivers, and they're a really powerful voice to advocate for the health of our rivers. So it's really useful for us to have rowers on board, or anyone who's wanting to enjoy their river and perhaps can't.
So if rowers are wanting to use those powerful voices, what can they do to get involved and make a difference?
So I think a starting point is for us to become more savvy on what does pollution look like, what is the issue that I'm seeing, and to kind of better understand who to talk to if they do encounter an issue. So a campaign that we're running at the moment is a Love Your River campaign. So that has got a guide on what kind of pollution you might encounter when you are out on the river, but also what's the great stuff you can see. So what kind of wildlife could you encounter, and kind of just being able to name stuff, I think is really useful. So it's I think just being more mindful about your experience on the river, what kind of wildlife, what kind of pollution. I think that's the key for us, and it's really so amazing to just have rowers on board with that.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here with Phil Bingham from Delphis Eco. Now, Phil, can you tell us a little bit about Delphis Eco?
Yes, Delphis is a company that goes back some way. We're a B Corp registered sustainable cleaning products company. So we have a whole range of sustainable cleaning products, which we're trying to lure people away from the more, dare I say, toxic mainstream products that so many of us use in our houses without really thinking very hard about it. We have much more sustainable, much kinder to the environment products, both commercial range and a retail range, which you can find in places like Waitrose, Amazon, Ocado. And as I say, we're just slowly trying to chip away at a factor in life that is often not really thought about. We just take it for granted, but there is a solution where you can do your bit more easily.
Yeah, and why is it so important that rowers do their bit in this area?
Well, it's such a close link. It's every time a rower sits in a boat, they're conscious of the water and the water quality, and especially with a lot of the horror stories we've had in recent months and years of the ever lowering quality of water with E. coli and algal blooms and the problems we're all very aware of. As soon as you sit in a boat, you know that you're contributing or hopefully not contributing to it. So it all depends on those habits and behaviours that little by little we can chip away at and improve.
And so which of your products are particularly pertinent for rowers?
Well, what we've got today, we're giving out samples at the event of our multi-purpose cleaner, which it will clean your kitchen floor, it will do all the clue is in the name, but it will also clean boats very effectively. So if you're using very liquid or something a bit more mainstream, other dishwasher products are available, but if you're using something that is more of a household name, you might want to have a little think about what that is doing to the water quality as it goes into the water, those bubbles that run off the boats. Ours it has an active ingredient for sure, but it's a great deal less damaging than many of those other products that people might be using without really thinking about. We also have a hand sanitizer which meets all the virucidal, bactericidal regulations. So obviously for the rowing community that's super important at an event like this. You don't want to be getting ill at the worst moment. And then there's a much wider range which can extend for clubhouses or any sort of catering or housekeeping facilities. So it's a big range, but they all cut right back on the sort of toxic ingredients that we all take for granted.
They sound amazing products and such a great way to make small differences every day, which then amount to a big difference, right?
We hope so. I think it's the little things, it's the little behaviour changes, it's how you get rid of your food, it's how you get rid of your waste, it's what you're cleaning with, and it's something that's often not thought about. But there are solutions. We are a UK-based company. We've been at it for, like I said, nearly 20 years. and hopefully we can, over the weekend, we can encourage a few more people to give it some more thought.
And finally, can you tell us a little bit about the offers that British Rowing members can access?
Yes, there's an ongoing 10% discount if you're connected with British Rowing, if you're a club or a member. But for this weekend only, that's not quite true. To the end of July, we have a 15% discount. It says exactly what it is on our bottles that we're giving away. It's Delphis BRCC 15. If you use that on our website, you'll get 15% off to the end of the month, which hopefully will get a few more people to try the products and see that they do work as well as mainstream products, but also help the environment.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sasha Woods. I'm Director of Science and Policy at Earthwatch Europe, and we're an environmental charity that's all about connecting people to nature and giving them the tools that they need to fight for the planet. And our main tool is citizen science, where anyone can go out and monitor the environment.
Well, we're really feeling the environment here today. And why is this so important, particularly for rowers, particularly in the context of the British Championships?
Yeah, so the health of our freshwater is so important to everybody. Of course, we all need fresh water to survive, but for rowers it's also really important. They don't want to become unwell, they don't want to be rowing in poor water quality, so it's important for everyone, but particularly users of the water.
And what can users of the water do to make a difference and make those changes?
Well, they can certainly think about individual behaviours, being mindful of what we pour down the sink, but also taking part in citizen science activities like Earthwatch Europe's Great UK Water Blitz. It's happening from the 19th to the 22nd of September. Anyone can go out, register for a testing kit and measure nitrate and phosphate levels in their local river, pond, lake or stream.
Wow, as well as changing the world one stream at a time, it also sounds super interesting.
We like to think so, yeah. So you're contributing to real scientific research to find out about water quality across the whole of the UK.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm here with Martha, who is from Dry Robe. Now, Dry Robe is our event sponsor and British rowing partner. So, Martha, can you tell us a little bit about Dry Robe?
Yeah, sure. So Dry Robe was founded in 2010 by Gideon as a product design originally for surfers to use when changing and staying warm and dry. And since then, it's kind of just grown into all water sports spaces and other spaces as well. And it's the original and best change robe.
Fantastic. And do a lot of rowers use dry robes?
Yes, yeah. As you can see today, we've already spotted some, even despite the sunshine, wandering around. And every GB British rowing team member has one. And it's expanding more and more into coastal surfing sprints as well. And it's just a really great way for the rowers to stay dry and warm between races.
I can think of nothing better than being bundled up in a dry robe on the beach. That sounds delightful. And Dry Robe is a B Corp and really cares about the environment, about sustainability. And what makes the company so committed to safeguarding the planet?
So yeah, we're really proud to be a certified B Corp, and it's a huge milestone in our sustainability journey. We've always placed that at the heart of what we do, from being based on the coast in Croyd, and it expands all the way from our use of recycled materials through to our Warmth project, which focuses on helping charities and non-profit organisations. So we're really proud, and it's something we're continually expanding on.
That's absolutely incredible. And rumour has it, I hear that you're running a competition over the next 4 days. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, so we've got a really exciting competition here, which all competitors and people attending can come and enter, where you can win 5 customised dry robes for your team. So it's a really great way to kind of show off your team and stay warm and dry at the same time.
Here he is.
That won't be yours as well.
Soggy saviour, thank you.
I'm not wrong, I've been holding on to this beauty for ages as well.
Oh?
No, engine will die. I will die. Do you need those out? You good?
I'm not getting a monitor feed, but I don't know if you fancy having me investigate that.
Is that being a butcher gun?
Over.
Is that being a butcher gun? Motherfucker. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah. Should be the SDI loop in the top.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah, so it's just that one.
Well, that's...
Why does it look like there's a bit of a vignette going on? In the top corner. But there's nothing there. No, there's no...
I'm zooming and there's not clearing, so that's on the...
There's no bag that's there.
That's on... That's the thing, that is.
Is it because the what's it on this side might have got knocked? Where is it?
What, the back focus?
No, the yeah, look.
Yeah.
Just here where the what's it is? It's on a half.
Oh, it's on a half. Is it like a half ND?
Yeah, it's that gone now.
Yes. Ah.
Yeah, it must have just got knocked in transit then. So at least we know if that does it again.
That's what it is.
It's just that just needs flicking through. Everything else good? I go Dookie?
Go Dookie. Fantastic. Cheers, boss. one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the strokes.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
Welcome to day 3 of the British Rowing Club Championships 2025 here at the amazing National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Yesterday, what a day. Let's get the thoughts of Sasha Castelbranco from our commentary team on what was just a mad day yesterday, wasn't it?
It absolutely was. I mean, it was a little bit rainy. We've got some more rain today, but I think everyone is out in full force. They are prepared. They've got their raincoats, they've got their umbrellas. I mean, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. We had some really interesting races where there were actually crewmates from the same club really gunning for the line at the same time. There was the Women Club 8, won phenomenally by AK, who I think were quite surprised and really chuffed with the gold, but it was the 2 Cambridge crews that were absolutely steaming down the line. I think it was a photo finish, both in the heat that they had as well as the final, so absolutely brilliant. We had a similar showdown between Rob Roy's, also of Cambridge, in the women's J18 singles, so it was really some brilliant racing yesterday.
Yeah, and the pressure's on you up there to call it right. They were very, very close, some of those.
I mean, we always have to wait for that classic umpire's white flag just to make sure, but I mean, it's always the most exciting to commentate the races that are that close. But I have to say, I will just mention another one. It wouldn't be continuous of me if I didn't bring up Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. We talked about him on Friday and on Saturday, and after a storming day on Friday in the J18 singles sculls, he came in for J16. He beat the time trial from Friday by 10 seconds and then it just dominated all of his races. So I think he is just a real sculler to watch. I'd say probably the sculler of the weekend.
This event just gets bigger and bigger and better, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I mean, the big good boats yesterday, they were the 8s. We are moving to some slightly smaller boats today. Actually, we've got club pairs, both open and women's, so they'll be the top pairs of the weekend, and I think I'm quite excited for those because I feel like once you get a little bit more into the technical detail of rowing, a pair is really the one to watch, especially at the top of their game, because the finesse that it takes to balance not only the power distribution in those boats, but the boats themselves, I think it takes a huge amount of technical expertise. So they are really the athletes to watch.
And which races in particular, which athletes are you looking forward to seeing today?
I'm quite looking forward to seeing the Oriel Kensington Women's Club 4. I think we've got some of the athletes from the 8 yesterday coming back in, so we'll see if they can take another gold.
We look forward to it as well. Yeah, can't wait to enjoy the action. Sasha, thank you. What an incredible day it's going to be. Let's enjoy some more action. The start of the side-by-side racing is underway next.
Day. It is Heat 1 of the Open Championship Double Sculls. We have 3 crews coming down the line. In lane 3, Bath University Boat Club. In lane 4, a composite of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and Edinburgh University. And in lane 5, we've got Nottingham University Boat Club and St George's College Boat Club. So if you are watching a screen or you're up near the start of the course, you can see the crews as they come down towards, I'd say, probably the 500-metre mark. So we should get some time soon, but we also have a lovely view of the second heat just lining up onto their stake boats. It's a slightly cloudy day today, probably cloudier than it was yesterday, but not too much rain. So hopefully the stake boating will go quite smoothly.
Yeah, Sasha, we've been already discussing the fact that we've got a lot of family affairs in this morning's heats coming up. Very much true in this first heat. We've got both potentially 2 brothers potentially in this one. Noah Croft and Seb Croft in the Nottingham University, who have raced together already. Noah Croft, the youngest, a bow. And this is his 3rd event of the weekend, so they're really packing it in, these brothers.
Yeah, they're quite young, considering this is a championship event. Noah is 17, so a huge kudos to him for getting to this point. His brother Seb is 20. He is at the University of Nottingham, and he has won the silver in lightweight coxless fours and lightweight quads at Bucks Regatta this year. So quite a star-studded double there. Now, if we look at Bath University, we've got Jack Norton and Archie Norton, who I'm going to assume are brothers too. So that must be really lovely, especially later in the season. It's probably a lot easier to train with someone that you might live with.
Absolutely, although I'm sure that brings challenges in itself. I have been down the course with my own sister a few times, and it always presented some interesting challenges. But yeah, I think that's the beauty of Brit Champs, is we get the opportunity to pull together some crews that you don't necessarily get to see race, and as different club seasons wind down, you get siblings who can pull together in some composites like the Croft brothers are doing, and they're looking really fantastic. All the crews separated by just 3 seconds. The composite of Clydesdale and Edinburgh just came through the 1K in the lead, time of 3:20. Not far behind the Bath University double, 3:23, and then the Croft brothers for Nottingham University and St George's just closing it out.
Yeah, and if we look there at the times for the halfway point of the race, they have separated out ever so slightly. It is now it's still the Clydesdale Amateur and Edinburgh University composite that is out in front. They've got about 3 seconds behind them, the Bath University crew, but those Croft brothers have fallen behind the pack ever so slightly. I mean, I'm not surprised by the lead there from the Clydesdale and Edinburgh composite, because Ben Parsonage and Oliver Plank are 2 very accomplished scullers in their own measure. So I think we saw both of them in the final of the lightweight championship singles on Friday, I believe. Ben Parsonage came out on top. I think Oliver may have come in 3rd.
Yeah, I've been already hearing about Ben Parsonage's successes over the weekend. I've finally made it up for this Sunday, having been relegated to watching behind a screen the last few days, but really excited to finally get to see Ben in person, and he is really storming away there with Oliver Plank. From up here in the tower, it looks like they're coming fast towards that last 500 metres.
I mean, if I were them, I would be too. The conditions are getting slightly rainier, so I think it's probably a good push just to get them over the line and into some drier kit, perhaps.
Absolutely. A lot of soggy athletes out there today. That composite double from up in Scotland still really nicely in the lead, just extending out. They've now got, well, they had 5 seconds through a 1500 over that Bath University double, and although it looks like Bath may have pushed on, closed it up a bit, they're still looking comfortable out there in the lead.
Yeah, as they come up to the Red Buoys now, they know that they are running out of water to make a move if they have to. There are 7 crews in this category of Open Championship doubles, and they're coming up, so these guys will be racing for a spot in that final and a good a lane as they can get. Now, it looks like that composite may be just lengthening out but slowing down ever so slightly. They know they have clear water over their next closest competitor, and they just probably want to save a little bit in their legs to make sure that they can come off land, recover properly, and really give it their all when they get to the final later today.
Absolutely. Looking like a really classy crew there. Nice and long, matching those catches, and as you say, just winding it down as they come towards the finish line, comfortably in the lead there.
Yeah, that's a good, I'd say, 3 boat lengths over the Bath University crew, who are just crossing the finish line now. Behind them by a little way is that Nottingham University and St George's College Boat Club crew there, but a reminder that the boys in that boat are 20 and 17. That's Noah, age 17, in the bow seat. So a huge congratulations to a very well-rowed race, especially up against some quite confident competitors.
And already well underway coming through the K by the looks of things, we have the second heat of this Open Championship doubles. In lane 2, we have Newark and Strathclyde University Boat Club composite. Lane 3, Edinburgh University Boat Club and Weybridge Rowing Club composite. In lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School. And in lane 5, a composite of Ardingly Rowing Club and Queen's University Belfast.
Yes, as they come through the K, it looks like it might be the Edinburgh Weybridge composite that are out in front. They were at the 500 mark. They have kept their positions for the first half of this race, so it is Edinburgh and Weybridge coming through first. A little bit behind them is Hinksey Sculling School, followed by the Ardingly and Queen's University Belfast crew, and bringing up the rear, Newark and Strathclyde.
Just squinting to see through this driving rain that these competitors are having to battle with, but it does look like the battle in lane 3 and 4 between Edinburgh University and Weybridge Rowing Club composite and the Hinksey Sculling School crew is still going on. We're hoping for some binoculars, but it looks like that's really tightened up there.
I think you might be right. I mean, we should be coming up to the 1500 metre point where we will get a little bit of confirmation of where these boats sit in respect to one another. I think that the crew from Newark and Strathclyde are slightly out of touch with the rest of the field, but I think Edinburgh and Weybridge and Hinksey are maybe having a little bit of a battle. I mean, it looks like Hinksey are slowing themselves down ever so slightly. They're definitely sculling slower than that Edinburgh composite. But it looks like it may be with good reason, because it is Hinksey that have come out ahead at the 1500 metre mark. It doesn't quite look that when you look at this screen, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, looks like Hinksey really pushed on in that third 500, overturned the deficit that they faced against Edinburgh University and Weybridge, and they're now out in the lead, coming into those red boys, and just chilling out a bit, taking some time, ready to go again in the final later.
Coming down to the finish line smoothly and slowly, it is Hinksey who will cross over first, having really given the others less of a race and more of a guided tour. They're followed there over the line by Edinburgh University and Weybridge, and then a little ways behind we have Ardingly and Queen's University, and Newark and Strathclyde will cross over in fourth. So we take you back up the course. We are now at the halfway point of a different set of racing. We have the Women's Championship doubles. So in this race, in lane 3, we have Newark Rowing Club. In lane 4, a composite of Derby and Nottinghamshire County, and in lane 5, Clare's Court School Boat Club. Now, in that Clare's Court boat, we have Jemima Don, who has spent a lot of the season racing with her sister Rebecca. They won the Diamond Jubilee together, actually, in 2022, when Rebecca was 17 and Jemima was 15. So absolutely phenomenal work from them. Today she is joined by Abby Bird in this boat, so we will see how they fare together as a crew. But back to those sibling combinations, it looks like we have another one of Derby Rowing Club and Nottinghamshire County, Eleanor Taylor and Heidi Taylor.
Yeah, we get to see lots of composite combinations, lots of siblings coming together. We think that the Clare's Court boat might actually have some coaching experience at Clare's Court, so potentially these two have been doing some coaching at Clare's Court. And so it's really nice to see that some coaches can get into the boats as well while they've got a bit of free time here at Brit Champs. You know, rowing is a tough beast, and once you're stuck for good. So these ladies been coaching through the season and now just getting a chance to race through the summer.
That's really lovely. And actually, talking of coaches, their coaches, Jack Jessman and Tom Jost, have had a huge impact, I think, on the work that they have been able to do this, you know, for the last couple of years. So wonderful for them. And I hope that Rebecca is on the side cheering Jemima on. I know that she suffered some fractured ribs, so missed out the 2023 season, spent a bit of time at Leander. But she will hopefully be there cheering her sister on from the banks.
And as these crews rapidly approach the finish line, we do have some times. Through the 1500, it was the Newark Rowing Club combination of Jennifer Titterington and Georgina Joy who were out in the lead, followed by the Clares Court School Boat Club and the Derby Rowing Club and Nottinghamshire County just rounding out the field there through the 1500 metres.
Yeah, if we look at those times, there's about 3 seconds between the Newark and the Clares Court School crew, with the Nottingham combination just slightly further behind. Now, as we've said a couple of times across this weekend, in these small boats, it's actually a lot easier to come back from you know, something like a 3-second gap. So as they come into the Red Boys there, we can see that the rate is slightly picking up, and it looks like the Newark combination are just seeing a little bit of a move there from Jemima and Abby from Clares Court, and are refusing to give up the first place there in this race. So they're both battling it down to the finish line.
Absolutely, that Newark crew just saw that little push and squeeze on from the Clares Court crew on the other side. They've just responded. They want to make sure that they get the best lane later on. We know how the winds can be here at Nottingham. Don't want to risk an outside lane if you can help it.
Yeah, and especially today when the wind looks like it will pick up ever so slightly. It is the Clares Court boat, actually, that crosses, I think, just ahead of... Sorry, that is the Newark combination that crosses just ahead of Clares Court. Really fantastic work from them. They saw that move, and you're right, boy, did they respond.
And just closing out this heat before we move down to the next heat of this, we get the Derby Rowing Club and Nottinghamshire County combination of Elena Taylor and Heidi Taylor just crossing the line now. And as expected, these races coming thick and fast today. It looks like we've only got 3 crews out there on the course, although we were expecting 4. So let's just have a look at who we've got. Lane 2, Leeds University and Leeds Rowing Club, a combination of Louise Brooks and Emily Baker. Lane 2, Tideway Scholars School, Margaret Saunders and Amalca Delavante. A Bath University combination of Beatrice Hughes and Ella Fullman, and a Cambridge University and Oxford University combination of Gemma and Catherine King. Those twins, regulars here at Brit Champs. Love seeing them come down the course after battling it out in the boat race each year.
It's been wonderful to watch them move through their boat race journeys. I think it was the year before last when Gemma was in the Blue Boat and Catherine was in the Oxford Reserve crew, where it was wonderful for their parents because the Oxford Reserves won and so did the Cambridge Blues. So they got wins on both sides of that racing.
And we have confirmed that it's that Tideway Scholars crew that has not made it down to the start line. So it looks like the Leeds composite has just moved over. Rather than leaving a gap in the lanes, get the 3 crews nice and close, make some exciting racing.
They should be getting to the first marker on the course just around now. That's the 500 metre point. So they're entering the middle stages of the race. Now, I don't know what your experience is in some of these smaller boats, but if you are in a champ double, especially in these conditions, once you get to that midsection of the race, when you know that it's more about mental fortitude and just keeping, you know, your rate up and your length long, what are you thinking?
I mean, it's all about that rhythm. These boats, they can get out fast. Small boats, they're going to whip it up, they're going to get out speedy. And then you've just got a long middle section that you've just got to keep chunking away, keep trusting in your rhythm. You're going to have your race plan, you might have some planned moves, but at the same time, you're going to be looking around, responding to the other boats. And honestly, this race, I love it when it's like this. It's going to shape up to be fantastic because we've got less than 2 seconds separating them at that first marker. So literally a second from the Leeds crew who crossed the 500 metre marker in the lead, and then the Cambridge Oxford composite, and then just less than a second behind them the Bath University crew. So it's going to be an exciting race as we wait for these crews to come through the K.
You're absolutely right, and actually up there in the first position at the moment in that Leeds composite crew is Louise Brooks from Leeds University, who is one of the athletes who was racing in the single sculls on Friday, and I think was part of the Performance Development Academy quad at Henley Women's earlier in this season. So it's great to see her checking out quite a few boat classes in the last couple of weeks. That's quad, double and single, so she's clearly a master of sculling.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic to be able to use these summer months to experience some different boat classes as well, so that's really cool.
Absolutely. We've got some more timings there on the screen. At the halfway point, it is Leeds still in the lead with just under a second separating them from that Cambridge-Oxford comp. We've got Bath University has fallen slightly behind the rest of the field, but it's always exciting when still in the mid sections there is a lot out in contention.
And Sasha, I'm going to dispute that Bath University time. I'm looking, we've got these binoculars now, and boy, are they coming in handy, because it really looks like that Bath crew has not fallen off nearly as much as those times suggest. Perhaps they've put in a spurt, but they really look like they're giving it something in the middle of those two crews there. And the Bath programme, I'm not biased at all, but I did learn to row on that stretch, so I do enjoy seeing a Bath crew coming out and doing really well. They've got a great programme out there, so it's really cool to see how that programme has built over the last 3 years.
We've had quite a few Bath University athletes this weekend, both in the sculling and the sweeping categories across a lot of different boat classes. So I think you're right, what a lovely depth that they have at that club, and there have been quite a few successful. So yeah, it must be lovely to look on and just see how they're doing now. But I think you're right, the Bath crew have really stepped it up. They were definitely just trusting the process in the second 500 of this race, but as they enter the third 500, they are really moving it forward. Now, the King twins in that Oxbridge combination have also done the same. They have moved up into the first position, followed very closely, 0.2 of a second separating them from Bath University. Did the Leeds composite maybe go out a little too fast?
Well, certainly they were in the lead through the K, but it's not like they've dropped off. You could throw a blanket over these crews. There is nothing separating them. I think the strength of those Bath girls in the middle there is really playing in their hands, and while they maybe didn't go off with the same speed that some of the others did, they have indeed trusted in that rhythm. They've just inched away all it takes is an extra inch each stroke and you will make it through the other crews. And it does look like now they might have just got their nose ahead of the King twins on the far side.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a very exciting race. Now, this makes our jobs not very easy because we have to try and keep you up to date with everything that's going on, but it does make it incredibly fun. Now, I would say that Bath out there can be compared maybe to a Jane Austen protagonist because they were really playing the long game in this race. They were right behind, but they have pulled it through. And I don't know if they are going to be able to catch the King twins as they come through the red buoys up to the finish line. There is contact between the boats. Both of them are rating quite highly. Will they be able to overtake? I really don't know.
It's certainly tight, and it does look like the King twins are going to keep ahead just about half a length there. Look, they know each other so well. How long have they been rowing together? Goodness knows. And the Bath double, brilliant race, and they will be looking for another crack at them in the final. That's one to watch, everybody.
Absolutely. Women's championship doubles. Keep an eye out for those finals because it looks to be a very exciting time now. The King twins really had to push themselves towards that finish line to come in the first place. And so we'll see if that has maybe led them astray for the next race that they will be in. Now, because Tideway Scullers have scratched, it does look like all 6 of the crews that we saw in the last 2 heats will be probably moving forward into the finals, into those 6 positions. So a little bit of exciting rowing there from both sides, and we'll see how it shapes up in that final.
We sure will.
Now, we still have 2 athletes in the boats coming down, but we have changed over to sweep. This is open club pairs. We've got the first heat, and in this race, we have in lane order Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club, Hinksey Sculling School, and Sheffield University. We're just recovering from what was a very exciting end to that race. We didn't expect it that early this morning, but it just shows that you should keep your eyes on your screens and your course at all times because you never know what is going to come down. Now, at the 1K point in this first heat of the Open Club pairs, it was the Nottingham Rowing Club pair that came in first. There was a little bit of time separating them and the Sheffield University pair that came across that mark as second. How is the rest of the field shaping up?
I mean, this one's spread out much more than we had the doubles, so we've got, 3 or 4 seconds between each of the crews as they come through. We had, as you said, Nottingham Rowing Club, followed by Sheffield University. Then, not too far behind, the Royal Kensington Rowing Club, the Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, and then the Hinksey Sculling School boat, just closing that out. And it does look, as they come through the 1500 and we get some times after that, like not much has changed. The gaps don't seem to be changing all that much, so I think these crews probably just found their pace. They're just going to chunk it along, see how it goes, wait for each other's moves. If no one's making a move, then they'll all just hang out where they are.
Absolutely. Now, in these club pair heats, the first 2 who cross the finish line will go to the final and the remainder will go to a repechage. So they will be really racing to try and get one of those first 2 spots so that they can just race twice today. It looks like the Nottingham Rowing Club pair will be claiming one of those spots as they enter the red buoys, a good 10 seconds at least ahead of their competitors from Sheffield.
This Nottingham pair, though, just adding a bit of jeopardy for themselves, flirting with that buoy line as they come close.
Absolutely, and it does look like AK might be putting in a little bit of a push in the final 200 of this race, giving the Sheffield crew a little bit of anxiety as they come down. Are they going to have to make it to the repechage, or will they make it to the final?
Oh, they certainly are, and it's a long way across to that crew on the far side that they are battling with, so I wonder if they'll be able to see. Can they feel them? Probably not from that distance, so they're just moving away as best they can, putting in that spurt, and on the far side as well, that Sheffield crew is also putting a spurt, and it looks like it will be enough, but the Baumann there, absolutely exhausted, just weaving across the line.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an interesting ending there. The Nottingham crew really smoothly making their way across the finish line. They were confident in their placement. They were not going to give any more than they had to. The Sheffield crew saw the challenge from Oriel Kensington and absolutely matched it. They ramped up their rate and they crossed the finish line with, I'd say, about a third of a boat length in front, but it did look like that AK combination stopped racing as they came towards the finish line. I think they could have made it, but you're right, the Baumann, I think, had given as much as he could. So hopefully it will not be so much that the repechage denies him the final.
Yeah, and you can see these crews putting the spurt in as they come towards the finish line, that nobody wants that extra race in their legs. They all want to get through this first round. And the same will be the case for the next heat. We have Dart Totnes in lane 1, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 2, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club in lane 3, Clare's Court Boat Club in lane 4, and Tideway Scullers in lane 5. So a full deck again.
I'm sure those two men in the Nottingham and Union Rowing Club are hoping they live up to the stroke seat's name. Henry Rainbow, I'm sure, is hoping for a little bit of sunshine to maybe ease the effects of this race.
Absolutely. Hunting for that pot of gold at the end of this Brit Champs competition. They have a bit of work to do, though, at the moment. It looks like they were just a little off the pace at the moment, but we'll see. We're still waiting on some times as they come through the quay.
It looks like Dart Totnes and Wallingford are up in those much coveted first and second positions, but it is Clare's Court School in third, Tideway Scullers in fourth, and Nottingham and Union in fifth. So we'll see where Dart Totnes and Wallingford are in respect to each other. They're a little bit far up the course to be able to tell, but if we look down from through our window, it looks like they are not only matched stroke for stroke, but are fairly close together. I would say there's definitely some contact there.
Most definitely. I would say that still that the Dart Totnes crew probably has the better of them at the moment on this near side.
It also looks like Wallingford may have had a little bit of a flirt with a goose just there, so hopefully that won't deny them of any speed that they might have had.
Absolutely. It's not an official obstacle course, but there are plenty in the way.
Yeah, coming past that 3/4 marker, it is Dart Totnes out in front with about a 6-second lead over Wallingford, so maybe the goose got the better of them.
Potentially, and I think the race on this side has really shaped up. You've got that Nottingham and Union crew that look like they are maybe out the back of the field now, but over there in lane 4 and 5, and it looks like we've got another battle. Crews over there, Tideway Scullers and Clare's Court, not giving anything away, just matching each other, trying to make a move. It looks like Clare's Court have the jump at the moment, but the Tideway Scullers doing everything that they can to get back. And will that battle over on the far side pull them back into contention for these 2 auto qualifying spots?
I was going to say, I think that Clare's Court may be coming for Wallingford there. Dart Totnes are picking up the pace as they get into the final 100 metres of the race. They know they're out in front, but they are not risking anything. Wallingford are starting to try and come back. Their rating is building too, but so is Clare's Court. And we've seen that these pairs are quite contentious sometimes. So as they come down to the finish line, I think that Clare's Court may run out of water. Tideway Scullers are trying to pull themselves back into the game, but a lovely shot there of Dart Totnes, who are going to cross the finish line ahead of the field quite comfortably. A nice little handshake and a shout from the two men in that boat, very excited about making their way to the final. It was Wallingford who crossed in second, and Clare's Court, after a huge push there, just about missed it by a length.
Absolutely. The Tideway Scullers crew followed them closely, so those two will get a rematch in the repechage later by the looks of things. And now just waiting on that Nottingham and Union crew, who looks like they know that they'll be in the repechage, so they're just chilling out. They're giving themselves some time, bit of a recovery paddle. And,
I mean,
then we'll see them later.
Absolutely, and the 6 crews who have gone through to the repechage instead of the final will know that their race was more for lanes than anything, and so perhaps this crew have said, well, we know that we're not going to get a favourable lane anyway, we may as well save the legs so that we can just jump them at the start in the next round. Further up the course, about a halfway, yes, exactly halfway, just past the 1K mark, is the first heat of the women's club pair. Now, in lane order, we have Cambridge University, Star Boat Club, Sir William Perkins School, Wallingford Rowing Club, and Sir William Perkins B.
Awesome to see some schoolgirls just stepping up into these championship events. You know, these girls battling it out all the season. Perhaps it wasn't possible to do junior pairs. Maybe they're doubling up, and so there was a clash. So they've bumped themselves up into this women's club pairs, and we're delighted to see them here.
You're absolutely right, and they are doing incredibly well in this heat. The Sir William Perkins A crew of Anna Staples and Jasmine Irvin Sellers is out in front by quite a margin. Wallingford Rowing Club in their second position are a chunky 14 seconds behind that leader. There on the screen, I think we had a nice view of the Cambridge pair back in fourth, Charlotte Rudd and Anna Linda Elvery.
Yeah, I think it looks like the real battle, as was the case in the previous heat of the men's pairs, is in those sort of minor placings, challenging for making it through automatically and not into the repechage. Through the K, we had just a second, splitting Star Club and Wallingford Rowing Club. That does look like it's extended slightly, with Wallingford just moving out ahead, but Star Club and Cambridge locked together, just under a second separating them, and again, will that battle pull them back to Wallingford?
I think so. Sir William Perkins is probably quite confident as they come into the Red Boys section. 200 metres to go, and they are really pushing in front. There are 6 seconds separating Star and Wallingford, so there is potential for a little bit of a comeback. We've seen crews really pick up the pace as they get into the latter stages, playing that long game rather than trying to come out in front first. All of these crews will have different race strategies. Some are better at jumping out at the start and just trying to stay in front for that mental fortitude that it gives them, but some people can deal with the psychological damage that sometimes comes with not being able to see the rest of your field of competitors.
Absolutely, and these pairs, they're wobbly boats, and that Wallingford crew over there just clipped the water, gave a little opening for these two pairs closest to the commentary tower to come back in.
Yeah, Cambridge looking slightly less confident as they head towards the buoy line. They are locked in that battle, as you said, with Star Club, but looking straight out down the finish line, it is that Sir William Perkins pair that crosses over first.
Really classy row there from those schoolgirls, looking brilliant in this club women's event. So excited to see what they can do later on in the day. And this Wallingford crew, despite that little touch of going to cross in second, and we have two boats in one lane here.
Yeah, the excitement seems to be in that third position. It is Cambridge and Star almost locked together, a little bit of a potential blade clash there. I think slightly wobbly from those girls, but they knew that they were not in contention for one of the coveted places of the final. They are going to be going to the repechage, but they will probably have a slightly more favourable lane than will be had for the Sir William Perkins B crew, Maddie Bell and Olivia Cummins, who are just making their way over the line. A lovely display of rowing. But taking you up the course to the second heat of this women's club pairs event, it is just waiting for confirmation of the crews. It's Ross Rowing Club in lane 1, York City Rowing Club in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, another Dart Totnes pair in lane 4, and Warwick in lane 5.
Keeping that family theme, Nottingham Rowing Club's Cathy and Annie Beaumont twins just leading this field really nicely down the course. They came through the K pretty comfortably out there in the lead. They've got about a 7-8 second margin on the second placed crew, Ross Rowing Club. The driving rain has cleared up a bit, so we can actually see these crews a little better as they come down the course, which is really nice.
Yeah, it seems to have been a fairly cut and dry race for that Nottingham Rowing Club. Even in these rainy conditions, they have been first at the first 3 sets of markers. So leading the field from the get-go, followed closely at, well, not closely at all actually. It's about 12 seconds between them and Ross Rowing Club, who have been second since the start. Now York City have maintained their third place position, about 7 seconds behind Ross, followed by Dart Totnes and then Warwick Boat Club. Yes, a lovely shot down the course there. You can really see that Nottingham Rowing Club set of sisters as they just kind of leave the rest of the field behind, in sight but out of reach and off their mind as they slowly make their way towards the finish line. They are confident in their ability to cross first, so they will be looking towards their next race, saving their legs so that they can dominate again.
Yeah, as with the last heat, we've got quite a spread across the lake today. Further down, we've got that a Warwick Boat Club crew just out there in lane 5, sorry, bringing up the rear of this field. As always with the pairs racing, you get some windy, bendy steering, and that seems to be the case for that Dart Totnes crew, who just correcting and heading back to the other side of their lane. No one around them though, so they just want to stay as straight as possible.
Yeah, both girls in that Dart Totnes pair will be the women's captains of their respective university boat clubs next year. So the York University Boat Club and Emma Shippey and Bow rows for the UE Boat Club. So they will be very familiar with women's rowing, and I think will be probably using this as a nice opportunity to get some of their own in before they start building up their own athletes for the following year. Now, second across the line is that Ross Rowing Club boat, followed by York City. So they have done very well to maintain their respective positions throughout this whole race. It was 1, 2, 3 for Nottingham, Ross and York throughout the whole of the race. We will wait for the umpires just to confirm that those are indeed the results. now as Warwick just makes their way over the line in the last heat of that women's club pairs. We change boat class yet again. We have the first heat of the Open Club Coxed Fours. It's always lovely to see coxes out on the water, although I don't know if they will feel the same, given that, especially in a bow loader, you're probably essentially sat in a bath right now. So in this race we have University of Birmingham, Oriel Kensington, Leeds Rowing Club, a second Oriel Kensington boat, and then Newark.
Absolutely. These boats doubled in size from the people that we've seen before, and so lots of speedy racing down. But as you say, they have this cox taking care of the line, spurring on their crew, and that is always a delight. I've had some fantastic coxes in the past, and I'm very grateful for all of them. We've got the Wox ladies wandering around this weekend, so make sure you keep an eye out. If you've got any questions, coxes, do head over and find them.
Yes, just important to note that actually in lanes 1 and 2, the Birmingham and the AK crews, they are open beginner fours. So as you look down and you see that they are a little ways behind their competition, that will be why they are in essentially a different class altogether.
But they are, considering they're in the same class, they are locked together in battle. Less than 0.2 separating them through 1,500 metres. So just goes to show these classes are not, they're not random. There's some rhyme and reason to this, and we can see that in this race with those two crews just battling it out together.
Absolutely, and it looks like we have two separate wars ongoing. That Open Beginners 4 really locked together, as you said, as they come into the latter stages of the race, but so are the 3 from Club 4. I mean, at the 1,500 metres, Newark and AK from Club were about 0.6 of a second apart. But if you look down the course now, they're entering the red buoys, and whilst it does look like the Leeds Rowing Club is starting to pull ahead from the third position that they had at the three-quarter point. You know, I mean, gosh, they must be playing chess in a checkers race, because they let themselves rest in that third 500, and now they are bringing it back. They knew that they had it in them. I mean, Newark there are challenging them. AK may have gone a little bit too hard too soon. They are falling behind ever so slightly, but Newark and Leeds locked together as they come towards the finish line. This may be our first photo finish of the day, but I think Leeds do not want that to be the case. They have pulled a canvas ahead as they cross the finish line. A huge amount of contact between those 3 boats. What an exciting race.
Absolutely. Brilliant racing from all of those boys. A little applaud there from Leeds. They recognise how fantastic a race that was. Newark boys looking exhausted. Their cox, Megan Fox, just modelling what it's like to be a fantastic cox there. And the AK crew just sandwiched between them, pulled along to some rapid times.
Meanwhile, looking back to that beginners 4, it looks like it was slightly less contentious than we originally expected to be, with University of Birmingham pulling out just about a length ahead of that AK crew in the beginners 4s.
Our second heat now of the Club Coxed 4s, and no beginner 4s in this heat. We have Dart Hotness A in lane 2, Clare's Court Schoolboat Club in lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 4, and Dart Hotness B in lane 4. Already well through the K. It was the Kingston Rowing Club crew who were out in the lead there, followed closely by the Clare's Court School and Dart Hotness A. So we'll see how that shapes up, and hope for another fantastically close race.
I have to say I'm not all that surprised by Kingston leading, even if it's only by a very small margin there. Kingston has quite an exciting lineup in their boat. Ollie and Toby are both J18s from New Zealand, rowing this season at Kingston. They rowed at school together, so they will be very familiar with each other. Ollie rowed in the Brit 4 and Toby in the Thames Cup at Henley Royal Regatta this year. Now, they also have Sylvain, the Frenchman, joining them in this crew to, I think, level the weight out ever so slightly. Sylvain, who is a very accomplished single sculler in the lightweight category. So a little bit of a French touch, he says. So Kat there, the Cox, Katerina Golab, who is just leading them down the course as they get to the 1500 metre point. They haven't been able to break that elastic with Clare's Court School. There is still just about a second in between them. Dart Totnes seem to be pulling away ever so slightly, but kind of in the wrong direction. So they want to be powering forward and trying to get into one of those top 2 spots again in these heats of the Open Club 4. It is the top 2 that get to go straight towards the final. You want that so that you can have as good a recovery as possible.
Yeah, we see them coming through that 250 marker. This will be where they're really amping up. Often we don't see a full sprint in these heats, but when you've got 3 boats going for 2 spots, you better believe that everyone will be lights out through these last section of red buoys.
And I think you're absolutely right. That is what is happening. Those 3 boats are really powering it down. The Dart Totnes crew look slightly more ragged than Clare's Court and Kingston. And they're moving a little bit away from the middle of their lane. So some speed may have been lost in the steering there, but no speed lost by the Kingston crew. They are still striding out. They've got about half a boat length over Clare's Court, and I think that they will manage to maintain it, crossing the finish line just a little bit ahead of Clare's Court. Dart Totnes just broke the contact at the end there, coming in about a length behind in 3rd, and the Dart Totnes B crew just having a nice scenic row down the course. They know they're going to be in the repechage, so they're just hanging out today.
That second Dart Totnes crew just crossing the line there in the second heat of our Open Coxed quads, and now we're going to head down the course to our Championship Coxless quads. So one of these guys in each of these boats will be battling with the steering as well as racing down the course, and at the moment it looks like Derby Rowing Club in lane 3 are just striking out in the head, although as they come into the K we're getting some times flash up and it looks like Hereford may have pushed ahead. So Derby jumped out, and now as they've come into their rhythm, Hereford just moving through everybody.
Yes, just a reminder of the field. We have a preliminary race of Open Championship Coxless 4s. So this is a race for lanes for the final now. If you are willing to give up a favourable lane to save your legs so that you can absolutely push it through in the final, then this is the race to do it. But in lane order, we have Clare's Court School, Hereford Rowing Club, Derby Rowing Club, Agecroft, and another Agecroft boat. So we've got the B boat in lane 4 and the A boat in lane 5. So quite contentious there, right up next to each other. They'll be very familiar with the athletes and the style in each crew already, but being right next to each other, it's a little bit mean.
Absolutely, you get come to these big races and then you come up next to your club compatriots, and that's always a tricky one. But it does mean you know what they're capable of. there's nothing to lose for this B boat. They might as well go out there and give their A boat everything and see who else they can overturn. Hereford crew though looking really comfortable. They look like they're actually they've wound it down a little bit. They're just making sure they're putting their best rowing on display.
You're absolutely right. As they went past the screen there, they were looking incredibly serene, just taking in the view and reminding everyone who is the crew to watch in the final that will follow for these Open Championship Coxless Fours. So as they come past the 3/4 marker, that 1,500 meters that is oh so desired, because you know that you only have a little bit left now. It is Hereford comfortably out in front. They are being... Agecroft A may try and challenge them as they get into that red buoyed area, but they are currently about 7 seconds behind, and so they'll have to play a little bit of catch up if they really want... Well, if they really want it. We've got Derby now in third, followed by Clare's Court and then Agecroft B.
And a race like this is interesting because different crews will come out with different ambitions and different race plans, and when you've got this, all progress preliminary race, you have the ability to practice a section of the race. Maybe you really want to look at your start, so you go out hard for the first 500 and then you sort of ease off and just, settle and bring it home more steadily. So it'll be interesting to see which of these crews are really winding it up at the finish and which of these crews are actually just going to cruise through.
I mean, it looks like that Derby Rowing Club crew are trying to make a challenge to Hereford. They were picking up their pace, and I think Hereford saw that and decided that they just were not going to have it. So, yeah, I mean, they've led quite nicely. They were in second at the 500 metres, but they crossed in first. So it will be nice to see how they do in the next race, their final.
Absolutely. Real exhibition of a row there from the Hereford crew. And we're going to round out these heats for this morning with Clare's Court and Agecroft crossing the line. Yes,
now I think we will have some lovely videotape from our wonderful production crew. I mean, you can call them Rick Astley because they're never going to give you up.
Events like this simply don't happen without an amazing army of volunteers. British Rowing have an incredible crew who are all over the venue, doing all manner of jobs to keep these championships on track. If you'd like to be part of the team, well, there's a QR code you can scan around the venue. Pop to the event office and speak to some of the British Rowing staff, or why not sign up via the British Rowing website at britishrowing.org. We'd love to have you as part of our volunteer crew. Let's get back to the racing. It's semi-final time.
Blue roll. Yeah, actually.
And good morning, everyone. We are looking forward to an exciting day of semi-finals ahead of us. We've just had a change over in the commentary team. Thanks to Liv and Sasha, we now have myself, Charlie, and Martin joining us for the next hour and a half to get you through the semi-finals.
Good morning to everyone, and my first job today will be to check that every crew has got the right number of rowers in them as they come down the course. I've been told by several people that there were only 7 members of a Hinksey 8 that rowed down yesterday, so I'll be doing my best to do a bit of a head count as the races come down, Charlie.
Well, you've got no real issues here, Martin, because looking at the screen in front of me for this doubles club semi-final, we seem to have 2 rowers in every boat. So, and also, of course, missing a rower in a double is more of an issue than missing 1 rower in an 8. So, and they're off. So this is our first semi-final of the day. This is between Derby Rowing Club in lane 1, Hereford Rowing Club in lane 2, a composite of Dart Totnes and Norwich, I believe, in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 5, a second crew from Nottingham Rowing Club. And in lane 6, a crew from Grosvenor Rowing Club. And we've just seen them all made a concerted start off the top of the course. I'm afraid I can't give you much insight into who is leading, but it does look like the crew out in lane 6 from Grosvenor have had the most effective start. And we'll wait to see some times from the 500 metre mark in a few moments to give us an idea of where the crews stand.
So these crews raced the time trial this morning, and from that, these 12 crews have been selected for the AB semi-finals. Interesting to see, and you can't always read a lot into time trial results, I know, Charlie, but that Grosvenor crew, having made such a great start, they were actually 12th and the last into this AB semi-final this morning, so perhaps keeping some of their speed under wraps.
Indeed, it's not unknown to see rowers not try as hard as they possibly could in the time trial, but the thing is you have to absolutely have total confidence that you are actually going to make it through that time trial if you back off a bit. And if it is the case that Grosvenor crew are out in front, they're about at the 300 metre mark at the moment. When we get to 500 metres, then they will have done that to absolute perfection because they were only 0.1 of a second off not making the semi-final. So if they are the leading crew in this semi-final, then they have done that time trial to absolute perfection. I'm afraid I haven't got a great angle of what's going on up the course. I've got an excellent shot of some of the geese who are having a whale of a time in these slightly drizzly British summer conditions. But it does seem to me on this angle that it does seem that crew from Grosvenor in lane 6 are out in front, not by much, and they're also being contested by the crew in lane 3. This is the composite from Dart Totnes and Norwich of Alexander Reed and George Rotherham, who are also seem to be just slightly ahead of the pack. And here we go. Here are the times for 500 metre mark. So it seems like yes, it was the crew from Dart Totnes who are out in front. And then between the rest of the pack, gosh, just 2 seconds separating the remaining 5 crews. So a blistering start from the crew of Dart Totnes and Amateur Rowing Club. If you're watching on screen, they seem to be listed as UBI for Birmingham for some reason. But we are being told that this is a composite of these 2 clubs. So yes, an amazing head start for them. But between everyone else, all to play for, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the benefit of those on the bank and watching on the screen, there'll be 3 that go through from this semi-final to the A final, and then the places 4, 5 and 6 will drop into the B final. And so far, I'm not surprised by how close this race is, looking at those times from the time trial this morning. A really, really competitive event.
And the camera is just now swivelling around the 500 metre mark, and it does seem that that composite of Dart Totnes and Norwich Rowing Club, racing with some University of Birmingham affiliation as well, cross over the 1,000 metre mark well ahead. They've got some 2-3 lengths of clear water, and it's now the crew in lane 4 from Nottingham Rowing Club who go through just a smidgen ahead of the crew in lane 5, the other Nottingham Rowing Club crew. So that's Harvey Lunn and Adrian Biddle, who we've seen racing earlier this week in second place, and David Smith and Corey Johnson from the same club in third. And the times for the remaining crews were that just a length further back we had the crew from Hereford, Alfie Winter and Samuel Cuthbertson. Behind them, another couple of seconds back, Andrew McNaughton and Toby Reed of Derby Rowing Club. And then the Grosvenor crew just slipping a little bit further back to 6th place, Oliver Harris and Oliver van Liefland in there. And some nice shots there on your screen now of the crew of Harvey Lunn and Adrian Biddle from Nottingham Rowing Club.
I know there have been a couple of fours from Nottingham Rowing Club racing this summer, and I think that Corey Johnson was stroking a coxless 4, and I wonder, and I'm not 100% sure, but I wonder if these two doubles were both in that coxless 4 and they're broken down into these small boats to do this event. That will explain why they're rowing so well together, and whilst it looks like at the moment they're going to be 2 of the 3 crews that perhaps go through to the A final.
I mean, my thought would be, Martin, is that we have had people come from, frankly, what feels like all over the globe to come to these national championships. Obviously, crews from Gibraltar, which we've been remarking on. We've had crews from the north of Scotland, Aberdeen and beyond. But if you're a Nottingham club and you're not racing all 4 days at the Nottingham-based British Rowing Club Championships, I think that's you've got some questions to be answered there. So I'm not surprised that they're doubling up and doing multiple races this day. Just looking at the shots on screen, we are seeing that that composite of Dart Totnes, Norwich, with also some University of Birmingham linkage as well out in front. Still got a 5-second lead over the first of those 2 Nottingham Rowing Club doubles. Harvey Lunn and Adrian Biddle in lane 4 still out in front. They've got about a length on their rivals, also from Nottingham Rowing Club, of David Smith and Corey Johnson, as we head now into the final 500 metres of this race. As Martin said, first 3 to go through will be going to the A final. Everyone else will be going to the B final. And it does seem like we have a quite clear split in the pack, with the gap between 3rd and 4th now some 6 seconds or 2 lengths.
What I find interesting is that it's still the Dart Totnes crew rating quite highly as we come into the last 250 metres, and I wonder whether the bowman might just have a little word with the strokeman and say, look, we've done enough here. We are comfortably into that first 3. Should we save a little bit of our energy for later? And as I say that, I think that might have been the call that's just been made.
Yeah, you can just see that Nottingham crew coming back. I mean, this composite crew looking very relaxed, very smooth, and just allowing themselves just to drop the rate slightly and just allow those Nottingham crews to come back on them. They don't need to wind for the line. You can see how much more relaxed and long they are than that second Nottingham crew on the right hand of the screen, who are absolutely winding up to make sure that they go through, because they are being put under pressure by the other crews. The crew in lane 1 here from Derby Rowing Club have gone a big sprint to try and catch up to the second Nottingham crew. I don't think it's going to happen. We've got very little river left to row as the composite goes over, the first Nottingham crew goes over, and I think the second Nottingham crew will just keep that 2-length advantage over the Derby crew. The Grosvenor crew, we haven't really been talking about them. They've snuck up. They were 6th at the halfway mark, and they are coming through almost in 4th. And the Hereford row, I just see there, absolutely binned himself to try and catch up. It was actually quite a close race there between the 3 B finalists. Perhaps they weren't taking your advice to heart, Martin, about conserving energy for the subsequent race.
Well, perhaps not, but I suppose once you're in that race situation, you've got a boat next to you, you've got the overlap, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to stop racing. I guess there's still the issue of racing for lanes in the B final.
And just looking at what's happening down to the landing stages, that composite and one of the Nottingham crews playing the mind games, because they've just decided to paddle off, looking like it was a walk in the park, that race. So we'll be interested to see how they get on later in the competition. Anyhow, that was the first semi-final of the club doubles. We're now on to the second semi-final. So in this race, we have in lane 1, Quinlan Dunn, Max McKay of Warrington Rowing Club. In lane 2, Ollie Owen, Cameron Black of Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 3, Barney Evans, Jake Morris of York City Rowing Club. Lane 4, Jack Keach and James Stevenson of Latimer Upper School Boat Club. I wonder if that is the James Stevenson who went to George Watson's Newcastle University and now coaches at Latimer Upper. So we'll have to see for some close-up shots to check that one. And then in lane 5, we have James Edgar, Ethan Mann, Notts County Rowing Association, and lane 6, Al Sinclair, who is a big fan, is a commentary team favourite in this regatta, and Colin Williamson of Inverness Rowing Club. We will wait to see how the scores do, and we've just got some intermediate times down on the screen. Martin, how's it looking?
As all crews have gone through the 1,000 metres, it's the Nottingham Rowing Club C crew that have gone through in first place. In second place, approximately a length or just over a length behind, is the other local crew from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. followed very shortly by York City Rowing Club, and then in fourth place it was the Latimer Upper School Boat Club, and then the Warrington Boat Club, and I've not got a time as of yet for Inverness.
I'm afraid I'm struggling to see how the crews are doing because the rain is coming thick and fast here, which is not only blurring the window but also blurring my vision down the course. But it does seem to me that the crew in lane 2 from Nottingham Rowing Club are slightly out in front of the rest of the pack. Again, as you said, at the 1K mark, they had about a length's advantage over the Notts County Rowing Association crew. Battle of the Nottinghams here, Martin. Could you explain to our viewers what's the difference between the three clubs we're seeing here today?
Yeah, essentially, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, a long history with Home Pierpont Lake, have been based down here for many years. On the Trent side, a little bit, if you follow the river around towards the city centre, you'll see the local rowing clubs of Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. So you've got these three rowing centres. All use the lake, but I would say that the lake is really the home of Notts County Rowing Association. So this is very definitely their home water.
And we're just seeing on screen there the Nottingham Rowing Club out in front. They had a 4-second advantage at the 500-metre mark. Behind them, though, we are seeing a battle between the Latimer Upper crew, the York City crew, and the Notts County Rowing Association. Just 2 seconds separating, less than 2 seconds separating those three crews. A little bit further back in lane 6, it's Al Sinclair of Inverness rounding out the picture on your screen. They were some 21 seconds behind the rest of the pack, and they don't seem to be particularly sculling at a very high rate. Much almost out for a training piece, if I'm honest. I wonder if that is a active strategy to manage their energy for the B final. As you said earlier, Martin, the first three will be going through to the A final, the remainder to the B final, and it does seem that we're going to have an exciting final 350 metres to determine who of those three right up against each other will be going through for the remaining 2 slots in the A final.
Absolutely. The one real advantage of the Nottingham County Rowing Association kit is that bright green. Even on this misty, rainy morning, it's very distinctive from our vantage point. But at the moment, it's that crew that's in 4th place. It's that crew that looks like it might miss out. In lane 4, coming through, is the Latimer Upper Boat School Rowing Club. They're really pouring it on as they move from 3rd into 2nd. Inside them, it looks like it's York City. But the first crew across the line will be that Nottingham Rowing Club C crew of Ollie Owen and Cameron Black.
And I was absolutely right. It is James Stevenson, the coach of Latimer School Boat Club, who's wearing his Thames hat. He was asked at a last minute at Henry Royal Regatta to sub into one of their ladies' plates crew and got a free ride into the competition. And clearly the years of experience and high performance training have paid off to allow the coach to make their way through into the A final. So congratulations to them, and also to the Nottingham Rowing Club and York City Rowing Club crews who will be in the A final. Commiserations to Notts County RA, who will, on the times we're seeing in front of us, be in the B final. And still sculling down the course at a leisurely, what looks like a rate 18, frankly, is that crew from Inverness of Al Sinclair and Colin Williamson. I can only presume they were managing their energy levels for the B final later today. Yes, a 33-second gap back to the rest of the pack. So,
well, I look forward to seeing how they get on this afternoon, Charlie. Hopefully they'll blaze a trail and win by a similar margin.
Yeah.
The next race coming down the course now is the first semi-final in the women's club double. As a reminder, first 3 through to the A final, crews 4, 5 and 6 through to the B final. In lane 1, we have Newark Rowing Club, Maisie Archer Ditch and Corley. In lane 2, we have Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Veronica Vonikova and Ellie Sutherland. In lane 3, another local club, Leicester Rowing Club. We've got Eleanor Goff and Livy Webster. In lane 4, we have Warwick Boat Club, Olivia Joyce, Mary Lack. In lane 5, Great Marlow School Boat Club, Abigail Forgini and Charlotte Greening. And in lane 6, we have Ruby Morley and Rebecca Graham. And as all the crews approach the 1,000 metres, and some go through the 1,000 metres, there's a Leicester Rowing Club that lead the way by a length or so over Warwick Boat Club, who are in 2nd place, and third across the 1,000 metres is the Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. In 4th place, it's Newark Boat Club, followed shortly after by Great Marlow School, and then Tees have just got across the 1,000 now.
So a little bit more spread out this race compared to some of the ones we've seen before. The interesting question really is for Newark as to whether they can make an attack and an impression on the Clydesdale crew. And I just see on the screen there the bow of the Newark crew in lane 1, that's Maisie Archer-Ditch, just looking to see how far away the Clydesdale crew in lane 2 are. They've got just about clear water over them based on those times, and I have to say the Clydesdale crew are rating higher and a little bit more, sculling a little bit more effectively than that Newark crew, so they do have their hands full if they want to try and progress to the A final.
Yeah, if you look at the times from the time trial this morning, the Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club boat was quite a good margin, some 8 seconds ahead of that Newark boat. And so I think that from their vantage point, they'll be sitting there thinking, we've got some good boat speed, I think, here. The standout crew in this heat, though, is the Leicester Rowing Club crew. They won their time trial by a very good margin this morning. It looks like they've carried that speed into this heat and are looking good as the race progresses down the course.
Yeah, just got a little bit further to go till we see the times from the 1500 metre mark. It does see, just looking out the showery scene out of the commentary tower window, that the crew in the middle of the race pack in lane 3 seems to be out in front, continuing their lead that they've held at the 500 and the 1K. And then a little bit further back, it's the crews around them. So we're forming almost a perfect V-shape chevron format, which is traditionally how lanes are seeded in even wind conditions that we're experiencing today. So the stopwatch was right in the time trial by the looks of things, and we see the 3 fastest crews in the middle of the lake. As we said earlier, it was the crew in lane 1 who were challenging for the remaining spot in the A final, but I would say actually looking a little bit further over the course, it's the crew in lane 5 from Great Marlow School who have just moved up, and yes, they've gone to overtake Newark. I can just see on the intermediate times there at the 1500 metre mark, but it's still a 7-second back between them and Clydesdale. They've really got to have an impressive sprint if they want to progress to the A final in this last 90 seconds of this race.
I know this Leicester Rowing Club crew is coached by that fabulous coach Howard Marsh. He was responsible for bringing and coaching Lauren Henry, our current superstar of sculling, through her junior years, and it's no surprise that he's working his magic on Eleanor Goff and Lizzie Webster as they come down this course. Looking really very good for this competition, Charlie.
I mean, all credit to him, because Lauren Henry is a real talent. I remember, I think it was the 2021 Henley Royal, where there was a dramatic final between Lola Anderson and Lauren Henry. They managed to, Lola Anderson led the race all the way to the progress board, and then Lauren Henry put in one of her famous dramatic sprint finishes, and the final result was 6 feet. Which was a bit of surprise to all the spectators. And of course, both of them rode in the quad at Paris together, and Lauren Henry is doing exceptionally well this season in the single on the international circuit. So all credit to Howard. But just returning to the race at hand, we can see there on the screen and out the commentary tower window, it is the crew in lane 3 from Leicester Rowing Club who are continuing to have a commanding hold over this race, and it looks like they're going to be joined in the A final by the crews in lane 4 from Warwick and in lane 2 from Clydesdale. Not to write off the chasers from Newark, who have really stepped up a gear and gone back through the Great Marlow School crew in lane 5. But I don't think they've got enough river left to row in order to claim the A final spot. And apologies if you can hear a dog on our commentary. Clearly the race is proving exciting, not just for us, but for all forms of spectators here at the course. So yes, that was the conclusion of race 325, which was one half of the women's club doubles, and we expect to see the other half of the semi-finals in this event very shortly.
Well, this is exciting because this is another local affair. In lane 1 we've got Nottingham Rowing Club A, in lane 2 Nottingham Rowing Club B, in lane 3 Nottingham Rowing Club C, and in lane 4 Warrington Rowing Club, lane 5 Clares Court School Boat Club, and in lane 6 Hinksey Sculling School. This really is going to be it's a bit inter-squad battle, isn't it? I wonder whether those 3 Nottingham crews might be lucky enough, fortunate enough to be to get into the A final, Charlie.
Well, I'm not sure every other club would have such a positive appraisal of their situation, but you're right, there are 3 crews from Nottingham who could make a clean sweep of the A final slots. The Scullers have been racing for about a minute. Who have we got in this battle, Martin?
In the A crew, we've got Florence Krajewski and Ella Coleman. In the Nottingham B crew, Emily Ferguson and Eve Thomas. In lane 3, in the Nottingham C boat, Ursula Fleming and Ella Weeks. And sculling for Warrington in lane 4 is Ella Stanhope and Madeline Jones. In lane 5, the Clares Court School Boat Club, we have Lexi Hobbs and Lily Gator. And in lane 6, we've got B Peters and Sophie Fletcher.
Well, I'm hoping this shapes up to be a very exciting final. Some very accomplished scullers there, I recognise from multiple races earlier this season. You're indicating one in particular, Martin.
Lily Gator, I feel like that's a name that I've seen a couple of times on the screen. Maybe she's racing multiple times, but I think has been in some very fast Clares Court School Boat Clubs. As boats go through the 500 metres, we have got one of the Nottingham crews who's blazing a trail. It's the Nottingham C crew. They go through in first place, and about a length behind that is the Warrington Warrington Rowing Club crew. And in third place is the Clares Court School Boat Club, followed very shortly afterwards by Hinksey Sculling School, and then the Nottingham B crew, and Nottingham A are just approaching the 500 still.
Yeah, so it does look like on those 500 metre times, unfortunately, that the clean sweep you were perhaps envisaging for the local clubs will not be taking place, because there is something like a 7-second margin back to the second Nottingham crew from the 3 A finalists contenders. Just looking at those intermediate times, so it is the Nottingham, or technically the C crew out in front. I do recognise Ella Weeks there as a tremendously accomplished sculler who has been to Henley Women's and other events earlier this season. And clearly that pedigree is paying off to be up front in this race. They've got about a length on the Warrington Rowing Club crew, and then about half a length back to Clares Court. And then just hot on their heels, it's the Hinksey Sculling School crew, who are just 0.3 of a second behind them at the 500 metre time. So as the camera is swivelling now round at the 1K mark, we'll just look to see who's out in front. It does look like the focus of attention from the cameraman is on lane 3 of Nottingham Rowing Club, continuing to have a nice comfortable lead over the rest of the pack. And of course, being in the middle of the course, they can see exactly where their opposition is on both sides. And then shortly behind them, about a length behind them, is the Warrington Rowing Club crew of Ella Stanhope and Madeline Jones, who are continuing to chase them. We're just going through the angles 80 degrees, 85 degrees, and now 90 degrees, and it is across the line first for Nottingham Rowing Club, about a length and a half to the crew from Warrington, and then now some 2.5 lengths to lane 5, and then quickly on their heels it is lane 2 from Nottingham, moving up through the rankings. Martin, perhaps I was too hasty to write them off.
Well, I mean, looking at the results from the time trial, you would say that at the moment the race is going according to the form book. The first 3 crews to the 1,000 were the first 3 crews in this semi-final ranked from that time trial. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for the other 2 Nottingham crews, but at the moment the form book would suggest that this is the 1, 2, 3 through the 1,000.
So it's interesting there, because it was the Hinksey Scullers who have just fallen back from 4th into 5th, and a gap widening up between them and the others. But all to play for, because of course there are 3 spots going through to the A final here. One of them seems to be fairly secure, as things are looking at the moment, for that Nottingham C crew. But with the other 2 places, there are 3 crews going for this, and they're all within a couple of seconds of each other. So potentially we're now into the third 500, the famous movers and shakers.
Movers and shakers, absolutely. And if you're a fan of Nottingham Rowing Club, if you're a member of Nottingham Rowing Club, get down to the bank now and scream your B crew on. Because as they went through 1,000, there were a very good overlap. They're only a second down, and there's a chance here that at least 2 of the 3 crews, Charlie, making up the A final could both be Nottingham crews.
Well, indeed, we would expect there to be good support for Nottingham Rowing Club being a Nottingham rowing location. And indeed, just looking out the commentary tower window, we're about the 12:50 mark now. I can't call it for the remaining A final place between lanes 2 and lane 5, between Nottingham B crew and the Clares Court School. It does seem that the crew from Warrington have just put a little bit more distance between them, so it does like them, the Nottingham C crew, are taking 2 of the slots as things stand, but this remaining place in the A final is completely up for grabs, and we are just seeing the first of the 1,500 metre times flash up on our screen. So Nottingham C crew out there, 5-second margin over Warrington, very comfortable. and then Clare's Court coming across the line ahead of the Nottingham the Nottingham B crew, and they're saying it's a 4-second margin, sorry, a 3-second margin there, which does seem to me quite a big difference from where we were only 500 metres ago.
Absolutely, there are only 0.2 of a second that separated those two crews in the time trial. So I was expecting it to be sort of bow ball to bow ball all the way down the whole course, to be honest with you. But still, nevertheless, everyone's sticking to their task, and some good racing as we approach the last 500.
We're just having some critical information delivered to us in the commentary tower about goings on here on the course. Anyhow, back to the racing. It does seem like that the crew of Ella Weeks and Ursula Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club are going to very comfortably take a place in the A final. As I said, they've got a complete run of the course. They can see where everyone is, and they've got enough margin that they can just ease off the pedal slightly and allow themselves to cruise into the A final. Meanwhile, behind them, same deal really for Warrington Rowing Club. They're just getting a little bit of pushing from the Clare's Court School over in lane 5, but again, with just over a length of water between them, they've got enough in these last 5 strokes to let it run. But Martin, is this Nottingham crew in to chase the Clare's Court crew?
I'm afraid not from our vantage point, I think. I mean, I think Clare's Court put a big burst in there just to make sure, but as they entered the last 100 metres or so, I think actually they probably could have maintained their rate and rhythm. They had enough of a lead. They'd maintained that 4-second advantage that they had at 1,500 metres, but still very creditable performance from this second Nottingham crew. Fantastic effort, and the last 2 crews are approaching the line, or coming into the last 100 metres or so now.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the crew in lane 1 from the other Nottingham crew. They are just a little bit further back, and they're not actually sculling particularly high rate. Again, I think that might be an energy conservation strategy for the B final.
Yeah, I think, and why not, to be honest with you? If you know that you're not going to be in those first 3 crews as you enter the last 1,500 metres, it's a sensible decision. You want the very best race in your final, I would have thought. And if that final is going to be the B final, then you want to try and win that final.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll have to see how they get on later today. We're now moving on to the next semi-final. So this is race 327. This is the one of the semi-finals of the women's beginner singles. Who have we got in this race, Martin?
In lane 1, sculling for Royal Holloway Boat Club is Isabel Kay. In lane 2, sculling for the University of Leeds Boat Club is Katie Crowther. In lane 3, sculling for Bath University Boat Club, we've got Tulawani Adelasia. And in lane 4, sculling for another Leeds University sculler is Emily Crooks. In lane 5, sculling for Hartpury, it's Fleur Eastman. And in lane 6, sculling for Star Club, it's Kira Williams.
So just looking at the intermediate times there, we have got times from the 500 metre mark, and it was Tulawani Adelaja from Bath University who was out in front in a time of 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Very creditable time. Then quite a long way back actually. Wow, 10 seconds gap opened up in just 500 metres back to Katie Crowther in lane 2. And then third across the line was Emily Crooks from Leeds University Boat Club in lane 4. Again, the chevron expected by the time trial results there working wonders. But actually, it's only 1 second separating Emily Crooks from Fleur Eastman of Hartpury University and College Boat Club in lane 5. And then Isabel Kay at Royal Holloway. And we're just seeing some of the times flash up. From the 1,000 metre mark up on your screen. So yes, they've just pack has widened out slightly there now. The gaps, the crews strung out. So again, Tulawani Adelaja comfortably leading now, some 12 seconds over second place in Katie Crowther. And in third place, we haven't got a time, but it was Emily Crooks of Leeds University who's continuing to hold that third place position. No actual change in any of the rankings looking at those 2 intermediate timings.
I'm wondering here, and I'm only just wondering, I think there's a performance development academy down at Bath University, or sculling around there. I wonder whether the Bath sculler is involved in that, and whether has sort of taken the advantage of that coaching and that input along with that provided by Bath University in order to sharpen her skills ahead of this this competition this weekend, because the margin of her lead at the moment is emphatic, to say the least. And if you're watching on the screen, she's taken her rating right down now. It looks like it probably 18, 20 strokes a minute, something like that, comfortably surveying the field and preserving energy for the final later. As she went through the 1,500 metres, 18 seconds there and thereabouts ahead of her competition from lane 4, one of the Leeds University scullers. And that third place at 1,500 metres occupied by the second of the Leeds University scullers. So it looks like it's going to be a university 1, 2, 3, one from Bath and 2 from Leeds going through to the A final.
Well, just picking up on what you were saying earlier about the Performance Development Academy, for those here who aren't aware or those listening in, the way British Rowing do it is obviously we have a traditional pipeline of talent, people who learn at school, who then go to university or continue to row as adults and then try and trial for the national squad. There's a series of trials held for juniors and seniors throughout the year where people try and literally stick their oar in to try and get a spot in the GB squad. But to support that, we recognise that there are people outside of the sport who could be fantastic rowers and they need a way in. So British Rowing has set up these performance development academies around the country. There's one here based at Nottingham. They've got a nice little shed at the bottom of the lake, and we're very proud to host one at Lee Rowing Club out in East London at the docks, which is already seeing results. And so hopefully perhaps this will be a future international, maybe even Olympian rower we're seeing here in the form of Tolawani Adelaja from Bath University, who is now cruising towards the finish line very, very comfortably ahead of the field. As I say, at the 1,500 metre mark, she had some 18 seconds over Emily Crooks from Leeds University. So phenomenal talent here from Tolawani Adelaja. I'm just looking at the times from the previous race. Well, actually, no, I don't have them, so let's not do that. But yes, as we cross over the line, Tolawani Adelaja will progress through to the A final very, very comfortably, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that final later today. Closely followed in lane 4 by Emily Crooks of Leeds University Boat Club, and then it does seem that the remaining spot in the A final will be taken by a sculler from Katie Crowber, also of Leeds University Boat Club, and then the remaining scullers just approaching the line. First up is lane 5, Fleur Eastman of Hartbury University and College Boat Club, and I'm just seeing Isabel Kay of Royal Holloway coming across the line, and then rounding off this semi-final will be Kira Williams of Star Club.
Now, I'm looking forward to the second heat because I noticed that in the time trial, the Bath University sculler and what will be the Edinburgh University sculler in the next heat were separated by just 0.8 of a second. So I think, having watched the Bath sculler come in there, I think there was definitely an element of getting in front, preserving energy, because based upon those time trial results, Charlie, there's going to be a really big battle for them in the A final, assuming, of course, that Edinburgh University sculler gets through from this next semi-final, which is currently coming down the course now. In lane 1 from Hartpury University, we've got Amy Jones. In lane 2 from Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club, we have Melody Cockayne. In lane 3 from Edinburgh University Boat Club, we've got Beatrix Fuchs. And in lane 4, another Leeds University sculler, Jessica Simmons. In lane 5 from Strathclyde University Boat Club, we've got Marie Hoffman. And in lane 6 from Millfield School Boat Club, we have Emily Brooke. And I can tell you that as all crews have gone through the 1,000, it is indeed that Edinburgh University sculler that came second in the time trial this morning that leads the way by quite some margin. 20 seconds, Charlie, at 1,000 metres over the second place sculler from Leeds University. In third, coming through the 1,000, was the Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club sculler, Melody Cockayne. Followed then in fourth place by the sculler from Millfield Millfield School Boat Club, forgive me, and then Strathclyde University Boat Club, and then finally Hartpury University and College Boat Club.
Yeah, indeed, a huge margin to have there. I mean, Edinburgh University have had a phenomenal development year, beginner year. I had the pleasure of watching them at Henley Women's win the development Coxed Fours. Someone there, I think their coach who was in the launch there at Henley Women's, said it was the best year for beginner rowers they'd ever had. Wow. And clearly Beatrice Fuchs is part of that effort. Just having a cheeky look at the intermediate times from the race before. So whereas Beatrice did 2:03.6. Toloane Adelaide did 2:03.5. So we've got a cracking final potentially ahead of us. And at the 1500 metre mark, sorry, at the 1K mark, Beatrix Fuchs did 4:15 and Toloane Adelaide did 4:19. But of course, neither of these scullers have been under any great pressure. So I think we've got a cracking A final ahead of us.
I think I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to predict another bow ball to bow ball based upon the time trial results and what they're going to have in the tank. If you are at the course or if you're watching on TV, perhaps have a quick look down your timetable of races for this afternoon and see when this final is going to be, and perhaps find 5 minutes just to sit down and put your feet up and enjoy what will hopefully be a fantastic race.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing we have to remember here, Martin, is these are beginners.
They don't look like beginner scullers. No. They really don't look like beginner scullers at all.
Everything about, I'm just looking at the pictures here of Beatrix Fuchs, everything about how she's sculling, none of it looks like a beginner. The way she's getting in at the front, getting on it, pushing, moving that hull horizontally, there's very little check on the boat, and it's really running very smoothly on the recovery. These are things that really experienced adults can't achieve. And to think this is someone who in this beginner class who may have been sculling from just September, whoever's coaching her is doing a brilliant, brilliant job because she is cruising into this A final with a vast chasm between her and the crews in second place. And actually, as we enter into this last 250 metres, we are seeing a little bit of competition. The sculler in lane 4, Jessica Simmons from Leeds University, is now being pushed by Melody Cockayne from Shanklin Sandown. I mean, both of them are going to go into the A final because there is a big gap back to the B finalists of about 3 or 4 lengths. So no issue here, but maybe a bit of pride at stake. Because yes, the sculler from Shanklin Sandown, just looking over her left shoulder, just seeing where the lead sculler is, and she's just taking her rate up a little bit to see if she can just get a bit closer. I don't think it's going to work because she's got to recover 2 lengths now in some 5 strokes, which even in singles is a bit of an ask. But nonetheless, good to see a little bit of racing, practicing her plan for the A final later today.
And of course, these are crews are just coming across the line. These results aren't confirmed, but if they are following the conclusion of this race, that'll be 3 Leeds University scullers in the final of beginners single sculls. That again, another thing to shout about if you're their coach, if you're their social media team. A fantastic advert for their sculling program as well, Charlie.
Well, who knew? Martin's not just an excellent coach, commentator, he's also got a great marketing insight as well. So I hope you're listening from Leeds University because you've clearly got something to shout about. Congratulations. Now we're moving on from the women's beginner single sculls into the J18 Open Quads. This is going to be, I'm sure, a very exciting event with some big names here in the competition from some real powerhouses of sculling. Who are the runners and riders, Martin?
Oh, you are right, Charlie. These are powerhouse names. In lane 1, we've got Molesey Boat Club. In lane 2, we've got the Tideway Sculler School. In lane 3, we've got Sir William Borlase' Grammar School. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club B Crew. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club A Crew. And in lane 6, that well-known name within boys sculling, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club.
And I think the thing that I'm sort of scratching my head out a little bit here is to see the Windsor Boys School in 6th at the 1K mark. It does seem there hasn't been much change to the runners and riders over the course of the race, with the 1, 2 and 3 positions all constant. But as we head into the final 500 metres, we can just see the times there. It's about Sir William Borlase, who've got about a length on Tideway Scullers, who in turn have a length on Marlow, and behind them Molesey a length. But everyone's just very neatly strung out here by about a length. And it's that Windsor Boys School, actually, who just moved up. They were in 6th, they're now in 5th, so they've moved up in the placings already.
I can help you with that. This is their B crew. I should have said that at the start, shouldn't I? This is their B crew. They qualified in last place for this AB semi-final. Their A crew is coming down the course in the next semi-final, and they were just a second off the leaders of that time trial, Sir William Borlase's Grammar School. So we've still got perhaps the best to come of the Windsor Boys sculling programme in this event. But it is definitely an exciting race as we come into the last 250 metres, Charlie.
I mean, you're quite right. I'm looking at my programme, and the next race has Windsor Boys School firmly in the middle lane for the next race. So we will wait to see how that goes. But it is Sir William Borlase who are leading the charge here, and they are taking the rate up. This has not been like any of the other races we've seen where there have been some very high levels of energy conservation. That's not happening here because the Scullers crew in lane 2 is pushing Borlase considerably. They've now got the bow ball overlapping. They've trimmed that lead down, and although I don't think they're going to go through them in these last 5 strokes, they are determined to put their bow as close to one another. Scullers, obviously a powerhouse of junior rowing. Great to see them here competing at these club championships, and also Marlow in the mix there as well. It seems like there's a clear margin now. But that Windsor Boys crew, they were 6th, they were 5th, and they're going to go through Molesey here to claim 4th. It's not going to impact on the A finalists, but that's very interesting pacing there, and phenomenal race experience to see from these J18 Scullers.
Well, you certainly know that, well, they will certainly know they've got to finish for their B final if these results are confirmed to be able to draw upon if that B final is a close race, Charlie.
Yeah, and actually looking at the times, it does seem that the Molesey crew there perhaps went a little bit hard out in the first 500. No discredit to them at all, but they were 2nd at the 500 and they've slipped back through the rankings to be 5th, I think, in the final rankings. So anyhow, as we were saying, that was the first semi-final of this Open J18 quads, and we've now got the second one featuring that Windsor Boys A school.
Yes, so in lane 1, as they come down the track, it's Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. In lane 2, it's Buell Bridge Rowing Club. Lane 3, Windsor Boys Schoolboat Club A crew. Lane 4, Hertford University and College Boat Club. Lane 5, a composite from Cambridge 99 and Northampton Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Charlie Agecroft Rowing Club from the Northwest.
Yeah, indeed, and unfortunately the crews are just sculled out of shot. We're just seeing the Cambridge 99 crew come back in, so we wait to see how they are doing at the 1500 metre mark times to come very shortly. But yes, it is that Windsor Boys School crew, perhaps back where we expected them to be, not only in the middle of the course, but well out in front. It seems they've got clear water now over the scullers around them from Hartbury and Buell Bridge, and here come the times at the 1500 metre mark. So yes, Windsor Boys crews out in front. They've got about a length on Buell Bridge in lane 2, and then about a length further back is Hartbury in 3rd, and another only 2 seconds though back to Cambridge 99 in lane 4. So the question for Cambridge 99 is, they've got 2 seconds to make up in the last 500 metres. Can they do it? It will be some really interesting racing here. I am seeing crews 2, 3 and 4 all in the mix for that final place in the A final. I do think Windsor Boys have got their hands pretty firmly on one of those slots, but just looking at those intermediate times there, there's only 3 seconds apart between Buell Bridge, Hartbury and Cambridge 99's B crew, I think it is. And so as we enter the final 250 metres of the race now, I do think Buell Bridge in lane 2 feel really comfortable, but the Cambridge 99 crew are putting this crew from Hartbury under enormous pressure. They have taken the rate up, and Hartbury are having to match them. They are moving very smoothly, the Hartbury crew, but there's only about a third of a length in it between these two crews, and there is an A final place at stake, Martin, for this final 100 metres.
Yeah, and it looks like the steering's just gone a little awry in that Hartbury quad. It's moved from one side of the lane to the other, and now they're having to correct again. And of course, every time you put that rudder on, it takes a little bit of boat speed off. But I think now as the race comes past us, we've seen the very best of that composite cruise charge. They've given up the ghost, and it will be first across the line, so Windsor Boys School, second across the line, Buell Bridge, and third across the line, a very hard-fought battle that Hartbury University College Boat Club have won, and fourth across the line, that composite through from Cambridge 99 Northampton Rowing Club. But a super exciting finish, and Hartbury put under real pressure there, as you say, in that last 150 metres.
Yeah, and they were really trying to say, exploring the full use of the course lane to them. And interesting to see that composite crew, as soon as they saw that Hartbury was across the line, the heads went down, the basic boat came to a shuddering halt, and they drifted across the line. So the times here between them, which is now 7 seconds, are not representative because they did not fight those last 5 strokes once they saw they had been vanquished by Hartbury. So anyhow, commiserations to the composite crew. We'll look forward to seeing them racing in the B final.
So the next race down the course is going to be, we're changing events. We're moving to the Women's J16 quads and their semi-final, and that's just underway at the moment. In the lane 1, we've got the Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Leeds Rowing Club. In lane 3, George Heriot School Rowing Club. Lane 4, Canterbridgian Rowing Club. Lane 5, Warrington Rowing Club. And lane 6, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. and it'll be the first 3 from the semi-final that go through to the A-final this afternoon. If you're looking at the pictures on the screen, if you're watching on YouTube, I think we're probably just approaching, in fact we've just gone through the first 500 metres, and I can tell you it is George Heriot School Rowing Club in first place, followed by the Leeds Rowing Club in second place, and third place is has been taken by Canterbridgian Rowing Club. In fourth we have Lee, in fifth Warrington, and in sixth place we've got Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Those crews have now moved down the course and going through the 1,000 metres mark. It's still George Heriot School Rowing Club that are in first place, although there is overlap from Leeds Rowing Club, and in third place it's Canterbridgian. It's very tight for the first 2 places. In fourth place, Lee Rowing Club. In fifth place, Aberdeen School Rowing Association, and bringing up the rear, it's Warrington Rowing Club.
Yeah, and indeed, as you will know, Martin, I'm the captain of Lee Rowing Club, and it's great to see the J16s out here in force. They do have a bit of a challenge on their hands to get those 4 seconds overturned to push themselves into the A final, but I am confident that the coaching team here, who've been doing a fantastic job all year, of Mark Cushray, Steve Mitchelson, Alex Surf and Lindsay Segal, the training and the hours they put into them may make them push forwards. We'll have to wait and see what the times at the 1500 metre mark look like. As you said, it was a gap of some 4 seconds, which is eminently overturnable, just about a length and a quarter. If Lee have got a sprint finish in them, which I'm sure they do, we might see them pushing into the A final. Just some nice shots there. It is the crew out in lane 3 from George Heriot, who seem to be out in front, probably with just a length now on the scullers to their left from Leeds Rowing Club. About 2 seconds it was at the 1K. I think they probably stretched it out to about a length, but we'll have to wait to see for the intermediate times. And we'll just wait for the camera to swivel around and we'll get an update on where the runners and riders stand. And here comes the Lee Rowing Club in the blazing bright orange coming through in towards the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out to catch that Canterbridgian Rowing Club, I think. A Canterbridgian Rowing Club crew, I think. Stroked by Anna Trapmore, I think. Am I right in saying daughter of Steve Trapmore, men's Olympic coach?
It's quite possible. It's quite possible. We have I'm now old enough to see some of the coaches of my youth have their children racing in these events. It's rather disconcerting, to be honest, but yeah, you're possibly quite right. Here we are, here are the intermediate times. So, I see, so it is George Heriot Schools out in front by about 4 seconds, and then it is Leeds in second, Canterbridgian in, no, apologies. Yes, Canterbridgian in third, and then actually Lee have slipped back a little bit to 5th place, and they've been overtaken by Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. The gap between, the all-important gap between 3rd and 4th is now just 2.4 seconds. So the question is, Aberdeen are clearly on charge. They were 6th at the 500 metre mark. They were 5th at the 1K. They were 4th at the 1500 metres. Are we about to see a masterclass of pacing where Aberdeen come through the pack to claim one of those remaining 3 A final slots? And the crews are just entering now, some 300 metres to go. We can very clearly see the crew in the middle of the lane from George Heriot School way out in front. They'll have vision on both their left and their right of where all the other crews are. But it is now a very interesting charge for the remaining slot in the A final. We have got 2 crews in lanes 2 and 4, Canterbridgian and Leeds almost dead level, but the question is, can the pack behind them catch up to gain any of those slots? And I think the answer is probably no at this stage. They're all extremely level, but they have about a length and a half of clear water to make up if they want to go through into the A final.
Well, having said that, that crew, lane 1 there, Lee have really raised their game. They've put a huge push in, and I'm looking across to lane number 4, the Canterbridgian Rowing Club, and there is overlap, and the Lee are certainly coming. Canterbridgian are trying to respond.
This is great to see for me.
Finish.
You're right.
Lee probably now level, I think, probably just a canvas down.
Oh, go on, Lee, come on.
5 strokes left.
2 seats. They've just got 2 seats to go. On. Oh my goodness, it's going to be on the line. Oh, I think it was just Canterbridgian there.
I'm afraid so. From my vantage point, it certainly looked like Canterbridgian with a 3rd place crew across the line, but we'll wait for the official results, of course.
0.4 of a second, apparently, on the times on screen.
Disappointment written across the face of the girl in the 3-seat of the Lee boat there. But what a fantastic effort, Charlie. You must be very proud. Very proud.
I had to admit, Martin, I had succumbed to that commentator's flaw of thinking it was all over before it really was. What an incredible finish there from the Lee scullers to move up. I think the gap at the 1500 metre mark between them and Canterbridgian was some 6 seconds. So to close that to 0.3 of a second in that last 300 metres an incredible scull from the Lee crew, but unfortunately it won't get them through into the A final.
No. Okay, so the second semi-final of the women's J16 quad sculls is coming down, and in lane 1 we've got Hereford Rowing Club. In lane 2 we've got City of Bristol Rowing Club. In lane 3 NCRA, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Lane 4 Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 5 Great Marlow School Boat Club. And lane 6 Kingston School and Tiffin School Boat Club Composite Cruise. As the crews went through the 500 metres, it was the NCRA crew that was leading the way. Followed very closely, less than a second, by the Wallingford Rowing Club crew, and third place was the City of Bristol Rowing Club crew, followed then by, in fourth place, the Kingston Composite, and fifth, Great Marlow School, and bringing up the rear, Hereford Rowing Club.
Yeah, and we've just got the 1,000 metre times there, and this is looking an extremely competitive race. We've not got Notts County Rowing Association out in front by just 2 seconds, but then for that third place spot that will be progressing, it is just 2 seconds separating Canterbridgian, Kingston Rowing Club Composite, and the crew from Great Marlow School for that remaining slot. And you know what? As we say, even in bigger boats where there tends to be less of a dramatic change of events, we've just watched a race where one of the crews made 6 seconds up on their opposition in 500 metres. So all to play for, Martin, and this is going to be an exciting race at the finish line, no doubt.
It is. I've got a little bit of insight because my daughter's raced against a good number of these athletes over the course of J14s, 15s and the course of this year, and has rowed with the some of the girls from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association as well. The City of Bristol quad is a quad that has been largely together for a couple of years. There's certainly some names there I recognise, and likewise the Great Marlow School Boat Club. I think a season ago, perhaps 2 seasons ago, they went and almost had a clean sweep of events on the circuit. I think it must have been J15, so 1 year ago. So there's some real depth to this event, and this is not an easy semi-final by any stretch of the imagination, and perhaps explains a little bit why the racing's so tight and so close.
Yeah, we are really lucky to have such a large number of junior programmes here who are able to put out scullers who are able to perform so creditably. We're just about the 1250 metre mark, so we're just shy of hearing and seeing who is where. It does seem to my eye out the commentary tower window and from the pictures on screen that the crew in lane 3 from Notts County is out in front still, and then they're closely followed by the crews either side of them in lanes 2 and 4 from the City of Bristol and Great Marlow School, which is interesting because Great Marlow were in 5th at the 1k mark, and I do think potentially they have moved up a bit. Although, no, yes they have, they've moved up 1 place into 4th. I was actually looking at the Wallingford crew, that was the one I was looking at. So 1, 2 and 3 still the same, but the gap between 3rd and 4th now is just 1 second between City of Bristol and Great Marlow School. So we've got all to play for here for who is going to claim that remaining A final spot.
Absolutely, and those crews in 3rd and 4th are going to put some pressure on Wallingford, I think, in 2nd as well. This could be really, really tight as we come into the last 300 metres of this race. If you're watching on the screens or indeed on the bank, you'll see the ratings are high across all of the crews. There's nobody in these first 4 places that have given up on that possibility of taking one of those 3 A final slots.
And it seems the crew from City of Bristol are just slipping back. They've just had a bit of a steering issue. I'm just looking at their line down the course, yes. And they're actually pointing slightly towards the finish tower, which is a little bit alarming. But they are being pushed so hard by the crew on the far side from Great Marlow School, and indeed this Wallingford crew that you were talking about, they are now coming right up again alongside Notts County. It'll be interesting to see what the order is, both for who gets the 3 slots out of these 4 crews in contention, but also what the ranking is.
Yeah, it looks like the Great Marlow School have just dropped off the pace a little bit. Now 1, 2, 3, does look like NCRA in 3, Wallingford in 4, and then in lane 2, the City of Bristol Rowing Club. But again, Bristol still struggling with their steering. They're over the other side of their lane now. But look like they've got it back on track. Great Marlow School are definitely, they've definitely gone up. They're really putting in a huge sprint now. Notable increase in the rate. They are drawing, or they're coming through perhaps City of Bristol a little bit, but I think they're going to run out of Lake, are they?
There's just 2 seats in it, I think, between City of Bristol and Great Marlow. And you're right, yes, so Wallingford have come right up against Notts County there to claim the 2nd place, and it will be City of Bristol by the looks of things going through. Obviously, you'll have to wait for official confirmation. I mean, we were saying about the steering, a high 5 there from the 3 sculler of the City of Bristol crew. They are delighted. They think they've gone through. The looks of heads in hands, unfortunately, in the Great Marlow School Boat Club crew. And that steering we're talking about, we're just seeing the Kingston Composite go into the back of the the Great Marlow School Boat Club, so I'm not quite sure what happened there, given they've still got spacing at the end. But the thing about the steering, though, we have to remember, Martin, these are coxless boats, and the way that steering is done as coxless boats is by your foot. So these girls who are racing here, they've got to be looking straight down the course so that they are looking at what each other are doing and staying in time and rhythm. They've got to be pushing their absolute maximum to get into that A final. And the bow, who is steering typically in these crews, has also then got to keep their foot perfectly still, perfectly upright, no twisting of the foot, because that will just send you into one of those weaves that we saw
Absolutely,
earlier.
not an easy task at all. Made slightly easier, I think, because it's a sculling boat. So you can use pressure on both sides. You've both got two blades, I think. I think it's a sterner test, perhaps, in a sweep boat when there are two blades on each side, and you can't control the pressure on both sides of the boat. But I think otherwise, Charlie, absolutely right. Credit to Bristol for maintaining their line and getting back on track and taking and earning one of those three places in the A final later this afternoon. The girls from Notts County Rowing Association were lots of high fives as they went across the line, and why not? It was a really great race from them for the local crew.
Right, well, we are now moving from the women's J16 quads into the open, typically boys J16 quads event. Who are the runners and riders in this one, Martin?
Some big name crews again as coming down the track. We've got in lane 1 a composite from Tideway Sculler School and Wallingford Rowing Club, lane 2 Henley Rowing Club, lane 3 George Watson's College Rowing Club, lane 4 Wallingford Rowing Club, lane 5 St Andrew Boat Club, and in lane 6 Henley Rowing Club, a second crew. So the crew from Henley in lane 6 are their B crew, the crew in lane 2 are their A crew.
Interesting, you were saying earlier about sons and daughters of coaches. I've spotted there Hugh Hall Craggs from Tideway Sculler School, who I believe is the son of Wade Hall Craggs, who was a famous sculler in his day, winner of the Wingfield Sculls, international representative for Great Britain, and I knew him best as the coach of Durham University Boat Club when I was at Newcastle University Boat Club, as a figure normally zooming across the horizon in a coach's launch. But yeah, great to see that the Hall Craggs dynasty of sculling is continuing in this race. And they're in 5th place by the looks of things at the 1K time there on the screen. It was the crew from George Watson's out in front, then closely chased by Wallingford Rowing Club, some 2 seconds behind them. And then third was Henley Rowing Club, who seem to have an ever proliferating array of bucket hats, I've noticed in this regatta, being chased again by St Andrew Boat Club in lane 5, who are just 0.8 of a second behind Henley. So with 3 spots on the line, and actually, do you know what? The gap between 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th was just 2 seconds. This is going to be a very exciting race, I suspect, and a very competitive one as we head up towards the 1500 metre mark.
Yes, absolutely looking forward to this. Really looking forward to this as we as the crews come down the course. If you're watching on the screens, you'll have seen all those crews just go through, and we'll wait for the update. Here we go. We can see across the course. It is really tight. There are certainly boats overlapping there. If you're looking at the crew at the screen, the crew on the right of the screen has definitely put a big push in. They're really on the charge, not wanting to be left out of affairs. That's the Henley A crew, really pushing on. But it looks like in the centre of the course there,
I'm just seeing the intermediate times here, Martin.
Oh, thank you very much. Yep. Do you want to do the intermediate times?
Yeah, I'm just seeing, look, it's 2, 3 and 4. Sorry to cut you off there. 1.2 seconds between
Nothing.
2, 3 and 4. So those 3 crews who are going for it, and I shouldn't write off the others as well. They're only a length off that Tideway Scullers crew. Anything could happen now. Look at this. We're seeing 6 seconds, 2 lengths separate 1st and 5th. And only 3 of these crews will progress into the A final. Just looking at the commentary tower window, it does seem that the scullers from George Watson's have got the length advantage on the rest of the pack, but behind them, this is moving extremely rapidly. The scullers in lane 2 from Henley are right up there against the crew from Wallingford in lane 4, and it seems that the crew from St Andrew Boat Club, they are on a mission. They are moving right through. They must just have a couple of seats down on Wallingford. I think Wallingford in 2nd place at the moment, as from what I can see. Henley going absolutely hell for leather here to try and keep hold of that, but they are being pushed so hard by St Andrew Boat Club now over over on the far side. The thing is, these two scullers can't actually see where each other is without really turning their necks 90 degrees. So they're just going to have to look forward, push and grind, sprint as much as they can. And the scullers crew in lane 1 now, they have got overlap back again with the Henley crew. Oh my goodness, this is going down to the wire, Martin. 50 metres to go. It seems like that the Watsons crew have just got the feeling. People are coming back on them though, so they are clearly just letting them do that. But Wallingford now out in front, and it's Henley, St Andrew, and now Scullers. Who is going to take the third place in this race? I think it's Henley on the line by just half a length. Wow. What a finish, Martin!
I think that's one of the races of the day so far. Certainly in my time in the commentary booth. Fantastic and really well called. Thanks very much, Charlie. It looked as exciting as you made it sound. Brilliant stuff.
Well, so looking at the finish times, the provisional finish times, I should say, I was talked in great detail through how the official finish times are calculated by the umpires the other day. So we do sometimes see the times that flash up on screen change. But yes, so it was George Watson's through in first with a time of 6:33.5. Then in second, I think, was Wallingford Rowing Club. It says 0 on our screen, but I think that means they were second. And then it was just 1.5 seconds from second to fifth between the pack. Wow.
It's going to be an exciting A final later, no doubt about that. As we look at the screens, and the second semi-final in this event, the Open J16 Quad Sculls, is coming down the course. In lane 1, we've got Windsor Boys C Crew. In lane 2, we've got a composite of Lambton Rowing Club, Tideway Scullers School and Wallingford. In lane 3, we've got the Windsor Boys School Boat Club A Crew. And in lane 4, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club B Crew. In lane 5, we've got Marlow Rowing Club A Crew. And in lane 6, Clares Court School Boat Club. Another semi-final rich in quality.
Well, rich in Windsor Boys, by the looks of things. That's not too strange an expression. As you said, we've got an A, B and C crew. And I think this is the thing we're seeing in it. There are some really top-class schools rowing programmes in the country now with people like St Paul's. But what they've really managed to crack is the pipeline of talent. So you're taking people who are J14s and holding on to them for 5 years, giving them a really strong sense of not just competition and what the standard is required, but being able to drill and educate those scullers or rowers all the way through. And just looking at those times there from the 1K, it is 1 and 2, a 1-2 for the Windsor Boys in A and B order respectively. We'll just wait to see how the others have gotten on in a second. We're getting some nice shots there. This composite, which it seems to be Wallingford Scullers and Lambton Rowing Club. So we've got a pretty big mix there. Not clubs that are anywhere near each other really, sculling there in lane 2. And there we go, the intermediate times. So wow, it's only Scullers holding off the other Windsor Boys School by 1 second, 1.5 seconds, and between them and Marlow in the middle. So again, another exciting race for that third spot in the A final between these 5 crews, I believe, Martin.
Yeah, well, that Scullers crew, or the Scullers composite and the Windsor Boys C crew were separated by only a second in the time trial, which suggests actually that part of this race is going to go to the wire again, perhaps.
I mean, if I was the head coach of Windsor Boys, I'd be delighted to see this because I've got 3 really top-tier crews here at this competition at J16 level, and as long as I don't do something too disastrous over the next couple of years, we'll be able to retain that all the way through into J17 and J18 level, respectively.
When you look at the quality of the crews that they produce at Henley Royal Regatta each year, you'd be looking at this, rubbing your hands together, thinking, in 2 years' time, we could be picking up another schoolboy quads pot in July.
Yeah, absolutely. There was the famous final, I think it was 2, maybe 3 years ago, where Windsor Boys A raced Windsor Boy B in the final of the Forley Challenge Cup at Henley Royal. And I do remember them having a picture where they had both the boat tent boating areas. They did a double clap out, which is something I've never seen before or since at Henley Royal. So clearly an incredible programme, and maybe we'll be seeing that again, judging by the fact that Windsor Boy A and B are still out in front at the 1500 metre mark, but behind them it seems like the Scullers crew are moving up a little bit closer to the Windsor Boys B crew, just 0.6 of a second now between them. And then hot on their tails, it's Marlow Rowing Club just 2 seconds behind them. So again, all to play for. The question for Marlow, really, with that Windsor Boys C crew just slipping a little bit further back, is whether they can now move through the field towards the Windsor Boys and Scullers and claim that final spot in the A final. We have some 250 metres left to go, and to be honest, the field looks extremely compact. between the two middle crews of the Windsor Boys School, Tideway Scullers, and the chasers from Marlow, and actually this other Windsor Boys School in lane 1. They are on an absolute shift. They've got overlap with the Scullers crew, and their rating, they've gone absolutely berserk. They have now got their bow ball from Clearwater, their bow balls on the 3-man of Scullers. Scullers moving through. I think Marlow seems to be just fading slightly, slipping further back as we enter this very tough sprint. But that Windsor Boys crew, they sense the sniff of Scullers. Their bow ball is now on the 3-man, now the 2-man, and they are an absolute charge. And I don't know if Scullers have got enough in them to respond to this. Meanwhile, one of the other Windsor Boys school in lane 4, just falling back slightly. I think Scullers are going to go through them. Wow, Martin, what an incredibly crazy last 250 metres. Yeah. I'm not sure which of the Windsor Boys school is going through. It's definitely the A crew in the middle, B crew on the far side. I think Scullers just pipped them there on the line. And wow, that C crew, what an incredible charge. They were way off the pace at the 1K. They were in 5th. And there they are, almost taking 3rd. And wow, they're exhausted because they're just going to give the Scullers composite a little love tap there on the stern as they go through the finish line. Wow, what a crazy and really competitive, brutally competitive series of semi-finals we've just seen, Martin.
Absolutely. There's no doubt the A final is going to be fantastic later on. I was delighted to see just how pleased that composite crew were at holding off what was a magnificent charge from the Windsor Boys School Boat Club. I have to say, coming into the last 150 metres, I did think that Scullers crew would hold them off. They responded well to the challenge, but certainly based upon the finish of this semi-final and the last one, it's going to be a really, really tight battle for those first 3 medals. Well, for the 3 medals. Right?
What exciting racing. So I'm just looking at the times there from that final. So yeah, the Windsor Boys A crew were first with 6:33.3, then Scullers second with 6:34.0, so 0.7 of a second. Then it was Windsor Boys B, 6:34.3, so just 0.3 of a second between them and Scullers. And finally, just 1 second further behind, it was that C crew on that absolute charge to make it that time in that final 500. Anyhow, we're moving on from the J16 quads, Coxless quads. We're now on to the open J15 Coxed quads. So a very different beast, Martin, to what we've just seen.
Very different beast. And if we do a rundown of the crews, in lane 1, we've got Buell Bridge Rowing Club. In lane 2, a composite between Camas and Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 3, we've got Henley Rowing Club. Lane 4, Barn Elms Rowing Club, who had a fantastic day of sculling yesterday. Lane 5, the Windsor Boys School Boat Club, B crew. And in lane 6, Hampton School Boat Club, their A crew as well. You're right, Charlie, a very, very different beast. You've got the weight of the cocks to carry here. As we noted yesterday, some crews have got their cocks in the bows, sat behind their bows sculler. Some crews have got their cocks in the stern, sitting in front of their stroke. And as this semi-final progresses down the course, we've gone through 1,000 metres in first place. I'm just looking for some times. I'm just struggling to find those. I'm waiting for my system to update. But certainly there's a competitive race here. Forgive me, we're looking for a reload. Still waiting for some times at 1,000, but I can certainly tell you at 500 metres, Henley Rowing Club are in first place, followed by Barn Elms Rowing Club, and then the Windsor Boys B crew in 3rd place. In 4th were Buell Bridge. In 5th were the composite of Camas and Chester Street, and in lane 6 were Hampton in 6th place.
While we wait for those 1,000 metre times to make an appearance on our system, this event holds a very special place in my heart, Martin, because actually it wasn't the J15s, but it was the J14 Coxed Quad. That was the first ever race I coxed exactly 20 years ago to the day tomorrow, wow. I believe. And here I am now. Who would have thought that I've aspired to the commanding heights of the commentary tower some 20 years later? So you too can be a commentator 20 years subsequently after your Nat Champs appearance.
You were just getting into practice for this, weren't you? Sitting in the cox's seat, all calling the races, and now here you are 20 years later, not coxing, but still calling the races.
So those 1K times still haven't made an appearance, but we have in its place the 1,500 metre times. So as you were saying, Martin, it seems to be Henley Rowing Club who are still out comfortably in front. They have a length advantage over Barn Elms Rowing Club in lane 4. Then further back to them, about a length again to the Camas Chester Street Composite. And behind them, oh wow, just 0.3 of a second to the Windsor Boys School Boat Club B crew. And we have seen in the previous race the phenomenal sprints that the Windsor Boys School crews can produce. So let's see what happens now. And I'm looking out my window and I see 3 crews racing aligned for 2 spots. That Windsor Boys School crew in lane 5. They have ramped up the rate tremendously. Now a Cox crew slightly heavier than the Cox's crew we saw yesterday. But do you know what? The other crews aren't just going to go down without a fight, because I'm seeing the crew from Barn Elms in lane 4. They have also jacked their rate. And of course you can be slightly less surprised in a Cox event because your Cox can call it out. But as we go into the last 100 metres of this race, I can hear the roar of the crowds. It's Henley with those amazing bucket hats out in lane 1, but I can't call it between 2, 4 and 5, Martin.
Buell Bridge coming through in lane 1 as well. They're coming through like a train. There are 4 crews coming in for the remaining places, 2nd and 3rd. It looks though there's first across the line is Henley Rowing Club.
And wow, a photo finish here between 2 and 4.
Absolutely. So that was second in lane 2. That's the Camas Chester Street composite, and in lane 4 it's the Barn Elms Rowing Club boat. What a fantastic, breathtaking finish.
Wow. And just seeing there the crew in lane 1 from Buell Bridge and the Windsor Boys School also neck and neck. We're just waiting for the umpire's flag to go down and the official times to pop up on our system. But certainly, yes, so here we are. Wow. So it was Henley Rowing Club, 6:57.5 out in front. Then just a little bit back to them, it was the Camas Chester Street composite in lane in 2nd position. Then just 0.2 of a second behind them, Barn Elms, and then the gap between the Buell Bridge and Windsor Boys School was, well, I don't think the times I'm seeing on screen are quite right, but it was extremely close to watch.
Absolutely, and we've got the second semi-final to look forward to now coming down the course. In lane 1 we have Infinity Boat Club. In lane 2 we have Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 3 the Windsor Boys School Boat Club A crew. In lane 4 the Wallingford Rowing Club A crew. In lane 5 we have a crew from Marlow Rowing Club, and in lane 6 we've got a crew from Leeds Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think there's a typo on the screen there. It says they're the Infantry Rowing Club, but I wouldn't expect any J15s to be going into battle.
No.
It is Infinity Boat Club on our system and on our printout here. So anyhow, we've got some intermediate times coming up on screen.
We've gone through the first 500, and perhaps unsurprisingly, it's the Windsor Boys School that are leading the way, followed very closely, a good overlap with Marlow Rowing Club, and in 3rd place, Maidenhead Rowing Club. So they're your first 3 at the moment. In 4th place, not far behind, are Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 5, it's Leeds Rowing Club, and lane 1 are in 6th place, Infinity Boat Club.
Yeah, the battle here between Marlow Rowing Club in lane 5 and the Wallingford crew in lane 4 seems to be tremendously tight. I think, looking at it was Marlow way out in front of Wallingford in 2nd, but as the times start to flash up from the 1K mark, just looking at that, yes, so Wallingford's still just out in front of Marlow, but then this challenge here from Maidenhead in lane 2, and also actually in lane 1 Infinity, it's extremely tight for those first 4 places. Indeed, wow, and here we are, so the intermediate time. So Windsor Boys out a little bit ahead of the pack, but then in 2nd it's Wallingford, then just 1 second back to them, 0.8 of a second back to Maidenhead, then a second back to Infinity beyond them, and then just half a second behind them is the Marlow crew. And do you know what? It's actually Leeds Rowing Club in 6th. It's just 1 second behind them. So just a handful of seconds separates 2nd and 6th. Just 3 seconds, 1 boat length between 2nd and 6th. And again, while the Windsor Boys Schools might have a bit more of a comfortable lead over the rest of the pack, it's only a length, so it's actually not that comfortable at all, Martin.
Not at all. And if you're the Coxes in one of these boats, you are going to be screaming at your crew as they race into the 3rd 500 to keep the power on and make that decisive move to fight to get one of those first 3 places, or first 3 positions, that will take you through to the A final. It's too close, just too close to call at the moment.
I mean, this really will be a test of the Cox's mettle. You've got to strike this balance between urging your crew on, getting to push as hard as they can, explaining to them how close it is, while at the same time not spooking the horses, so to speak, not making people commit too hard, get their pacing wrong, fluff things, get stressed, tense up, etc. A really tough balance in a competitive race like this for the Coxes to strike. It does seem that Windsor Boy crew, just looking at the pictures on screen, do stay about a length in front of the crew from Wallingford in lane 4, but behind them it's still too close to call really for that remaining slot in the A final. I couldn't call it between lanes 1 of Infinity and lanes 4 and 5 of Marlow and Leeds, and we're just seeing here the intermediate times flash up. So again, Windsor Boys maintaining a 1 length lead over Wallingford in lane 2, but the gap between Wallingford is about a length back to Infinity, and then Infinity about 2 seconds ahead of Marlow in lane 5. So we will have to see how this pans out. Clearly some big moves there in that third 500, Martin.
Absolutely. I think if I was in the Wallingford crew at the moment, I'd be sitting there thinking I feel pretty comfortable. Fourth place is 5 seconds behind. You've got a good view of them. But certainly if you're in that fourth place, that Marlow crew, you're going to be leaning heavily on Infinity Boat Club, and you're going to be looking to the right, certainly if you're the cox or the bowman, just to see how you're getting on against the crew that you're racing for, that potentially for that final place in the A final.
And we shouldn't write Maidenhead off either in lane 6, because they were only a half a second behind Marlow on that very outside lane. You're right, the Windsor Boys School looking pretty comfy actually, and I don't think they're going for a mad sprint as we've seen some of the other crews, because they've just got that advantage. They can let the field come back on them. They know they don't have to go bananas. This Wallingford crew in lane 2 also feeling a little bit more comfy, but behind them I am seeing some big moves here in lane 1 from Infinity. We are seeing an absolute charge, and Maidenhead are going with them, and I'm not sure of the Marlow crew and the Maidenhead crew on the far side. It's two battles here, two crews side by side as we go into the last 100 metres, and of these four crews I can't call it between who is going to win the remaining spot in this A final. It could be, I think it might be Infinity, who've just got their bow ball ahead of Maidenhead. Those two are moving away from the far side crews of Leeds and Marlow, but as we go into the line, it is Windsor Boys who cross the line first, and wow, these two are catching up on Wallingford. Maybe Wallingford are going to get knocked out on the line, and wow, that's a photo finish. I think Infinity might have just squeaked through there ahead of Maidenhead, and I think, wow, Wallingford almost got caught napping there, to be honest, because they had a length at the 250 metre mark to go, and wow, that closed right up. We're seeing some provisional times on screen there, just half a second between them and Infinity. The gap at the 1500 metre mark was much bigger, about a length, so they've just taken that length completely out of them, and it was half a canvas or so. And we're just seeing the umpire chatting to some of the crews. I didn't see whether he had raised or lowered his white flag to indicate a fair race. He's just driving over to see the, I think it's the Marlow crew. Not sure what conversation he's going to have with them. But just looking at the provisional times on my information system, it is Windsor Boys going through in first, Wallingford second, and then the gap between second, third, and fourth was a mere 1.5 seconds, I think. Although there's a time there for Maidenhead, which I think might not be quite right. But hopefully all well with the conversation with the umpire. Anyhow, Martin, while we let that resolve itself, we need to go back up the course to see the next race 337 for the women's J15 Cox Quads.
Yeah, the first of two semi-finals, first three to the A final. In lane 1, we've got Henley Rowing Club. In lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 3, a composite from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in Strathclyde Park. In lane 4, we have Rob Roy Boat Club. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club. And in lane 6, we've got Cambridge 99. And as the crews go through the 1,000 metres, it looks like the first place is being occupied by, I think, by Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Association in Strathclyde Park. So forgive us there from the commentary box. We were just getting a little bit of information about some races that are coming down the course later on. This race has now gone through the 1,000 metres, and although I don't have a time for the crew in lane 3, I think that's the Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and the Strathclyde Park. They look like they're in first place, followed closely by Wallingford Rowing Club in second place, Henley Rowing Club in third place, and then on the far side of the course, in fourth place is Rob Roy, fifth place Marlow Rowing Club, and in sixth place it's Cambridge 99 Rowing Club.
Yeah, and some nice shots there of the crew in lane 1 from Henley Rowing Club there, sculling very effectively, but not quite in the mix, I think, for the 3 places from what I can see on screen. Although I'd say that, looking at the 1K times, they were in third, but there is being brisk competition here from the crew from Wallingford, and I think on that far side as well, the Marlow crew are moving right up against them, so we'll have to see how this pans out. And here comes the first 1500 metre times. It's the Clydesdale Strathclyde Park Rowing Club Composite, flashing up first. Then it was the Wallingford crew in second, and then Marlow in third. Yes, so Henley have slipped back. They were second at the 500, third at the 1K, and now fourth at the 1500 metre mark. But it's only 1.6 seconds separating second and fifth there, I think. Wow. This is going to be extremely tight for that third. Yes, Marlow there, 52.3, and then Rob Roy, 53.5. So 1.2 seconds between those three crews for the remaining A final place, Martin.
Yeah, exciting stuff. It's exciting stuff. I'm not surprised that the Clydesdale competitors so far ahead. They were emphatic winners of the time trial by 9 seconds. And one would expect that they're able to hold this position. That said, time trials are a strange thing. It's very different to side-by-side racing, and the Clydesdale crew are certainly coming under some pressure now from crews on either side of them. In lane 2, the Wallingford Rowing Club crew have really put their foot down, and that's bringing with them in lane 1 the Henley Rowing Club crew. So they look like you 1, 2, 3, but don't discount lane 4, who have put a huge push in at the moment. That's the Rob Roy Boat Club. They are really taking their rating up, and that in turn is bringing through the Marlow Rowing Club boat. But as they go into the Red Boys, it's looking like Clydesdale. They've taken, they're going to have a little push now. I think they'd like to win that. In lane 2, Wallingford are keeping their rating nice and high. Henley Rowing Club look like they're being rowed through by the crew from Rob Roy, who are putting that big push in. Can they respond? They're trying to, but they're looking a little tired. As it comes to the finish line, it's certainly going to be Clydesdale, the Clydesdale Strathclyde Composite that goes through the line first, followed by Wallingford crew in second. And Rob Roy have pushed through and are going to take that third place across the line, and Henley coming across the line in fourth, followed by Marlow very closely in fifth, and on the far side under the scoreboard it's the Cambridge 99 crew. Fantastic racing in what is a high quality field.
Well, fantastic pacing there from that Rob Roy Boat Club crew. They needed to come third to progress to the A final. They were fourth for the first kilometre. At the 1500 metre mark they were in fifth, and that's the time where you might think, oh no, it's all over. But they've managed to, in an excellent final 500, push themselves up into third, and we will see them racing later today by the looks of things in the A final.
I'm very excited about the second heat of this event, because there's a Nottingham and Union Rowing Club crew, and if you were listening yesterday, they are my home club. I'll do my very best to be objective though. In the second semi-final, in lane 1 we've got Sir William Perkins School. In lane 2 we've got George Watson's College. In lane 3 we've got Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 4 another local Midlands crew, Trent Rowing Club. Lane 5 is the Nottingham and Union Rowing Club boat, and in lane 6 it's Lambton Rowing Club. And going through the 500 metres, racing was really quite tight, as you'd imagine, although it's the Maidenhead crew that went through first. In second place on the near side is the William Perkins, and in third place Trent Rowing Club. Nottingham and Union went across the 504th, followed by George Watson's, and then Lambton Rowing Club. But racing is super tight, and if you're looking at the screens, you'll see that that's still the case, Charlie.
Well, Martin, you're doing an excellent job on the commentary, so I wouldn't, without being too glutinous in my praise, I would say you're entirely right to back your own club in this race. Do not hold back. Let's see some Martin Unleashed as we enter the second half of this race. The crews have been sculling now for just about 5 minutes. As we were saying, we haven't got some intermediate times from the 1K just yet. The order was that Maidenhead was out in front at the 500 metre mark, with Sir William Perkins and Trent Rowing Club in third. And just looking out my window, it does seem the crew in lane 3 from Maidenhead are still maintaining onto that first place position. Yeah. But behind them, it does look like the field are incredibly compressed, particularly between lanes 2, 4, 5. That's George Watson's, Nottingham and Union, and Trent Rowing Club. And here come the 1500 metre mark times, just flashing up on screen. So Maidenhead still out, but just a length ahead of Trent Rowing Club in second, George Watson's third, and then Sir William Perkins in fourth. Nottingham Union a little bit on their hands to try and move back towards third place, who are just some 6 seconds, 2 lengths behind.
Yeah, we're looking for another. We've got to find a couple of lengths, I think, through the end of this race. They've got a fantastic stroke girl there in Sophie Coleman, daughter of Graham Coleman, once fantastic sculler. Managed to get all the way through to the semi-finals of the Diamond Single Sculls, which is no mean feat for a club rower. Never an international, but a fantastic Scull, a fantastic athlete, and his daughter will hopefully be channeling his energy as she brings her crew into this last 250 metres and tries to find those 2 lengths that she's down, Charlie.
Well, just looking at the pictures on screen and out of my window, it is the Scullers from Maidenhead out in first and then Trent Rowing Club in second. But the question will be between Nottingham Union in lane 5 and I think George Watson's College in lane 2. These seem to me the 2 crews that are vying for that 3rd position, and the Watson's crew particularly are on a bit of a charge because they seem to be coming right up against the Trent Rowing Club crew, and the question will be, can anyone go with them through the pack? We've just got just about 150 metres now to go, and Maidenhead are being pushed very hard by Trent. They had a length earlier, and it's just starting to come down. And this Watson's crew now, they've got their cocks who's sitting in the front of their boat. They can see the stern of the Maidenhead crew. They've got a sniff of them, and I think they've just secured overlap in the last few strokes. I don't think the Nottingham Union crew are in the mix, I'm afraid, in this last 100 metres, nor the crew from Sir William Perkins. So it will really be a question of the ordering now of these 3 crews, who goes through. And I think this Watson's crew, with this tremendous finish, they are catching right up against Trent, and I think they are just going to go through on the line, just sneak it through, and it's a cat's whisker between those 2 crews. And I do think that the George Watson crew snuck it on the line, but we'll have to wait for the official confirmation of that before we make any definitive pronouncements. Commiserations, Martin, to Nottingham Union. An excellent scull, but not quite enough. But they'll be reappearing later today in the B final.
Absolutely, they put a creditable sprint in there. Well done, Nottingham Union girls. It was a fantastic effort. Look forward to calling your race hopefully later in the B final, and well done to those first 3 across the line. A distinctive and decisive 1, 2, 3. Looking forward to a fantastic A final as well, Charles.
Right. Well, we're moving through now into our final pair of semi-finals. We have the women's J18 quads now on the course. This is between Peterborough City in lane 1, Trenton Boat Club in lane 2, a composite of Sir William Perkins and Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3. It's Hartpury University and College Boat Club in lane 4, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club lane 5, and St Ives Rowing Club in lane 6. How are they doing, Martin?
Well, I'm really looking forward to this. There's some big names I recognise from the junior scene here. Rosie Reynolds sitting in the 3 seat of the Hartpury University College Boat Club. She won the J16 singles event a couple of days ago, and yesterday partnered with Phoebe Asquith, the stroke girl. They got silver in the J16 double sculls. Gracie Janes, I think, was just missed out on a medal yesterday in the J18 singles, but there's no shortage of talent in that Hartpury University College Boat Club. As the crews went through the 1,000 metres, though, it was actually the Sir William Perkins Wallingford composite that were in first place. In fact, actually, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to update because we're getting some times from 1,500 metres. It's the Sir William Perkins crew that's in first place. 5 seconds behind that are the Hartpury University crew, and then in 3rd place is the Trenton Boat Club crew. 4th place, Peterborough City Boat Club. We're waiting for 5th and 6th. And of course, this is a semi-final, isn't it, Charlie? So you don't actually have to win this one. You just have to be one of the first 3 through to get to the A final.
Yeah, you don't have to win it. You just have to be 3rd, really. So absolutely dead right. And what we're seeing here on those intermediate times is there is a battle royale going on between the crew from Trentham in lane 2 and Peterborough City. So both of these crews right up against each other. I'm afraid to say the rankings looking pretty spread out otherwise, with that composite way out in front from William Perkins and Wallingford, and a big gap back between Trentham and this pair in lanes 1 and 2. But as we go, it was just 0.3 of a second, I think, between them at the 1,500 metre mark. And we will just have to wait and see who has the better sprint finish of the 2. I did see some pictures there, the Peterborough City crew. They were sculling very effectively, and they are right up against it now, right up against the boys in lane 1. I think the crew from Trentham, they've just got a few seats on them, maybe 2 or 3 seats as we enter the final 200 metres of the race now. It's down to the question is, will Peterborough be able to answer the challenge from Trentham?
I think Trentham have made a decisive move there. They've taken their rating up. We're coming into the last 100 metres or so, and I think actually Trentham have pushed out a little bit there on the Peterborough City crew. Peterborough City, though, now raised their game again. They've made another move. There's definitely still overlap, but I fear that Peterborough City crew are going to run out of water, and it looks like the Trentham Boat Club crew are going to come over the line. some length to perhaps 2/3 of a length ahead of Peterborough City crew. So just to confirm, first across the line was the Sir William's School composite. Second across the line with the Harvard
And you know
School.
what? Peterborough haven't given up. Look at that.
Half a length there, half a length. Credit to Peterborough City. Fantastic race, fantastic finish. But the third place, third across the line certainly, was that Trentham Boat Club crew. And coming across the line in 5th place now, we've got the Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, and then followed by St Ives Rowing Club. All crews will race again later today. Those in 4th, 5th and 6th will race in the B final a little later this afternoon.
So we're seeing pictures there of the Trentham and Peterborough crews who are battling all the way to the line there. And yeah, we have a television screen strategically placed to block our view of the final 50 metres of the course in the commentary tower. So we didn't quite get a sniff of that Peterborough sprint until almost it was over. But yes, they made up something like 2/3 of a length there in the last 10 strokes of that race. So very impressive racing, but unfortunately close but no cigar for them. They will be racing later today in the B final. And we're now on, Martin, to our final semi-final of the day.
Oh, is it really that last one? Time's flown by, but it's an exciting one, and there's some great names I'm going to tell you about coming down, certainly in one of those crews. In lane 1, it's the J18's J18's quad sculls, second semi-final, 3 to the final, 3 to the A final, 3 to the B final. In lane 1, we've got Sir William Borlase' Grammar School. In lane 2, we've got Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. In lane 3, there's a fantastic composite from Agecroft, Chesterless Street, Leeds Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club B. And in lane 6, we've got Newark Rowing Club, a local crew. And going through the 1,000 metres, it's tight. The racing is tight. In lane 3, in first place, just by less than a second, it's that composite from Agecroft, Chesterless Street, Strathclyde and Leeds, followed closely by the Marlow A Club. In third place, it's Marlow B. Fourth, Stratford-upon-Avon. Fifth, Sir William Borlase. And sixth, Newark Rowing Club.
I mean, I have absolutely no knowledge of this whatsoever, but it's such an interesting combination of clubs and that composite. I wonder if this is a GB related
Let
crew.
me help you out. Scarlett Palmer won national schools in the single. She's stroking this quad. In the 2-seat is Stevie Gildert from Strathclyde. She got a bronze in J16 single sculls on Friday. And I think she was in the final, the A final of the women's double J16 doubles yesterday. Isabel Okonola, Agecroft, has got a long history in junior rowing, a fantastic sculler. And yesterday she was in the B final of the double the J16 double sculls. Yeah, I think this might well have a GB feel to it.
We're just looking at those times from the 1K. First and fourth just had 2.1 seconds between them, and of course only 3 of those 4 crews will be going through to the A final. And as I look out the commentary tower window, it is still extremely tight between those 4 middle crews. I'm afraid the crews in lanes 1 and 6 are dropping a bit away from the pack. But as we go, I think it is advantage to the crew in lane 3, the composite, but not by much. I would say just about 3/4 of a length now, as you can see on your screen, to them. And the crews in lane 2, 4 and 5, that's Stratford-upon-Avon, Marlow A and Marlow B, there is nothing in it between these 3 crews, and only 2 of them will be able, in fact only one of them will be able to join the remainder in the A final. We've just got about 300 metres in to go. Who's your money on, Martin?
Well, I think I'm certainly going to say the composite from Agecroft and Marlow A are going to be the 2 of the crews going through. I'll put some money there. And as I look across the course, I think I'm going to go for the other Marlow crew. The crew in lane 2, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, who are coming on strong. They've taken their rating up as well. The race is really tightened up.
This is a fantastic final semi-final of the day.
Since the 1,500 metres times. It looked pretty decisive with 1,500 metres gone. It looked like the first 3 were decided. But actually now as we're coming in, the race is on in lanes 4 and 5. First and second, I think, are pretty set, but we're looking at the race between Marlow A crew and Marlow B crew for the final spot.
And looking at Stratford-upon-Avon there in lane 2, they are moving, and I think they have moved through the Marlow crews, and they are coming right up against the composite. The composite, if they're having an energy conservation strategy to let the field come back on them, A, it's working, and B, it might be working a bit too well. They have only got half a length, a third of a length now on the Stratford-upon-Avon crew, who are going right to the line, and I think Marlow A will just hold off Marlow B. That's our 3, but incredible racing there from Marlow B. They were just going neck for neck most of the way down the course. The B crew trying as hard as they can to claim the title from the A crew. What a fantastic set of semi-finals we've seen over the course of the day, Martin. Pleasure commentating you as we see the final two crews from William Borlase in Newark cross the line. We're going to be handing over now to Carol and Zoe, who will take us through the reps for another exciting set of racing later today.
Well, Zoe's joined me up at the tower for this repechage of the Women's Club Coxless pairs. We've got Sir William Perkins B Crew in lane 1, Star Club in lane 2, Cambridge University in lane 3, York in lane 4, Dark Totnes in lane 5, and Warwick in lane 6.
And we will be bringing you now an interview during this race with Lane 5, Dart Totnes, Erin Shippey and Kira Brutton.
And interestingly enough, these two athletes were previously rivals, one from Bristol, one from University of York, and then now they're racing together for the same club.
I want to know how strong this rivalry is between you two.
Well, we've been racing each other since we were juniors, so we've known each other about 4 years, but we're now at different universities as well. So we raced each other at different home clubs when we were younger, and now we're still racing each other now at uni. We did all the same events at Bucks, so raced each other in every single event, rode a few of the same finals, so yeah.
Yeah, and you managed to convince her to join?
Absolutely, I wanted to race with her, not against her.
Did it take much convincing to get you to join the club?
It was quite a few months in the making, to be completely honest.
You're hard to get.
Yeah, well, and I used to run at a coastal club, and it was like a small, tight-knit group, so I didn't really want to leave them, but we weren't that competitive, and Erin was like, come race with me, we can do better. So we went and I started racing with her, like, in my first year of uni.
And speaking of being competitive, how competitive are you going to be this afternoon? You've got to finish in the top 2 to make the A final. What are the chances?
We're feeling pretty confident. It was our first race in the pair earlier, so we think we can do better. We're borrowing a boat as well, so we've got better odds than the boats we have back home.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the wrap. I think we've got some strong competition, but I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do. I'm hoping top 2. Yeah.
Best of luck both.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So if you were listening yesterday, Erin's voice will probably sound familiar to her because she was on part of the commentary team for a couple of sessions yesterday. So it's lovely to see her racing again today with her clubmate.
Absolutely. And in this repechage of the women's club pairs, as we come through the 1500 metre marker, the scores are it's York City Rowing Club who are leading the field since the beginning, with the crew that we just heard from Dart Totnes in seconds, Cambridge University in thirds, Star Club fourth, Sir William Perkins School in fifth, and Warwick Boat Club rounding up the field. And they're just coming into the Red Boys now, starting to wind up for the line. How's it looking for you, Carol?
Well, I was just looking at this, and it's as yesterday's, I always think it's this last phase of the race where we're getting all the excitement. Two of these crews going into the A final, and it looks as though it's going to be York. Cambridge are mounting a big challenge here, and do you think they've overhauled Dart Totnes, Zoe?
It's so hard to tell from here, but it does look at this angle that they have perhaps just got their bows, perhaps a canvas in front, and as they are getting closer to us in the tower here, it is becoming more apparent that they have edged out into that second place position.
Indeed, that was a big push because Dart Totnes looked pretty secure in that second place until about 500 metres out. But great effort from Cambridge University there to steal that second place. York City just going through the line first. Dart Totnes having to settle for third place. We'll see the first two crews again later on this afternoon.
Exactly, so those first two crews will progress to the final, with the remainder just missing out.
And just coming across the line we have Star. I think they've resigned themselves to their fate with Sir William Perkins School, and then over on the far side we'll see Warwick shortly. Our next race will be the repechage of the Open Championship double sculls. I think there had been a race collapsed in the interim, and I thought there was a bit of a gap, and I thought we might get to see a start. But these Open Championships double sculls have already started. And we have a composite from a Newark Rowing Club and Strathclyde University in lane 2, Nottingham University, St George's College Boat Club composite in lane 3, and a composite from Ardingly and Queen's Belfast in lane 4. So it's a match of 3 composites. None seem to be geographically fairly close to each other.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I imagine the athletes in these boats, much like the pair from Dart Totnes before, perhaps raced against each other at events and thought, I like the look of that person's rowing style. Perhaps they've come close in races and thought, we could pair up together and show everyone else what we can do. And that's exactly what the crew here from Nottingham University Boat Club and St George's College Boat Club are doing here, leading the field from the get-go. And they are coming through the 1,000-metre mark now, and they've just been pipped through the 1,000-metre mark by about a second to the crew from Ardingly and Queen's University Belfast, with the Newark Strathclyde composite rounding out the field in this repechage of the Open Championship double sculls, and 2 of them will progress to the finals. So it's going to be really tight. They're really going to be battling it out here, but it's about a second between first and second, with the crew from Newark and Strathclyde just over 8 seconds behind. So they've absolutely got some work to do if they want to be progressing through to that final.
Indeed they do. And I was just looking, the Ardingly Queen's Belfast were second place at 500 metres, but they managed to overhaul that and become first. So these two crews are really sort of battling it out with each other, just testing each other on the water, and that'll give them an indication as to how they're going to be racing in the final later on. Newark Strathclyde University just seem to be slightly off the pace, but I'm sure they're doing their big push now to come back into contention.
Definitely, and as we've said yesterday when we were on together yesterday, Carol, and as many of our fellow commentators have said, with these smaller boats, they can change the speed of that really quickly. So it isn't necessarily over for that crew from Newark and Strathclyde. They've got plenty of water left to put in a big push. And as we come through the 1500, it is still the crew from Ardingly and Queens who are leading. Gosh, they've got quite a good lead now, about 4 or 5 seconds over the crew from Nottingham University and St George's College. And that crew from Newark and Strathclyde, unfortunately, they are dropping back slightly further now, so they really do have to find something from somewhere if they want to close that gap to get through to those finals. But otherwise, what do you think, Carol? Do you think it's going to stay the same as it has done since the K, or do you think that that crew from Nottingham University and St George's might have something in their back pocket to come through and take first in this repechage?
As we were talking about the geographical distance between these scullers in these boats, I'm just wondering whether the Ardingly Queen's Belfast boat didn't have a particularly good start, because they were just about half a second behind at 500 metres, and they've shown the power they've had between 500 metres, 1500 metres to sort of overhaul Nottingham and St George's College, and they seem still to be able to power on as they come close to us. Nottingham St George's College really working hard to stay in front of the Newark Strathclyde Uni composite, but I think just looking at the course, looking at the field, I don't think these positions are going to be changed.
No, I agree, and you can see there, if you're watching on the screen, there is about 12, 13 seconds between first and third, respectively, in this round. So they've really pushed out that Ardingly and Queen's University Belfast crew as they cross the line now to progress to the final. And they will be joined by the crew from Nottingham University and St George's. Of course, we will wait for those official results to come through, with Newark and Strathclyde just crossing the line now. And next up, we will be bringing you the repechage of the Open Club pairs. And in lane 1, we have Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 2, it's Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. Lane 3, Oriel Kensington Rowing Club. 4, Clares Court School. 5, Tideway Scullers. And 6, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. And as they come through the 500 metre marker, it is the crew from Oriel Kensington who are leading the field over Nottingham and Union, followed by Glasgow Academy, Clares Court School, Tideway Scullers School, with Hinksey Sculling School rounding out the fields. And we've got a great shot here on the screen for you of 4 of those crews just making their way through the second 500 on the way to the 1K.
Okay, looking at the 500 metre times, there was about 4 seconds between these 6 crews, which is really nothing much. These are small boats, as we've talked frequently over this past few days. You can change the boat speed quite rapidly. So it's still pretty close at 500 metres.
Definitely, and it's all to play for still. You know, they've still got just approaching the 1,000 metre markers we can see on the screens. So they've still got halfway to go. So they've still got a lot of time to make any changes. And a few changes have been made since the 500 metre times. It's still Oriel Kensington leading the pack, but it's now Glasgow Academy who have pushed from third up to second. With Tideway Scullers, they've obviously put in a massive push there because they've moved from fifth all the way up to third, with the crew from Clare's Court remaining in fourth, and the crew from Nottingham Union, they've dropped back from second to fifth, with Hinksey remaining in sixth. So some of those crews there have obviously put in their race plan that's where they have a big push in that second 500 to really try and dominate the race, get out ahead. And they've unfortunately left crews like Nottingham and Union behind during that second 500.
Yeah, looking at the times, there's still only about 7 seconds between these 6 crews, which is just about a couple of boat lengths. As long as they sort of maintain contact between the boats, it sort of pulls you along. Sometimes if you sort of lose that contact, you just feel as though you're adrift and just drop off the pace. But a really good pairs racing here. 2 only going into the A final. So this is going to be tight as it comes closer towards us, Zoe.
Definitely, and it'll be interesting to see if Oriel Kensington, as they come towards the 1,500 metre marker, will they be able to maintain that lead to secure their place in the final? Will it be Glasgow Academy, or will it be Tideway Scullers, or perhaps even Clare's Court? Will they have a good sprint to get them in one of those 2 positions?
Oriel Kensington have got themselves in a nice place there. If you look up the course, you can just see the chevron sort of spread out behind them, so they can see what the other crews are doing. I think there's going to be a mighty push for that second place, though. As you've said, Zoe, Tideway Scullers, Clare's Court, Glasgow Academy, all vying for that second place in the A final. Oriel Kensington, if they can hold on to that lead, can be assured of their place. But I think now these pairs are going to start ramping up their rating. I can see Glasgow Academy just lifting it up as I said that. Tideway Scullers going with them. I think Clare's Court were in danger of overhauling Tideway Scullers, but they're just up their rating and just powering it on, coming back on Glasgow Academy, who are coming back on Oriel Kensington. But 300 metres to go, Zoe. This is getting exciting again.
It really is, and I've got my eyes on this Tideway Scullers school crew because they seem to, whatever their race plan is, it seems to be working because, you know, they perhaps didn't have the strongest start as the other crews as they were in 5th at the 500, but 500 later they're up in 3rd, and another 500 they're up in 2nd. So if they keep progressing like that,
look out the window, Zoe.
I can see now as they come closer, and they are still in 2nd at the moment, but it's that crew there from Clare's Court. They are really going for it now. They're really ramping it up.
I think Glasgow Academy have been dropped.
It looks, unfortunately, for Glasgow Academy that they have just been dropped from the first 3. But these crews from Tideway and Clare's Court, they're really giving Oriel Kensington a run for their money as they come up to the line. I think they're just going to be able to hold on to it.
Gosh.
And wow, look at that from that Clare's Court crew. You know, they were in 4th all the way to the 1K, then in 3rd, and they've put in an incredible sprint for the line there. They've unfortunately caught Tideway Schools napping, and they've managed to secure their place in the final. So congratulations to Clare's Court for a really impressive sprint to the line there.
Absolutely. What a cracking finish that race had. I just can't believe how well Clare's Court did. They mounted their charge. Tideway Scullers were mounting a charge, but Clare's Court, what a finish.
Yeah, absolutely cracking finish there from Clare's Court School, and congratulations to all. A really great repechage there.
I think it's lovely to get all these shots of the crews over the far side. Lots of dogs here today, very dog-friendly venue. If you want to take your dog along and watch the racing, and seen some of the nice geese. What I have spotted, and I haven't seen so many in the previous years, have been some golden eye geese just sitting on the metal pontoon. So there's lots of wildlife, lots to see, and as you can see, nice. We were commenting on this earlier. It was really nice to see so many boats over on the far side, and the tented village for all the athletes on the just at the side of the towpath.
Absolutely great to see everybody enjoying the day, human and animal alike. And on your screens now, we are back up at the start line. We were saying yesterday we absolutely love these views. It's great to be able to see it. You know, it's a long old walk down there, so if you can see this on your screens, it's fantastic. And obviously these crews will be able to look back on this footage as well as a reminder of the day. And we will be bringing you the repechage of the women's club fours, I believe.
Yeah, these fours are up there in plenty of time. You can see the water up there. It's beautiful. Makes getting onto these stake pontoons, stake boat pontoons, very easy and no wind, so it makes manoeuvring these boats quite easy and quite nice to do, and gives you a relaxed approach to the start process.
Definitely, and we are a bit early. They've got a little while till this race gets going, so we perhaps, if we stick with them, we'll be able to watch them. Nice insights on how they get on the stake boats. But we'll just give you a run through of the lanes for this repechage. It's going to be 3 to the final A, 2 to final B, and the remaining to final C. And we've got 6 crews racing in this repechage. We've got Leeds Rowing Club, Sir William Perkins School, Agecroft Rowing Club, Cambridge University Boat Club A, Cambridge University Boat Club C, and Oriel Kensington B.
If you're new to the sport and you've never seen boats getting onto the pontoons, you will see at the end of the pontoon there's a stake boat boy or girl, usually called stake boat boys, who will have their hands in the water holding onto the stern canvas of these boats. The boats will be aligned by an aligner sitting on the bank at the side. He'll make sure the bow balls are in a straight line so that each boat covers 2,000 metres exactly.
Have you ever done a stake boat duty, Carol?
No, I'm quite clumsy. I think I would end up in the water because I'd forget to let go. Have you?
I have, but on a much bigger platform. I must say, I don't like the look of the platforms they've got here. It looks like they're on the end of a diving board. It looks very wobbly, so credit to them, and we'll take this opportunity to say a massive thank you to all of the stake boats, boys and girls here today, and all of the volunteers who are making this weekend what it is for you.
Right, I shall. Right, thank you very much. See you in the water. Have fun.
I'm here with Martha, who is from Dry Robe. Now, Dry Robe is our event sponsor and British rowing partner. So, Martha, can you tell us a little bit about Dry Robe?
Yeah, sure. So, Dry Robe was founded in 2010 by Gideon as a product design originally for surfers to use when changing and staying warm and dry. And since then, it's kind of just grown into all water sports spaces and other spaces as well. And it's the original and best change robe.
Fantastic. And do a lot of rowers use dry robes?
Yes, yeah. As you can see today, we've already spotted some, even despite the sunshine, wandering around. And every GB British rowing team member has one. And it's expanding more and more into coastal surfing sprints as well. And it's just a really great way for the rowers to stay dry and warm between races.
I can think of nothing better than being bundled up in a dry robe on the beach. That sounds delightful. And Dry Robe is a B Corp and really cares about the environment, about sustainability. And what makes the company so committed to safeguarding the planet?
So yeah, we're really proud to be a certified B Corp, and it's a huge milestone in our sustainability journey. We've always placed that at the heart of what we do, from being based on the coast in Croyd, and it expands all the way from our use of recycled materials through to our Warmth project, which focuses on helping charities and non-profit organisations. So we're really proud, and it's something we're continually expanding on.
That's absolutely incredible. And rumour has it, I hear that you're running a competition over the next 4 days. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, so we've got a really exciting competition here, which all competitors and people attending can come and enter, where you can win 5 customised dry robes for your team. So it's a really great way to kind of show off your team and stay warm and dry at the same time.
Lovely, thank you to Dry Robe there for that. And if you haven't already got yourself over to the retail village to enter that Dry Robe competition, please get yourself down there. There's also lots of other lovely merchandise that we're seeing on the screen there. We've got official British rowing merchandise, Rock the Boats, and plenty of others. So please do get yourself down there and grab yourself a bargain.
And here we are, Zoe. This is one of our favourite shots, isn't it? So we've talked about this. We don't often get a chance to see this, and if you're in the grandstand, you probably won't get a chance to see that unless you take the walk up 2K to just spectate. But I do love watching starts of races.
Me too. It's really special. It's a great shot, and yeah, as you said, Carol, it's not something that we get to see often. We often pick the race up sort of about 250, 500 in, and obviously from our tower here, we can't see. We can see all the way down, but we can't really see what's going on. So it's great for us to be able to see that. And we've got this great shots here of these women's club coxed fours. They are squared and buried. They will probably be under the starters orders now, getting ready to go.
Yeah, they're all sitting forward, just got the blades, as you say, squared and buried.
And they will be switched on now, complete silence, waiting for the cocks to give them the commands, and off they go. And just a reminder again, we've got Oriel Kensington B, Cambridge University C, Cambridge University A, Agecroft A, Sir William Perkins School A, and Leeds Rowing Club A.
And the start, you'd expect the start to be rushed and frenetic if you're not used to the sport, but the best way to get a good start is to be smooth and controlled through the start. The idea is to get the boat to start accelerating. You take a few shorter strokes, and then you build up the strokes, you build up the power, you build up the bodies, you build up the rating, and it all comes up. It takes probably about 25 strokes to get fully into your full stroke length and the full power going on.
Definitely, and these crews will be fortunate that they have got a cox not only to keep them straight, so they haven't got to worry about the steering off the start line, but they've got that cox there to give them the commands, so they can just fully focus on getting their blades in and on, getting that power down. And we can see now they are just making their way towards the 500 and the first timer mark, so we will have some times for you shortly, but it looked like it was a really good clean start there for all crews, all keeping nicely in their lanes.
And we can see the second repechage just getting into their lanes now, being told which lane to go into. But here we are, we've got our 6 boats in the first repechage. As you've already said, 3 in the A final, 2 into the B final, and the remainder into the C final. 500 metres in, there's probably very little between these boats. The coxes will be looking over just to get an insight as to where everybody is in relation to everybody else. We've got new times, but and visibility from up in the tower is just diminishing rapidly. There's just the squalls coming through.
I'm just looking down the course, Karen, you can see the water here. It's looking very different down here where all the rain is. It almost looks as though they haven't quite hit the rain up in that sort of first K, so they might have a nasty shock in about 500 metres when they come into this sort of storm that we've got brewing down here. But, we don't like to talk about the weather too much, but the beauty of the rain is it does make for nice flat water. So it is a blessing in disguise. And as we come down the course, we are just waiting. We'll hopefully have some times to bring you shortly.
You sometimes forget that these races are 2K, just over a mile and a bit. And, you know, we're talking about the weather. It can be very different up in the start zone from down here in the finish zone. And if you look up the picture or up the course, you can certainly see the difference there. But as we say, these athletes are just coming through. We should get some times just shortly. But to my eye, I think it is maybe lanes 5, 4 and 2 in contention. So Cambridge University A, Cambridge University B and Sir William Perkins School. This is where the times come up and tell me that my eyes are not as good as they thought they were. But yes, these athletes are certainly going to hit a bit of a squall shortly. Just you can see the delineation beautifully as to where it is. But as Zoe said, if you look out in front of us, this water has been flattened down. It's been pelted down flat by the rain.
And I don't know how well you can see it on the screen, but when you look down the course, you can see the sort of darker patches of the water where the wind gusts are coming in and where the rain's hitting it. And that'll be the job of the cox. I remember when I was coxing, I could look down the 2K course, I could see the patches of the water where it was looking a bit darker, and I could say to my crew, okay, there's a gust coming, get ready. So the job of the cox, it never ends. And we can see here on the screen, we've got some 1K times for you. And it is that crew from Agecroft who are leading, with Cambridge University A in second, Sir William Perkins in third, followed by Cambridge C, Leeds and Oriel Kensington. And it does look like from this shot they are just getting that tail end of the rain now.
I'm so glad we've got the cameraman in action here, Zoe, because I don't think I could see very far up the course at present. So we've got these fantastic cameramen who've been out early in the morning till late at night just giving you these amazing shots. I hope you all agree that if you've been watching at home that they've got some great shots.
Definitely, they've been doing a fantastic job, and I'm glad it's them out there and not us. We're nice and dry in here, but yeah, we have got diminished visibility down here, so it's great to have this shot that you've also got on the screens as we see these crews making their way down the course. They are into their third 500 now, and we'll hopefully be bringing you some more times very shortly.
So first 3 into the A final, as I said, 2 into the B final and the remainder into the C final.
Yeah, it's great that they've all got somewhere to go. They've all got a final to make it into. This is not going to be their last race of the day.
If you're sitting at home nice and warm and dry, you can just visualise how wet it is here now. If you're on the bank, I do apologise because we are sitting in the dry, but I can see lots of umbrellas out there, so everybody's been incredibly well prepared. That Agecroft crew's looking very good in the middle of the course there, Zoe.
They are, they're looking great, and then, you know, they've got 3 seconds on that crew from Cambridge A, who've got a further sort of 6 or 7 seconds on the crew from Sir William Perkins, followed by Cambridge C, Oriel Kensington and Leeds. So, you know, it is fairly spread out across the fields, and that crew from Agecroft, they will certainly have Cambridge A in their sights, in the corner of their eye. Hopefully they'll be communicating with the cocks, who obviously can't see as they're facing the other way in the bow loaders. They'll be hopefully communicating with the cocks to let them know how close, how many seats that crew has, so they can decide when they're going to do their push. And I do feel for these coxes out in these conditions, because as Sasha said earlier, they're essentially lying in a bathtub right now with the water filling up. So they'll want this to be over as quick as possible for many reasons. But that Agecroft crew on your screen there, I mean, they just look really strong, don't they, Carol?
Oh, absolutely. Very strong. They're really just powering it on through the water as they're coming towards us. at Cambridge University A crew who are just pushing them. I think they're just testing them in this repechage just to see what they've got. So, you know, there's a lot of mind games to be played in repechages. If somebody's out in lead, you can just test them just to see how well they can do or how well they respond to a challenge, which gives you information for the final. It's going to be Agecroft going to take that first place with Cambridge University A crew in that second place. Agecroft now got clear water advantage, just a length and a quarter there. Cambridge into that second place, and I think Sir William Perkins have just pulled themselves into third. Okay, these all have to be confirmed, and then the race is on for the two going into the B final and who's going to get dropped into the C final. So it's Cambridge C into the, from my eyes, into the B final, and I think Leeds are just pipped to post there with AK having to make it into the C final. But I'm not the finished judge. It's their decision at the end of the day.
I would definitely agree with you there, Carol, but of course we will always wait for that official result. But an excellent race there by all, and really great for Agecroft there. They really held off that crew from Cambridge A. You know, they managed to maintain their first position throughout all the way, and they had a good sort of 3 to 5 seconds on the crew from Cambridge A the whole time. So that was fantastic by them. Next on the course, we will be bringing you the repechage of the Open Club Coxed Fours. Nope, sorry, that's wrong. We'll be bringing you the second repechage of the Women's Club Coxed Fours. We've got 6 crews here. Loughborough Boat Club, Cambridge University B, Peterborough City, Millfield School, Wallingford and Warwick Boat Club. So that's interesting, Carol, because before in the repechage 1 we had Cambridge A and Cambridge C, and here in repechage 2 we've got Cambridge B.
Indeed, it's very interesting. I just wonder how they performed in the time trials, just as to where they all ended up. But that is interesting. But Cambridge A have got through. I wonder where Cambridge B will sit in that sort of hierarchy in the club.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if they make it through to.
And Peterborough City has just flashed up, are in the lead at 500 metres. Millfield School in second place. Third place with Warwick, and then Cambridge University B, and then we have Wallingford and Loughborough.
And it's fairly tight, isn't it? Looking at the times at the moment, we've only got about, let's have a look. We've only got about three and a bit seconds between first and sixth. So, you know, at the 500, that's pretty tight. Be interesting to see whether, as the race progresses, they will push out further as we come through the 1,000-metre mark now.
It's interesting that the positions have changed. The lead is now with Millfield School Boat Club. Peterborough is now in second place. Cambridge University B are now into third place. So it's all changing, isn't it? Wallingford in fourth. So we're moving positions around. So it must be very close racing up there in the middle of the course.
Definitely. And as I just said, it was only about 3.5 seconds between first and sixth position. But now as we come through the 1,000 metres, we've got about 11 seconds between first and sixth. So they really are storming ahead, that crew from Millfield School and Peterborough City with Cambridge University B. But there's also sort of about 3 seconds between first and third. So Millfield and Peterborough City are really charging out ahead now.
Absolutely, and you can see there's just on your screen, if you can see the screen, you can see where the calmer water is right at the very top, and I think that's where it's not raining, but it sort of looks a bit churned up here, but it's pretty flat, and it's just been agitated by the rain falling on the surface.
Definitely, and as you said before, Carol, thank goodness for the cameraman, because I can't really see anything out of the finish tower anymore. That rain, it really is coming down hard and strong, and we are just moving through to the third 500 now. It looks, from the very little visibility that I've got, that the crews are almost at the 1500, so we will have some times there for you shortly. I can't really see on this screen. Here we go. Can barely see anything.
We can see the umpires launch, which was really good, because then we know
about
that
all I
that's
can
behind
see.
the leading crews. Aye.
And we will be bringing you, here we go. We've got Millfield School
Millfield
still
really
leading.
pulled themselves out in front there, because they were nip and tuck with Peterborough for a long, long time.
And I could tell that they had a decent lead there, because there was a delay on Peterborough City being put up on the screen, so you could tell that it hadn't even got to the line yet. So it's an excellent lead there. They've got 6 seconds on Peterborough City, who have a further second on Cambridge B, followed by Wallingford, followed by Warwick, and with the crew from Loughborough Boat Club rounding out the field.
From Millfield School there, because they had a really strong middle of 1,000, and they must have done something around about the 1,000 metre mark just to sort of snap that elastic between them and Peterborough, because it was nip and tuck for quite a long way. But they've obviously, the Cox has obviously decided that it's had enough of that, wants to get out the wet as fast as possible and told their crew just to do something about it. And obviously they've decided that yes, they can do something about it, and are just ramping up as they come towards us.
And they pushed out, they had about 11 seconds between the top and bottom of the field, and now they've moved out to about 19 seconds. They are really storming ahead now, and as we can see, they're just coming into view of the finish tower here, and you can tell even from this angle and more so on the camera that they really are charging ahead. They've got so much clear water. That'll be really great for that crew from Millfield. They've got a full view of all crews ahead, so they know that if those crews get anywhere near them, which they won't at this point, but if they do, they know that they can.
Cambridge University B crew have made a huge challenge there, because they've overhauled Peterborough. Peterborough were leading them by quite a distance at 1,500 metres, but this Cambridge crew is flying now as they come towards the line.
They definitely are. They've put in a big shift there as they come through.
Pulled themselves into that second place.
So it looks as though it will be Millfield, Cambridge, and Peterborough City who will, who will progress to Final A, with Wallingford and Warwick just crossing the line now, and they will be progressing to the B final with the crew from Loughborough rounding out into the C final. Of course, we will just wait for the official results, but that's how we see it up here in the tower. On the course now, we have the repechage of the Open Club Cox Fours. We've got 5 crews here for you in lanes 1 through 5. Oriel Kensington, University of Birmingham, Oriel Kensington, Dart Totnes A and Dart Totnes B. We're not sure which Oriel Kensington boat is the A or the B or crew or maybe even the C or the D, but we will find that out for you shortly. Oh, Carol's just pointing something out to me. I can see here on the screen it's the crew from Oriel Kensington in lane 1 and the crew from Birmingham University Boat Club in lane 2, highlighted to us as open beginner category. So the crew from Oriel Kensington in lane 1 is beginner, and the crew from Oriel Kensington in lane 4 is just in the open club category, and we've got no crew in the middle 3rd lane.
Yeah, it's keeping us on our toes.
Yes.
Putting the 2 beginner crews together, which is great. Putting a little separation, and then putting the open club crews in in separate lanes so they can work off each other.
Definitely, and as we come through the 500, the times were Dart Totnes A are leading over Dart Totnes B, who are about 3 seconds behind them, with Oriel Kensington in the club category in third, followed by University of Birmingham and Oriel Kensington Beginners rounding out the field. And as we come through the 1K halfway mark, it is exactly the same as before, with Dart Totnes A followed by B, followed by Oriel Kensington, University of Birmingham and Oriel Kensington Beginners. And we're just getting some live times in now at the 1500s. Is it going to be exactly the same? We'll just wait for the beginners' times to come in, but in the club category, it's exactly the same still in the standings.
Do you think these two Dart Totnes boats came out of the 8 from yesterday, Zoe? We were both commenting on the 8s, and I was just wondering if they'd split into 4s so they could maximise their time at the national championships.
I was just thinking exactly the same, Carol. I think it's highly likely. A lot of the clubs and crews that will come here this weekend, especially the ones that have had to travel a bit further afield, they will absolutely be doubling up, breaking down their smaller boats to maximise their chances of winning here.
It's always nice to get a bit of insider information, because we have the repechage for the Open Club 4s, but the Open Beginner 4s, this is actually their final. So the winner of this race will get the gold medal because they have beat somebody, and they will get the gold medal as the Open Beginner 4. But over on the far side, it's these two Dart Totnes crews and the Oriel Kensington crew competing for these 2 places in the A final. The remainder we can get placed, and to my eye, look at these 2 Dart Totnes crews go, Zoe.
Wow,
Neck
gosh,
and
we looked down for a few minutes and we've missed all the action, and look at them come up to the line now. Gosh, they're really going on the surge. It's changing every stroke.
I could not call that.
I definitely could not call that. I'd say perhaps on the surge, it looked like it was Dart Totnes A, but we do have some times coming up now, and it's actually showing that it's Dart Totnes B who just pipped Dart Totnes A.
But meanwhile, we've got the final of the Open Beginners 4, and it's going to be honours to the University of Birmingham Boat Club. Just crossing that line in that first place.
They'll be really happy with that, won't they? That's an excellent lead they had there over the crew from Oriel Kensington as well. They had some great clear water there, so they'll be really pleased with that. And there we go, we've got confirmation that it was the crew from Dart Totnes B who beat the crew from Dart Totnes A, but they will both be progressing to the final, those two, the 2 Dart Totnes crews.
It'll be great to see them in the final if they're that close in the repechage.
Absolutely, and I wonder whether they'll be able to flip that around, and if Dart Totnes A will indeed beat the crew from Dart Totnes B, they'll be probably really riled up to switch those positions with them, won't they? And now we're going to have a break of about 20 minutes before we come back for the D final of the Open Club Double Sculls. So and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. So if you're watching on the screen or if you're listening on the bank, we will have a variety of information and interviews coming to you very shortly.
I'm here with Vanessa from Trent Rivers Trust. Now, Vanessa, can you tell us a bit about your work?
Yes, so we're a local rivers charity. We're looking after the Trent and all the rivers that flow into the Trent, and we're taking practical action to support the Trent, reduce pollution, create better and more habitats for fish and other wildlife, and really just bring the river back to its more natural state.
So why is it so important that rowers are aware of this and get involved?
I mean, rowers are using the river, and like anyone, like they're probably the first people to notice if something is wrong with the river. So like, it's really useful for us to have people like using the river daily and telling us like, you know, in what state it is, and to actually report back if there are any issues, and you know, keep an eye on it. And obviously, rowers have this first-hand experience around, you know, what it is like on our rivers, and they're a really powerful voice to advocate for the health of our rivers. So it's really useful for us to have rowers on board, or anyone who's like wanting to enjoy their river and perhaps can't.
So if rowers are wanting to use those powerful voices, what can they do to get involved and make a difference?
So I think a starting point is for us to become more savvy on like what does pollution look like, what is the issue that I'm seeing, and to kind of better understand who to talk to if they do encounter an issue. So a campaign that we're running at the moment is a Love Your River campaign. So that has got a guide on like what kind of pollution you might encounter when you are out on the river, but also like, you know, what's the great stuff you can see. So like what kind of wildlife could you encounter, and kind of just being able to name stuff I think is really useful. So yeah, it's I think just being more mindful about your experience on the river, what kind of wildlife, what kind of pollution. I think that's the key for us, and yeah, it's really so amazing to just have rowers on board with that.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here with Phil Bingham from Delphis Eco. Now, Phil, can you tell us a little bit about Delphis Eco?
Yes, Delphis is a company that goes back some way. We're a B Corp registered sustainable cleaning products company. So we have a whole range of sustainable cleaning products, which we're trying to lure people away from the more, dare I say, toxic mainstream products that so many of us use in our houses without really thinking very hard about it. We have much more sustainable, much kinder to the environment products, both commercial range and a retail range, which you can find in places like Waitrose, Amazon, Ocado. And as I say, we're just slowly trying to chip away at a factor in life that is often not really thought about. We just take it for granted, but there is a solution where you can do your bit more easily.
Yeah, and why is it so important that rowers do their bit in this area?
Well, it's such a close link. It's every time a rower sits in a boat, they're conscious of the water and the water quality, and especially with a lot of the horror stories we've had in recent months and years of the ever lowering quality of water with E. coli and algal blooms and the problems we're all very aware of. As soon as you sit in a boat, you know that you're contributing or hopefully not contributing to it. So it all depends on those habits and behaviours that little by little we can chip away at and improve.
And so which of your products are particularly pertinent for rowers?
Well, what we've got today, we're giving out samples at the event of our multi-purpose cleaner, which it will clean your kitchen floor, it will do all the clue is in the name, but it will also clean boats very effectively. So if you're using very liquid or something a bit more mainstream, other dishwasher products are available, but if you're using something that is more of a household name, you might want to have a little think about what that is doing to the water quality as it goes into the water, those bubbles that run off the boats. Ours it has an active ingredient for sure, but it's a great deal less damaging than many of those other products that people might be using without really thinking about. We also have a hand sanitizer which meets all the virucidal, bactericidal regulations, so obviously for the rowing community that's super important at an event like this. You don't want to be getting ill at the worst moment. And then there's a much wider range which can extend for clubhouses or any sort of catering or housekeeping facilities. So it's a big range, but they all cut right back on the sort of toxic ingredients that we all take for granted.
They sound amazing products and such a great way to make small differences every day, which then amount to a big difference, right?
We hope so. I think it's the little things, it's the little behaviour changes, it's how you get rid of your food, it's how you get rid of your waste, it's what you're cleaning with, and it's something that's often not thought about. But there are solutions. We are a UK-based company. We've been at it for, like I said, nearly 20 years. And hopefully we can, over the weekend, we can encourage a few more people to give it some more thought.
And finally, can you tell us a little bit about the offers that British Rowing members can access?
Yes, there's an ongoing 10% discount if you're connected with British Rowing, if you're a club or a member. But for this weekend only, that's not quite true. To the end of July, we have a 15% discount. It says exactly what it is on our bottles that we're giving away. It's Delphis BRCC 15. If you use that on our website, you'll get 15% off to the end of the month, which hopefully will get a few more people to try the products and see that they do work as well as mainstream products, but also help the environment.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sasha Woods. I'm Director of Science and Policy at Earthwatch Europe, and we're an environmental charity that's all about connecting people to nature and giving them the tools that they need to fight for the planet. And our main tool is citizen science, where anyone can go out and monitor the environment.
Well, we're really feeling the environment here today. And why is this so important, particularly for rowers, particularly in the context of the British Championships?
Yeah, so the health of our freshwater is so important to everybody. Of course, we all need fresh water to survive, but for rowers it's also really important. They don't want to become unwell, they don't want to be rowing in poor water quality, so it's important for everyone, but particularly users of the water.
And what can users of the water do to make a difference and make those changes?
Well, they can certainly think about individual behaviours, being mindful of what we pour down the sink, but also taking part in citizen science activities like Earthwatch Europe's Great UK Water Blitz. It's happening from the 19th to the 22nd of September. Anyone can go out, register for a testing kit and measure nitrate and phosphate levels in their local river, pond, lake or stream.
Wow, as well as changing the world one stream at a time, it also sounds super interesting.
We like to think so, yeah. So you're contributing to real scientific research to find out about water quality across the whole of the UK.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us.
And we are back with some action this afternoon on a Sunday here with race 353, the D final of the Open Club Doubles Cars, which is already in progress. In the commentary tower, I am joined by Liv Caesar.
Hello, I'm very excited to get underway with these minor finals. Often some really exciting racing, although they can sometimes go under the radar, so looking forward to getting into it.
Definitely, and you've definitely also had some exciting racing yourself this season. Do you want to tell us what you were up to?
Yeah, I've had some cracking racing. Finished my season with a Henley Royal final, although I came off on the wrong side of that. So looking forward to getting stuck in with some exciting racing here as well on the other side of the commentary booth.
Yeah, we'll be taking you through a nice set of minor finals, F finals, E finals, D finals and C finals this afternoon before we move over to the medal ceremonies later this afternoon. So, do you want to tell us who we got racing in this D final of the Open Club Doubles?
Absolutely. In lane 1 we have Warwick, in lane 2 Falconrow Boat Club, lane 3 the University of Bath, lane 4 Sunderland, and lane 5 Dartmouth, and finally lane 6 Oriel Kensington.
It's quite a good spread of clubs in terms of their geographical location here. Let's see if this field is also going to take shape. We've just gone through the halfway point and it is Bath University leading with a very healthy advantage of about 3 seconds. ahead of their rivals over from lane 4, the City of Sunderland coming in third, and in second. In third we've got Falcon Boat Club from Oxford, great to see them here, and just 0.9 of a second behind them we've got Warwick Boat Club over in lane 1.
Absolutely, looking like a cracking start to this race. Love seeing these crews getting underway. Courtesy of Dan Harris's Instagram, I'm pretty sure that Luca in the bow seat of that Bath double used to be a ballet dancer, so he'll be looking to put some perfect technique to good use here, and it certainly seems to be going the right way for him so far.
Oh, he will certainly know how to balance the boat and use all the core muscle and stability. I do believe actually there's a great crossover between ballet and rowing. I've spoken to a few coaches and they say that for former ballet dancers who do turn into single sculling, it is impossible to make them capsize.
Oh, that is very interesting, yeah. There are certainly a lot of core involved in ballet that I'm sure will benefit this athlete here.
Here we are, this final is rapidly progressing. We are nearing the end of the third 500, which, as we know, it is the toughest portion of the race, Liv. Why is that?
Oh, I think you're pretty deep into the hurt locker at this point, and the finish still feels quite a long way away. So these athletes, they're just having to sit in their rhythm, keep doing what they're doing, and respond to any moves around them. But they don't want to go too early because they've still got a good distance to go. But as they approach the 1500 meter marker, they will be starting to think about winding up towards the finish line. There's nothing to hold back now. This is their last race of the day. They want to get everything out there and really put down the fastest time that they can.
And with just 500 metres to go, we've got Bath University still in that strong lead, 5 seconds now ahead of City of Sunderland, so they've increased that gap by 2 seconds. In third, it's still Falcon, but now Warwick is only 0.3 of a second behind them, so we've got a really exciting finish on our hands. And even though there are no medals to be given after the end of this race, for a lot of these athletes, this will be the one of the last races of the season, so they will be looking to put down their absolute maximum performance here. And let's see them as they now head into the final 250 meters on the course. You can now see them from the grandstands if you are watching from there. Very nice, relaxed style of rowing from the Bath University. Obviously, they're working really hard, but just making it look easy. I suspect it is that ballet experience that is making them row so almost effortlessly to our eyes here.
Absolutely, a lot of fantastic Bath scullers coming out of that program, and I know they have some PDA involvement there as well, and they're doing some really wonderful things on that stretch of river, so it's nice to see them there.
Yeah, the Performance Development Academy is working so well over in Bath. We've got the, obviously, Olympic bronze medalist Becky Wilde that came from Bath University, now the bowman of the GB Quad, Cadol the Fit, proud Welsh rower here, and obviously, historically, the likes of Vicky Thornley. Here we go, maybe about 100 meters to go for our scullers over from Bath. They are sprinting towards the line, but over in lane 4 is that City of Sunderland crew that is absolutely powering it through. They really want to close that gap, and it doesn't look like 5 seconds at this point. I think they've really closed that up.
Absolutely, and we've got a real battle here in lanes 1 and 2 between Warwick and Falcon for this third place. Warwick just trying to keep their bow ball ahead, but this Falcon crew just taking the rate up. What can they do? It looks like they may well cross the line in the lead, but a cracking battle between those two crews. Dart Totnes coming through in 5th at the moment, and Oriel Kensington just closing out this first final of the day here at British Champs.
Absolutely fantastic racing ahead of us, and I'm sure we'll be back with some more exciting photo finishes here as well, which we have seen so many over the course of this weekend, Liv.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very pleased to get up and see some really tight racing this morning. I've been at home watching on the live stream, so delighted to get some close races, because I know that there has been a number of very exciting races going on over the weekend.
So we're about 750 meters into the next race. Race number 354 is the D final of the women's club double sculls here, and it doesn't look like the field is spread out very much at this point. We've got top contenders here from Cambridge University currently in the lead as we can see from the commentator's tower. In lane 5, we've got Sir William Perkins School, who've been doing fantastically all season. In lane 4, we've got Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club here. In lane 3, the aforementioned crew from Cambridge University of Marie-Louise van der Grint and Sarah Sharp. And then over in lane 2, Tees Rowing Club. Great to see scullers from the Teesside, Middlesbrough and Stockton coming down to race in Nottingham.
Absolutely, and another jump up for some William Perkins School girls coming up into this women's event. But at the moment, as they come through the kilometre, it does look like that Cambridge double are just commanding the field at the moment. They've got themselves out and just figuring out, just, playing the field, seeing how it goes, responding to any moves.
Yeah, we've got a great close-up shot of them up on our screen, and one thing that I'm looking at in particular is just that patience around placement of the blade at the front end, and then just how quickly they're changing direction with that lovely connected leg drive. You can see the efficiency that they're putting through those legs is really starting to shine through. Us going through the 1,000 meter mark, which is the halfway point, they've got a 4-second advantage, Liv.
Absolutely, you don't want to be wasting any energy, putting all of that power and effort through the water, propelling yourself forward. It's the only way that's going to get you across the finish line as fast as you can.
Cambridge have had another fantastic season, obviously producing so many boat race winning performances, but also they've quite prominently featured in Racing Post their typical season that ends at the end of March, beginning of April here. They've had a great Henley Women's campaign. That obviously then the Olympic champion Imogen Grant joined them to sit in a 7th seat for their Henley Royal campaign. Was it in the bridge, Liv?
Yep, she raced the single and then doubled up into the bridge. We also had the Cambridge men in the going in the Grand, which was really exciting to see. I think Cambridge have done a really good job this year of giving a good showing post-season, and that's been the case here at Brit Champs as well. I think they start to bring out some of their development athletes. We've seen a couple of the Cambridge athletes in their their college lycras, they're starting to bring through the next generation of Blue Boat athletes here at Brit Champs and using this as a sort of jumping off point for their next season.
Yeah, it's important to know that obviously if you win the boat race on the day, that's not necessarily the work that happened during that day. It's the work that happened in the preceding years, developing those athletes, bringing them up through the ranks, obviously the development system. We've seen, 2 Cambridge 8s racing yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you get lots of people racing at Cambridge, and it's not just those 9 girls that you see on the day or the 9 men that you see on the day. It's a whole squad behind them, and that starts in the college system. You get some people who come to Cambridge knowing how to row, but you also get a number of Oxbridge athletes who learn to row at Oxbridge for the boat race. So it's a fantastic way to get athletes into the sport. And
there's nothing like the testing yourself on the all the varieties of different conditions in Nottingham typically test us upon all year round. It never ceases to provide the absolute entertainment here in terms of, we deal with rain, we deal with headwind, we deal with tailwind. Today it's a little bit relaxed, and yes, there was in terms of wind as well, but obviously you've got to deal with that, with those rainy conditions, slippery handles, having to row in wet kit and etc. But it doesn't look like it's stopping these athletes at all. They've increased their lead to 9 seconds with just 500 meters to go, and now that lead's not enough for them. They're taking that rate up. They're starting their final sprint, and you can see these puddles just get bigger and bigger. But over in lane 4 next to them, Stratford-upon-Avon are looking to close that gap. They've really taken that rate up. It looks like it's nearly 40 strokes a minute here, and they are powering through, Liv.
Absolutely, I think they can feel the Tees scullers in lane 2, that they're really being pushed there. It was really close coming through the 1500. It looks like Stratford-upon-Avon not taking any chances. They want to finish as high up in the placings as they can, make sure that they come through ahead of the Tees scullers in lane 2.
And I think that willingness to also keep those colours from lane 2 away pushed Stratford upon Avon to massively close up on Cambridge here. It doesn't look like it's 9 seconds anymore.
No, absolutely. I think they've definitely closed up, but these Cambridge girls just putting on a wonderful performance here.
The best form of defence is offence, right?
Absolutely.
Here we go, across the line, Cambridge University finishing this D final in the top spot with their 8-minute 28.5 seconds 2K time. And now we've also got that Stratford upon Avon 10 seconds behind them actually, so perhaps the gap was slightly deceptive to our eyes here, but they've done incredibly well to push themselves to that level. And they've, over the course of the last 500 meters, they've worked out an 8-second gap over the Tees Rowing Club athletes.
Absolutely, and we're just going to close out that D final there with the Sir William Perkins Schoolgirls and a cracking race from them, hopping up against some university women, so very well done from them.
And without further ado, we move over to race 355, the D final of the Open J18 quadruple sculls. We've got 3 crews in this event. In lane 5 we've got Clare's Court School Boat Club. In lane 4 we've got Warrington Rowing Club, and in lane 3 we've got Leeds Rowing Club B crew.
Absolutely, and when you double the number of people, you increase the speed fairly dramatically. So this already through the 1500 meters, they're approaching the commentary tower pretty rapidly already. And we had Leeds Rowing Club in the lead, about 8 seconds over Warrington Rowing Club, who again had about 8 seconds over Clare's Court. So it's spread out a fair bit, but these crews still battling it out.
And that is certainly not going to stop them from putting in their final sprint. We can see those rates starting to go up. Those legs are going down together in unison and quite rapidly also. And you can just see those bows accelerating, powering through. They want to make sure they finish their final on a super high note.
Absolutely. It doesn't get any easier. You just want to get faster and faster. And the only way it feels easier is if you finish in that top spot in your race. So these guys will want to be pushing on to make sure that they are securing that position in the lead.
And obviously, as they're not fighting for medals, they have their own personal objectives or objectives as a crew, as a club that they'll be adhering to. So that's why we can still see them so motivated, so composed and focused on moving that boat fast. Just look at that sprint from Leeds crew. Aren't they moving so well, Liv?
They really are. I think they're looking really calm, particularly the stroke man there. He's it's not busy. He's every movement he's making has purpose, and he's not adding in anything unnecessary there. Just crossing the line there, exhausted but looking really pleased with that performance. Followed by the crew from Warrington in lane 4. Those boys looking pretty tired out there. And then we're just going to close this out with Clare's Court. Another good race there from these crews. A little bit of a longer gap now. Looks like these guys, women's J14 quads, this D final, they are on the starting blocks under starters orders. This final will be contested between Newark in lane 3, Hexham B in lane 4, and Aberdeen Schools B in lane 5.
And off they go. They've literally just begun the 2,000 meter race here, and they're away to a clean start here. I'm really liking what I see from the Newark Rowing Club crew over in lane 3. They seem to have a bit of a advantage already over their opponents, and a little bit of steering difficulty also from Hexham Rowing Club. They've nearly rowed into the Newark Rowing Club into their lane, but they've corrected now, and they are now heading on straight at the course. So as soon as we get a new camera angle, we'll be able to see exactly how much that mistake cost them. What elements as a crew and as an athlete do you think you need to execute well on, Liv, in order to get yourself off to a good, clean and safe start?
I think the biggest thing for me is keeping it clean, and you want it. You can lose a race off the start, but you can't win it, and I think it's so much about just keeping it in there. a big tap down. If you're gonna clear, you're not going to be clearing your puddles. You'll be in dirty water. You just want to make sure you're tapping down, getting your blade in nice and quick, and locking on, ready for getting up for the next stroke. It's a funny section. You're a bit sort of reverse ratio, shooting up and down the slide. Not how you would do in the middle of the race when you get into your chunky rhythm, but you don't want it to be comfortable in that early bit. You want that start to be really fast and pretty anaerobic before you settle onto something that you can hold down through the middle of the course.
No, that's absolutely exactly right. And we see those rates shooting up to sometimes over 50 strokes a minute. So like you said, it's almost that reverse ratio, but it is important to know how to move a heavy boat like a quad off the start, because we are talking about nearly half a ton in the water sometimes, depending on the size of the athlete's plastic boat itself, maybe some wet kit and some unemptied water bottle also. So it does really take a lot of patience, composure and technical proficiency in order to get yourself off to the optimal speed off the start.
Absolutely, and through that first 500 it looks like Newark were the ones who executed that start best. They came through a minute 57, 3 seconds ahead of Hexham, who were 8 seconds ahead of Aberdeen School's crew. So pretty fast there from Newark, and they'll be looking to now transition into their rhythm, settle, find something that they can hold. And equally for Aberdeen, you know, they had that slightly slower start. They'll be looking to find their pace and make sure that they can maintain that pace and ideally have it be a little faster than the other two so that they can move back through and really become competitive in this D final.
Yeah, Newark at the moment are the ones to beat. We saw that little manoeuvring going on from Hexham. I'm glad to see that it didn't cost them too much, because that means we have more emotions left for the rest of this final as well. And I just saw the bow girl from the Hexham Rowing Club, Anya Goldie, just make that little look over just to see visually where that crew from Newark is, because obviously they will be chasing them. They don't want to let them get away. But Newark are seemingly increasing that gap quite rapidly. It looks like a length and a half of open water.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be increasing. You're right. The bow girl in that Hexham boat, she'll have thought, you know, Aberdeen Schools, they're gone. We're not worried about them anymore. They're focused on Newark. They want to see what they can do, how much they can close the gap, if they can get back on terms with them and maybe come through them to top the list of this D final.
It's quite a good position that Newark is in, because obviously now they've got a little bit of that margin of open water like we spoke about, so they can sort of almost relieve some of that pressure and adrenaline, but it's important to still stay focused, because we've seen those gaps change so rapidly, particularly over the course of the second 1,000 meters. Liv, if you were in that boat, how would you sort of mitigate any risk that might be associated with not being totally focused in the boat? I'm not saying that's what these newer girls are doing. It's just obviously a question.
I think you have a race plan when you go into it, and if you're out there in the lead, then you can execute that race plan to the letter, as opposed to having to respond to moves. These Hexham girls might be throwing in a push earlier than expected because they want to get back on terms with the Newark crew, whereas for the Newark girls, they're able to just sit up, control the race, respond to any moves, but for the most part just execute the race plan that they went into this with. And so the bow girl in that boat, Vivian Wines, or potentially the 2-seat Julia Rickett, will be making those calls, just keeping the boat on track, adding in any technical focuses that they've been thinking about through the season, and just making sure that they can keep executing their race plan the way that they wanted to before the race started.
Yes, definitely. And when you find yourself in that sort of position with that lovely field of view over the rest of your opposition, you can also just afford to potentially decrease the power output by about 10% and just like make sure that nothing else is going to get in your way, such as ducks or geese on a course that we've seen plenty of, but also those rainy conditions, so you don't catch a crab, you don't lose control of your blade. And we have seen some of that too this weekend.
Absolutely. I knew there was some capsizes, some caught crabs yesterday, so I'm sure these girls will just be wanting to make sure that they are mitigating disaster as they come now into the third 500.
And we're now going to focus on the positive aspects of their rowing, because they are just moving together as one unit. It's almost a well, no, it's not almost. It is a beautiful display of performance what they're doing. They're keeping their bodies nice and loose around the top end and the shoulders, and then just those legs and the hips. They're driving the boat so effectively. they've now got about 10 to 15 seconds of advantage over that crew from Hexham, so they've really got themselves to work over the last K-Live.
They sure have. It's just about taking a little bit every stroke, and these girls have certainly done that. And they, you know, if you're moving just that little bit faster each stroke, then you know you're going to make up significant distance over a 2-kilometre stretch.
Oh, definitely, and they certainly have. The gap is now 16 seconds between them and Hexham Rowing Club, who are starting to take the rates up, and so is Aberdeen. Everyone is in the last 500, so we are heading into the business end of this race, nearly approaching the 250 metres to go mark for our leaders from Newark. You can see them now from the commentators' tower. They've also taken upon themselves to increase that rate, but again, those finishes are nice and clean. Those puddles are moving together, and yeah, that boat is really picking up some acceleration off the back end, particularly as the hips open up and, you know, swing that boat forward. And we can see it also here from the bank, cheers of the supporters. They're cheering that crew from Newark on. They don't have a lot. They don't have a lot to go. Maybe about 150 meters at this point, so probably about 25 seconds of rowing or so.
Yeah, it's a wet day for supporters, but all of those athletes out there will appreciate every shout and clap that you can send their way.
It certainly helps as an athlete to hear that, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You can't often distinguish, well, I've had certain voices that I can distinguish through my career, but you can't often distinguish who's cheering for who, so every shout feels like it's for you, which is always encouraging.
100%. And we've had the first crew in this D final cross the line. It is Newark with a time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And now Hexham just cruising through, taking their final stroke to cross the line. Some 22 seconds behind the crew from Newark, so Newark have really got themselves to work this race. It's great to see that even though they're in a D final, they are still rowing their absolute hardest and achieving their own personal objectives. We've also got the crew from Aberdeen crossing the line, and this will conclude this D final.
Okay, it's a 2-boat race now, some gladiatorial match racing between Sir William Borlase's Grammar School and North Staffordshire Rowing Club in the J16 Open Quads. We are well underway through the first kilometre, and it looks like Sir William Borlase's with a comfortable lead of about 20 seconds over the North Staffordshire crew. I think you often find that, Peter, in these sort of 2-boat races, the gaps can become even bigger than when you've got more crews in there.
For sure, Liv. The big part of racing in a 6-lane race that you don't necessarily always have to stay in contact with your direct opposition, but just the fact that you have other crews around you in those neighboring lanes that can alone push you to really like take the gears up and increase your speed, so then we can see those gaps and orders shuffle so much versus, like you're saying, in the side-by-side just gladiatorial style racing between two crews. As soon as that elastic band is broken and you sort of lose sight and control of the other crew, well, it's really your field to play for here, and it's so difficult, particularly at the junior level, to motivate yourself to come back from that sort of disadvantage here, particularly as this is the Open J16 quadruple sculls. This will be, you know, the beginning of their career for a lot of these athletes. So despite them racing the D final, we are expecting to see a lot more of them in the future, more performances, more races, more appearances, and they've gone through the 1500 meter mark, Liv.
They sure have, and it looks like Sir William Borlases are just going to continue to extend their lead. They're looking like a really class act out there, actually. All of those boys, heads in the boat, blades in, really driving through as they come into the 250 metre marker, red boys.
And despite their massive lead, they really haven't taken that rate down, have they? They are still going for it, racing as if there's anyone along pushing them on. And that rate is looking like it's over 40 strokes a minute now. They've really taken it upon themselves to get the best possible time, despite their opposition here in this D final. And they are going for it. Look at them really wind it up through the gears in the last 150 meters of this race. Maybe about 20 seconds left here for them. And they are looking to leave the best possible mark.
Absolutely, there is no slowing these guys down today. They are on a mission, and they're not letting that target go. They want to cross this line in as fast a time as they possibly can. So very well done to those boys from Sir William Borlase' school. Really impressive. And this North Staffordshire crew as well, they're absolutely gunning for it. It's splashy and it's messy, but they are going. They're putting everything on the line here. So well done to those boys coming through the last 100 metres now.
We've also seen the satisfaction of the Sir William Borlase crew. They are really pleased with that performance, and I suspect they will have a very positive debrief chat about that.
Absolutely, no matter how the day's gone, whichever final you're in, you want to know that you've put everything on the line, and whatever the result, that you know that was absolutely the best that you could have done today.
And what is your strategy for debriefs, Liv? Because I know from your Henley Regatta crew that you have dubbed yourself the House of Commons because of your lengthy debriefs. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, everyone has an opinion on everything, don't they? So I think we figured for a while everyone was contributing that opinion, and we in the end had to get Mr. Speaker in the coxswain seat to sort of pick on certain people so that we could speed things up and get going again.
Shout out to George Farthing if you're watching. We are now away with race 358, the F final of the Open J15 Coxed Quads. We have George Watson's in lane 6. In lane 5 we got King's College and Cambridge 99 Composite. In lane 4 St Peter's School Yorkshire. In lane 3 Leeds Rowing Club Sea Crew. In lane 2 we got Molesey Boat Club Sea Crew. And in lane 1 we've got Monmouth Comprehensive School Sea Crew also.
Absolutely, love to see 6 lanes across, even in an F final. Just goes to show how many crews we've got coming to this British Championships event this year.
And we have some fierce competition going on in this F final of the Open J15 Cox Squads. Here from our fantastic camera shot, we can see that all crews seem to be in overlap and direct contact with each other. We don't have confirmation of their split times yet, but it does look like those rates are really high, Liv.
It sure does. I've just pulled out the binoculars and everyone looks pretty close. You can't really split them just yet, so we'll see what those times have to say.
If I was to hazard a guess, I would maybe dub it as 3-4 seconds gap between the first and sixth place here. And I think that will largely be down to also having a Cox in the boat that can just focus on purely just steering and the race plan, making those calls, motivating those athletes. And then when you have a fierce competition on a field like this, well, it's easy to get to work, isn't it?
Absolutely. These athletes in these boats just relying on their Cox to let them know where they're going, how they're doing in comparison. And actually, as they come through that first timing marker, it does look like you were absolutely right. 4 seconds splitting first to sixth. So well done. We've got celebrations up here in the commentary box. But yeah, so fantastic work. It was the Monmouth Comprehensive crew that came through in first, although as they come through the second timing marker, it looks like it's all change, and the Cambridge 99 Rowing Club, King's College School Boat Club, Rob Roy Composite has moved from 5th place through the first 500 into first in the second 500. So, you know, really cracking move from them, and they've clearly found a rhythm that is just faster than everybody else in this field.
I think they didn't get bogged down with, you know, trying to go as hard as and as fast as they could off the start. Looking at their split times, it looks like their first and second 500 was largely the same, versus that gap was slightly wider for the other crews. Perhaps that's why they were ahead towards the start of the race. But now the lactate and all the effort is really kicking into those legs.
Absolutely. They just need to keep moving at that speed, not drop off too much. We've talked through our season about keeping it less than 2 seconds from that first 500 to the second 500, and that's what, you know, these crews will be looking for. They don't want too much of a drop off. They want to be able to just maintain that speed that they take from the first 500 off the start into the middle of the race.
For sure, and I think the other crews have potentially heard us from the commentary tower, because it looks like lanes 3 and 4 aren't letting that Cambridge Composite get away. Leeds Rowing Club and St. Peter's School Boat Club are gunning for them as well. Those rates do look really high, particularly in the Open J15 Cox quads here. We're looking at potentially 37, 38 strokes a minute, which is rather high for these young athletes.
Absolutely. I think we're still seeing, you know, not significant margins, and particularly lanes 4, 5 and 6, you've still got that Cambridge Composite in the lead, but it's just 4 seconds back to both George Watson's and St. Peter's School Boat Club, who are split by hairs at the moment as they come through the finish line. Come through towards the finish line through the last 500.
Well, the last quarter, as we always say, is where dreams either flourish or go to die. And I think that Cambridge Composite is really taking it upon themselves to not let their dreams go to die. And in fact, they are absolutely gunning here, increase their rates yet again. And those puddles look rather large, Liv.
They sure do. They are putting everything into the water. And to some extent, this last 500 for them will be about just not slowing the boat down. They want to move fast, but they don't want to be shooting forward so fast that they're, you know, really dumping that stern and putting a brake on the boat. But it doesn't look like they're doing that at all. They're just moving away still.
And if you're watching this race from the grandstand, you can see just the sheer passion and excitement. There are so many strokes a minute being taken. All the crews are sprinting for the finish. We have no idea who's going to finish behind that Cambridge Composite here. Could be George Watson's College, could be Leeds, could be St. Peter's. It's all going to come down to the last 5 strokes of this race. At the moment, George Watson with maybe a canvas over St. Peter's, but they are coming for them.
Absolutely cracking racing there from all those lads. From our eye, it looked like potentially the far side came through just behind, just waiting for some times to come up on our screen. And it does indeed look like it was the George Watson's crew that came through in to finish just behind the Cambridge 99, King's College Schoolboat Club and Rob Roy Composite, followed by St. Peter's and Leeds Rowing Club. Brilliant racing from all of those crews. That race rounded out by Molesey and Monmouth Comprehensive. And another cracking race there.
We've got another cracking race on our hands here. Race 359 is the E-final of that same boat category as the Open J15 Cox Quads here. And who have we got in the lineup, Liv?
So we have in lane 1, York City Rowing Club. In lane 2, Clares Court Schoolboat Club. Lane 3, Brentford Boat Club. Lane 4, Hampton Schoolboat Club. Lane 5, Hinksey Sculling School. And lane 6, Windsor Boys Schoolboat Club. So another pretty packed race. Lots of well-known clubs and schools in this one. So we'll see how this E-final progresses in the J14 Coxed Quads.
And it looks like we've got a set of brothers racing here in the Brentford Boat Club here in lane 3. Yardan Mubarakai and Yovan Mubarakai, a powerhouse of that quad here, sitting in the 3 and the 4 seat.
Absolutely. It's family's been the name of the game today. We've had lots of sibling sets. So just nice to see that continuing through all of these finals today.
There seems to be a bit of a trend here, even on the world rowing scene. We see particularly Croatia with the Sinkovic brothers, the Lončarić brothers, and then we've also got the Jurkovic sisters racing in a pair.
That's very true. And the Chilean sisters, the Abrahams there, I think there was 4 of them at one point in a boat. So that was pretty impressive. So yeah, I think, maybe you know each other well, you're with each other all the time. Perhaps there's a little secret sauce there about rowing with your sibling.
Yeah, particularly the Sinkovic brothers always talk about how you can, you don't have to hold anything back. You can tell your brother anything that is bothering you, and then you can forgive them and move on. And you can achieve that level of honesty that perhaps is sometimes difficult to attain with total strangers.
Yeah, potentially true. Although I'm sure it presents its own challenges. I'm sure irritations and things wear thin sometimes, and potentially heightened by siblings. But it doesn't seem to be bothering these brothers in this Brentford Boat Club.
Despite tension, sometimes you can still produce some good medals. Obviously, we've seen the Sell brothers win gold in the 1992 race in Barcelona after the cracking finish, which we're hopefully going to see here as well.
Absolutely, it is shaping up to be a pretty tight race through 1500.
Tell us.
We had Hampton School come through in the lead through the 1500 metres, but just a second back to Hinksey, a second back again to Windsor Boys School, who were pretty much level with York City Rowing Club. So some really exciting racing there, and keeping it tight across the lake.
Yes, it does look like lane 1, 4, 5 and 6 are absolutely going for at the moment. It's Hampton with that lead, but it's 2 seconds that are separating number 1, the first and the 4th place here. So as we head into the last 250 meters, these athletes will start to see the red boys soon. But the rates, they didn't wait for the red boys. They've already started to gone up a long time ago. And just look at them absolutely powering those legs through. Those bodies are absolutely sending those boats, Liv. At the moment, I think we've got a dark horse here in lane 1. York City Rowing Club are really coming in. They were second at the 500 meter, third at the 500 meter to go mark. But at the moment, I believe they might have edged their bows out in front. It's difficult to say from this angle, but let's take a look as we head into the last 150 meters or so.
Absolutely, and I think they've got lucky really, because the crews on the far side are sort of locked together. Hinksey and Hampton, they're focused on each other, and this York City crew is just going to try and sneak their way through without anybody noticing. Cox has to turn their head all the way to be able to catch a glimpse of them, and they are moving really nicely.
Oh, Hinksey are moving. They've now got half a length over Hampton and York City. They look to have picked up the most speed in the second portion of this race, and I think it's paid off for them as they have crossed the line first. But let's wait for the official confirmation to see who came second and third between York City and Hampton. What a cracking finish indeed, Liv.
Absolutely. I mean, even from the first finisher to the last, it looked like there was just not that much distance separating them. It looks from our times like just over 10 seconds. So really close racing between all of these crews, and overlap from the first to the second to the third to the fourth, all the way down to the final crew that crossed the line there. So well done to all of those boys.
And having raced among 6 lanes and over 2,000 metres, do you prefer racing when the field is spread out, or do you like it when everyone is compacted together and you can hear the cocks, you can hear the blades, you can hear the finishes? There is so much noise going on in the middle of the race. What is your preference?
I think, everyone wants to feel like they're winning by great margins. It's easier, it's less stressful to do that, but actually, really, you want it to be tight. You want to feel like you've have to put everything on the line. You want to feel like it was a battle all the way down the course. So I think this tight racing like we just saw there is what's the most fun.
Can you really get the most out of yourselves unless you push the whole way? That's
Well,
always
exactly.
the age-old question.
Exactly. I think there's very few people that can do it all on their own. I think most of us need a good team around us and a good bit of competition to give us a real kick into gear.
Even in the single sculls, which can be quite a lonely boat, you still, I think, produce better results when you've got other crews around you pushing you on, keeping you honest.
Absolutely. Although some people don't need them. I'm pretty sure Lauren Henry could take down some scalps without anybody else being on the water with her.
Well, she is currently the fastest woman in the world in the space of rowing, so we're really looking forward to see what she can do later this season. But also, we are in the business end of this race. We're in the final quarter of this D final of the Open J15 Cox Quads Live. And how's the field looking at the moment?
Pretty good. We've got Windsor Boys School from Hexham Rowing Club, Queen Elizabeth High School composite, with just under a second separating the two of them as they come into the last 500 metres. So these two out there in the lead over the rest of the crews, but looking brilliantly. Separated by a few lanes as well, so their coxes will have a job to do there to let them know where the other crew is, what they need to do in order to keep ahead or push ahead of the other one.
And we've got another set of siblings racing in the Wallingford B crew here over in lane 2, who are also beginning their final sprint. At the moment, all action between Windsor Boys School and that Hexham composite. And to be honest, at the moment, looks like maybe Windsor Boys have got a slight advantage, but Hexham are certainly not letting them go. I believe that's
Trenton Boat Club, potentially.
Potentially could be Trenton. Maybe we've got the wrong information here on the system here, but take a look at that yellow boat over on the far side. I believe they might be looking to take the lead, but Windsor Boys are certainly rating a lot higher than them here.
Absolutely, it's still pretty neck and neck. This composite of Hexham Rowing Club and Queen Elizabeth High School looking to push that Windsor Boys crew as best they can, or Trentham, sorry, best they can. The times on our thing look like they've been mixed up a little bit, but what a finish there. Photo finish, probably.
Also,
brilliant rowing.
Apologies, that was not the Windsor Boys crew. It was actually that Hexham and Queen Elizabeth High School composite that seemed to have crossed the line first.
And Trentham out there on the far side. We've got our lanes mixed up in here in the commentary booth, so we apologise for that. But another cracking race there.
And now we've got confirmation of results here. It was actually Trentham over in lane 6, finishing just 0.3 of a second ahead of Hexham Queen Elizabeth composite. So a great finish to this race, and apologies for the confusion.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, those twin brothers there in the Wallingford Rowing Club, apparently fondly known as the Twin Fins at Wallingford. They're going again in a double scull tomorrow, so carrying on that sibling theme that we've seen this weekend. And underway now we have the women's J14 Coxed Quads, the F final, and in progress. Peter, do you want to run us through, give us a bit of a roll call for this race?
Absolutely. Lane 1, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 2, George Watson's College. So 2 Scottish crews in the neighbouring lanes. In Lane 3, we got Marlow Rowing Club. In Lane 4, we got Kingston Rowing Club. In Lane 5, Leeds Rowing Club. And in Lane 6, Royal Chester Rowing Club here. We have gone through the first 500 meters. We are just waiting for the official times for this race. 3:61, which is on the course. Like you mentioned, Liv, is the F final of the women's J15 Cox Squads. And soon we'll see how the field is starting to shape up here. At the moment, it looks like the action's in the middle of the leg. It looks like Marlow have gotten themselves up to a healthy advantage here, but Kingston aren't letting them go. And also George Watson's College here. So we got a little bit of a chevron pattern going on.
We sure do. Kingston Rowing Club just under 2 seconds lead, so they'll be wanting to see if they can snap that elastic and get some clear water, but Marlow doing really well to just keep in touch, and they'll want to continue that and not let that Kingston Rowing Club crew get away, put in some big pushes and see what they can do.
And we are nearing the halfway point here as well. We're just trying to get a better look from the binoculars just to see how that field is starting to shape up, because we have a lot of shuffling going on in between lanes. Clearly these young girls are putting in their absolute maximum effort, and speeds are changing rapidly. We can see those rates are up quite high as well. This is a coxed event, and at the moment it looks like it's mostly a bow loader quad as well that's racing. There we go. We can now see that Kingston Rowing Club have got about a length of advantage over Marlow, who are trying to close that gap, not let them get too much open water over on them. I believe the overlap is still there, but just slightly. And also in lane 2, George Watson's College aren't letting them go, and they actually look to be putting in quite a bit more speed now than Marlow, who've potentially gone off slightly too hard here, Liv.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing lots of moves, lots of shuffling in the order, and I think the Leeds crew on the outside of that Kingston Rowing Club crew can't be counted out just yet. They look like they're still making moves, trying to stay with their crew. But yeah, absolutely, at the moment it is still with Kingston, who are just trying to keep their lead, extend their lead as they come through the middle clearing.
We are in the toughest portion of the race now. It's the third quarter, where really the legs are screaming, the lungs are burning, and there is a huge psychological factor here involved in racing in this portion of the 2,000 meter course.
Certainly is, and I think the thing that in some ways it's the hardest to learn, and I don't know that coaches can necessarily give you the magic formula for it, but it's how you push yourself, and whether or not you can tap into the sort of the darkest, deepest corners of your mind and just sit in the pain and keep it going. And that's what all those long winter miles are for, to really test yourself, so that when you come into races like this, you know what you're capable of, you know that you can execute under pressure and when it's hurting, and that's what these girls are doing here. The Kingston crew looking really good. Clearly they've found that magic formula, and it looks like still that Marlow crew is trying to hold on, but that, as you said earlier, that George Watson's College crew, they look like maybe they've taken Marlow to task a little bit and have started to move through them.
They've certainly asked a lot of questions of that Marlow crew, and it looks like from this angle they've probably got about a length advantage over them. Leeds, like you said, they shouldn't be discounted, because now they're in third place ahead of that Marlow crew that was leading at one point. Kingston with a 2-second advantage over George Watson, but George Watson are gaining speed. They do look a little bit more composed. Kingston have worked so hard up until this point in the race. Okay, can they hold it through for the last 400 meters or so, or is George Watson just going to keep that momentum going, winding it up through the gears. We saw a little look there from the bow girl. Look, just checking mentally the distance between them and Kingston. They are going for it, and I believe they're about to take the lead over Kingston here, Liv.
It certainly does look like that. George Watson's crew have put on a massive push. Their cox, Hamna Bilal, will be really pushing them on, driving them through. They'll be saying, you know, we've closed the gap. We're moving through them now, so let's keep moving through them. Let's take some distance. What can we do now? You've got 250 meters left. Show us what you've got. Show us what you can do on this Brit Championship stage.
Now is the time to show off that extra power 10 that you've been holding down as an ace up your sleeve, and George Watson are absolutely doing just that. The way that they're moving that quad is just so beautiful for a J15 quad as well, and they are certainly in the lead over Kingston, but Kingston are responding and taking that rate back up. They're looking to move back on George Watson. Leeds is now having a proper scrap with Marlow Rowing Club between lanes 3 and 5 here. Who's going to come out on top? Kingston have responded, but George Watson still narrowly in the lead by about a canvas here, Liv.
They certainly are, and this crew, what can they do? They've just got to hold on. They've put in that big push. Kingston think that they can get back on terms with them, but this George Watson's crew, they're going to do everything that they can.
And on the surge, it looks like Kingston came back, but we are going to have another photo finish potentially. We've had the crew from George Watson after a fantastic race crossing that line first, but let's hesitate to make any announcements until we have the official confirmation here. It looked like a very slight margin of maybe 0.2, 0.3 of a second between the two, Liv.
Absolutely, you called it brilliantly there. It was that George Watson's crew of Evie Vernon Coyle, Isla Adam, Flora Wilding, Chloe Richardson and Hamna Bilal, who just timed the race to perfection, came through. They were second all the way through that race, and then they came through the Kingston Rowing Club on the line to take that race by just 0.3 of a second. So brilliant race from them, a classy race from Kingston, who just got unlucky on the surge at the end there, but a brilliant race from those J15 girls.
And such a brave performance from those young Kingston women to have come back from being behind just to find that extra gear in the last 100 meters or so. They didn't get it this time, but they might well get it next time.
Absolutely. Well done to those girls. We're going to move straight up now.
There is no waiting around. We've got more action on the course. We are 5 minutes into the race. 362 is the E-final of the women's J15 Cox Quads. And who is in the lineup, Liv?
Well, in lane 1, we have Walbrook Rowing Club. Lane 2, Queen Elizabeth High School. Lane 3, Molesey Boat Club. Lane 4, Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sir William Perkins School. And Lane 6, Henley Rowing Club.
We're only getting times from the halfway point where Molesey in lane 3 were leading with 3 seconds advantage over Sir William Perkins. That were 3 seconds ahead of, that was 2 seconds ahead, apologies, above Peterborough City Rowing Club. But that looks to have changed slightly as we are now in the final quarter of this race, Liv.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant race from all of these girls. We've moved from the E-final, from the F-final to the E-final. Just goes to show how many crews, how many junior women we've got on the stage, and you know, brilliant for the sport to just see so many women competing.
So Molesey in that commanding lead over Sir William Perkins. They've extended that gap to 4 seconds now, and in third, just 3 seconds behind them, is now Henley Rowing Club, but they are closely being chased by Peterborough City, who've dropped down to 4th, and just 0.6 of a second behind them is another Hexham crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. And away we go into the last 250 meters of this race. Molesey with that commanding lead, going up through the gears now, taking that rate up. They don't want to take any risks. They want to make sure that they have clear water over their opponents with a 4 second gap advantage. They do, but they are being chased, and I'm looking at crew over in lane 5 and lane 4. They are absolutely going for it too. I believe the crew in lane 5, so William Perkins have taken it up, but Peterborough are closing down on them. Henley looks to be behind now, but also in lane 3 we have, in lane 2 we got Queen Elizabeth High School coming for them too. Molesey's gap has decreased. So William Perkins are sprinting for it. They're really giving them a run for their money. That gap is not 4 seconds anymore. Perkins are coming. Can Molesey hold it through? They are still working for it, but Perkins are sprinting. Oh my goodness, I'm not sure how this race is going to end. It's within a length now. Crossing the line, Molesey in first position. Behind them, Sir William Perkins just inside of a length, and that Peterborough City crew within a length of Sir William Perkins, within a length of them Henley Rowing Club, and within a length of them we've got the Queen Elizabeth High School crew.
Another cracking race from all of these junior women. Walbrook just coming up to the line now to close out this E-final. Looking really nice there as they come across the finish line. Well done, ladies.
We've got the D final in progress on the course now. The women's J15 Cox course that's already provided us with so many close and exciting finishes here. On the lineup, we've got Great Marlow School over in lane 1, Northwich Rowing Club in lane 2, Sir William Borlace in lane 3. In lane 4, Clare School Boat Club, which are just their local neighbours here in Marlow and Maidenhead. In lane 5, we've got Weybridge Rowing Club, and in lane 6, Evesham Rowing Club.
Well, cracking start from these crews. We had Northwich come through the 1K marker in the lead, just 2 seconds ahead of the Sir William Borlace crew. So their Cox will be making sure that they're trying to stretch out, break that elastic. But it really is brilliant racing from all of these junior girls quads.
.500 meters to go now in the race, 363. So William Borlace with 0.7 of a second advantage over Northwich Rowing Club. 4 seconds behind him is Weybridge. 0.3 of a second behind Weybridge, we've got Evesham. Behind them, we've got Clare's Court School in that reverse chevron here. And 0.7 of a second behind him, we've got Great Marlow School as well. So a lot of close racing going on. We've got individual duels going on between so many crews here. And at the moment, still in the lead, Sir William Borlace, but Northwich have increased their rate of striking here. They are not letting him go, and I believe they might just take the lead within the next few strokes.
It's another cracking race, and I think what's been brilliant is that every single one of these finals has been competitive within the 6 crews that have been in them. So it's been really exciting to see that, and I'm sure really enjoyable for all of these athletes. And as you say, I think that Sir William Borlace's crew has held their lead for a long time, but it does look like Northwich Rowing Club may well have just rode through them in the last 5 to 6 strokes.
Northwich have been keeping a sleeve up, an ace up in their sleeve, and they are still going through the gears, increasing that rate. Ball is trying to respond. Those bottles are getting bigger. Those legs are screaming. The Coxes are looking at each other. Northwich still in the lead, but great. So William Ball are coming back on them.
Absolutely, they've put in their burst. What can they do? That looks like that Northwich crew has, gosh, maybe a canvas, and they just want to going to keep hold of that. Their Cox spurring them onto the finish line, not looking back. The Borlase Cox shouting, doing everything that she can to encourage them across the line, and they are going to unfortunately not be able to overturn that. They spent so long in the lead there, but a brilliantly timed race from that Northwich quad.
And the terrific sprint here from Great Marlow School saw them finish within a length of Sir William Borlase. So they've made up some real distance here in that last 500 meters. So well done to all of these athletes. Some really cracking racing. These were just the F, E, and D finals. I cannot wait for the medal action we're going to have following shortly after this.
Absolutely. It's been a wonderful, wonderful hour of commentary.
So together with me was Liv Caesar, I'm Piotr Golowski, and now we'll be passing over to Zoe Thomas and Charles Barry, taking you through the next set of races.
And good afternoon, everyone. You join me in the commentary tower for the final D final of today's racing. We're about to have the medals action of the C, B, and A finals in just a moment. My name is Charles Barry, and I'm joined in the commentary tower here by my colleague Zoe. Hi, Zoe.
Hello, thank you. It's great to be back. And yes, as Piotr was just saying a brief moment ago, those finals that we had prior to us, the D, E, and F finals, they were incredibly close. So I'm just as excited as he is to see how these unfold for the rest of the day.
So on screen now, we've had a bit of a changeover. Everyone's been doing their hair and makeup. We've got the teas and coffees in place, readjusting the chairs, opening the windows. So anyhow, we haven't been talking about the race, but we have an exciting race here, race 365. This is the D final of the women's J18 quads, and this is between Great Marlow School Boat Club in lane 1, a composite of the Grange School Rowing Club and Northwich Rowing Club in lane 2, Bedford Rowing Club in lane 3, Weybridge Rowing Club lane 4, Tyne United Rowing Club lane 5, and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. And the race is almost at its conclusion. As we go through the 1500 metre mark, it seems that the composite of Grange and Northwich is out in front. They have a lengths advantage over Weybridge in second place, and in third
a little bit further back, actually, it's Bedford Rowing Club. This is a D final, so no one's progressing beyond this. It's just a matter of pride. Zoe, how is the race shaping up to you in this last 250?
Yeah, it looks great. The three crews that are in the lead, they look from this angle sort of relatively close together. Obviously, there is that one crew that is slightly more ahead, but they're still quite close in the front end of the field. So it's great to see that it's still close in these minor finals. And yeah, it's sort of a not quite a chevron minus the middle lane, but they are quite spread out. But those two crews in the outside lanes, despite being at the back of the field, are both still giving it their absolute all, which is great to see.
Yeah, an impressive comeback from lane 4, Weybridge. You're right, it's not a chevron, it's more like a W. And with the sort of crew of Bedford being sandwiched between the composite and Weybridge. And as we go into the final 100 metres, it's Weybridge who are coming right back. They were 4 seconds down at the 1500. It's much less than that now. And some steering issues here from the composite. I think they have weaved into their opposition's lane and back out again. But no issues there. They crossed the line first, closely followed by Weybridge, closely followed behind them by Bedford. And then actually quite a gap back to the next set. But we have an interesting battle here between lanes 1 and 5. Great Marlow School versus Tyne United. And I think Tyne United are just going to be beaten slightly by the Great Marlow School, their crew, about a length in it.
Yeah, fantastic by all. And we've just got this final just ending now with the crew from Strathclyde Park wrapping up this final, just crossing the line now. And there we have on your screens the Grange School Rowing Club and Northwich Rowing Club composite for you there.
Perfect. Well, what a fantastic afternoon we've had of D, E and F finals. We'll be going very shortly to the C, B and then obviously the crucial A finals with the medals will be being handed out afterwards. But first, before we do that, a little bit of an intro from our production team.
It's finals time, all set for some sprint finishes and all the drama and excitement of the finishing line. Don't forget, if you've missed any of the results from earlier, check out the details on the British Rowing website. That's britishrowing.org. Time to join our commentary team.
And back on your screens now, we're here for the C final of the Open Club Double Sculls. In lane 1, we have Northwich Rowing Club, lane 2, Tees, lane 3, Calpe, lane 4, Hexham, lane 5, Clares Court School, and lane 6, the University of Leeds A.
So the crews have been racing for about 4 minutes now. They are more than halfway through this race. We don't have times at the halfway point, but looking at the 500-metre times, it was Tees Rowing Club who stormed out the blocks to take more than a length's clear water advantage over Calpe Rowing Club, who were in second place. Just slightly behind them, 0.4 of a second behind, was Northwich in third, and about half a second further back was Leeds University A. It's quite an interesting race here, Zoe. We've got universities, schools and rowing clubs all in a mix.
Yeah, and that's what I love about events like this, is they're all just getting mixed up together. So you get the opportunity to race against clubs and crews that you wouldn't ordinarily race against and see how you fare against them. And as I'm looking down the course now, obviously they're just a little too far away for us to see how far apart they are, but it sort of looks like it's a bit of a zigzag across the lanes of who's ahead. As they just come through the 1,000-metre mark there, we can see that it is the crew from Tees who are still in the lead, and we're just getting some 1,500-metre times live for you now as well. So it is the crew from Tees who are still leading over Calpe, followed by the University of Leeds Boat Club, who have jumped from 4th to 3rd, with Clares Court behind, followed by Northwich, with Hexham rounding out the field. And then there's a good strong margin there between 1st and 6th as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. At the halfway point, Tees had a 6-second gap over Calpe, but that's now been eroded down to 4 seconds. And I would say Calpe are probably now down to about a 3-second lead because their bow ball just seems to be shy of the stern of that Tees crew. The Tees crew has a good middle lane view of where everything is. So apart from maybe the crew on the far side from Leeds University, they can pretty much see where their opposition are and aren't going to put them under too much difficulty. Although that Calpe crew in lane 3 arch moving, perhaps Tees will have a bit of a battle to hold them off as they go into the last 250 metres. But I do think it's now actually, for the third place spot, a battle of the outside lanes. We've got Northwich on the near side and Leeds University on the far side. And although they can't see each other, I just saw a big steering correction there from the Northwich crew. It'll be going right down to the wire as to who's in front. That Leeds crew is moving very, very well. They won't catch up with Tees, and I don't think they'll catch up with Calpe, but it'll be an exciting final 50 metres, Zoe.
Definitely, and I hope that steering correction hasn't lost too much ground for that crew from Northwich. But yeah, super exciting now as we come up to the line. It's that crew from Tees who look to be crossing the line first, just for glory here in this C final, with the crew from Calpe storming behind. They did not give up right till the very end there, and it's so close.
Ooh, I think Northwich stopped a little bit early there.
I think unfortunately they did, and I think that probably was the crew from the University of Leeds, followed by Northwich, followed by Clare's Courts.
Well, it's interesting because I have to admit, the rating on the Tees crew wasn't actually as high as the Calpe crew, and they are just paddling now back to the landing stage. So I think if they'd wanted to, they could have used an extra gear there, but it wasn't necessary because they crossed the line first in that C final, so they took place the best they possibly could.
Agreed, that Calpe crew was really, really going for it to make sure that they secured that second place in this C final.
Well, we're swiftly moving on. We've had the C final. It's now time for the B final. And in this race, we have in lane 1, Alfie Winter and Samuel Cuthbertson of Hereford Rowing Club. In lane 2, Oliver Harris and Oliver Van Liefland in Grosvenor Rowing Club in lane 2. Derby Rowing Club of Andrew McNaughton and Toby Reid in lane 3. James Edgar and Ethan Mann of Notts County Rowing Association in lane 4. Quinlane Dunn and Max McKay of Warrington Rowing Club in lane 5, and the famous Al Sinclair and Colin Williamson of Inverness Rowing Club in lane 6. And how's the race shaping up so far, Zoe?
So as we come through the 500 metres, it's the crew from Nottinghamshire County who are leading the field here, with Warrington, gosh, it's quite a chunk behind there. They're about 3 seconds behind at the 500 metres, and in these small boats that is quite a lot, followed by the crew from Grosvenor, Derby, Inverness and Hereford. And as we come into the 1,000 metres, it's still Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association leading with Warrington behind, but it's now Derby who are in third with Grosvenor behind. So it changes so quickly in these small boats. They can change their speeds so fast, and that means that these positions are ever changing as they come down the course.
Now, I had the pleasure of watching the semi-final that separated these crews into the A and B finals that we're about to see. And the interesting thing was that the Inverness crew basically decided not to race their semi-final particularly hard, coming in some 20 seconds behind the pack over the line at rate 18. So I'm curious to see whether they have some matches left in the bank that they're willing to burn to put themselves higher up in the B final, or whether they're here just to collect some tourism points. I don't know. We'll have to see how the race unfolds. We can just see we've had the 1K times in, and the crews are now about 12:50 through. It does look to me out the commentary tower window that the pack is being led by the crew in lane 3 from Notts County, in lane 4, and then they're being closely pushed by the crew from Warrington in lane 5. The green leading the pack here, and then behind them I can see the Inverness crew perhaps level with the crew in lane 2 from Grosvenor, and then Derby. Doesn't seem like, I've just seen on our screen the crew from Hereford has scratched. That's why there's no one in lane 1. That would make more sense.
And I could just see the drone hovering over near the finish line, and off it goes, being deployed down the course. So hopefully very shortly we will have some fantastic aerial shots to show you. It's making its way towards the crews now as they come through the 1500, and it's Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association leading the field, followed by Warrington, Derby, Grosvenor, Inverness, and obviously we don't have Hereford in this race.
Yeah, so Inverness still off the pace. Interesting. We will have to see. So far, no changes in position really from the 1K marks. That third 500 didn't overturn anything, but the gaps between the three crews at the back, in the middle of the pack, is just one length. So it could all be overturned. That Notts County crew, Inverness, what's going on over there? They seem to have steered right into the next lane and having to do a big correction. I would expect something like that to happen possibly in pairs, but in doubles where you've both got equal power, really not sure why they're trying to take in as much of the course as possible, clearly. Anyhow, that does mean that there's a little bit heat off the Derby crew and the crew from Grosvenor, who are now battling out. It does like Derby have the advantage over Grosvenor, just one length, and they can just see them as they enter the red boy zone for the last 200 metres of this race.
But just seeing now as they're coming into the red boys, that crew from Nottinghamshire County, the crew from Warrington really are hot on their tail. They're not letting off at all.
And indeed, I think the Warrington crew there is now being challenged by Derby. Derby have lifted their rate higher. They are moving, and Grosvenor want to go with them as well. Notts County actually cruising a little bit lower, but they've got plenty of space to not be worried about that. But I do think this Derby crew are making inroads on the Warrington crew. I think the bow balls are just overlapping the stern. It's not going to overturn the rankings, but a quick finish there from Derby, and Grosvenor just a look over the left shoulder by the bow there to see how close he is. Unfortunately, Derby have got away. And this Inverness crew are proceeding up the lane behind Warrington. Their little voyage earlier.
Along the buoy line.
And they're now, looking to maybe join one of the other lanes as well. Not sure what's going on there, but well sculled regardless to Al Sinclair and Colin Williamson. So we've had the B final. It's time for the A final, Zoe.
Lovely.
Who
Very
are
excited.
the runners and riders in this one?
So we've got Nottingham B, Nottingham A, University of Birmingham, Nottingham C, Latimer Upper School and York City. So we've got 3 Nottingham crews here. Do you think they'll be looking to get a clean sweep here, or do you think someone else might be able to disrupt them?
Well, I know for a fact that James Stevenson in the Latimer upper boat is an incredibly accomplished athlete, former Watson's sculler, former Newcastle University rower, has done really well with Thames Rowing Club, winning Henley Royal Regatta there. He featured in the Ladies Plate crew as a sub this year, so he's still fit, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to make inroads and make sure it's not a Nottingham clean sweep. We've also got some Birmingham alumni in lane 3 who were representing their respective clubs early in the competition, but they're now definitively listed on our system as Birmingham University. And we had some nice shots of the crews getting off the start. I'm afraid we haven't got any angles that can really give us any insight into how they're doing, but we should have in the next 30 seconds or so the times from the 500 metre mark flashing up on the screen. We would expect, based on the placings, that the crews in the middle, so that Birmingham University crew and the Nottingham crew, to be up in front, but we'll have to wait and see. Birmingham doing pretty well in recent weeks and months. Certainly a successful Bucks Regatta. I think they had a win at Henley Women's Regatta, Zoe. Really a club that's been making inroads on the competition.
They did indeed. They've been really successful this season, and they've actually picked up a couple of medals here today. I think it was in the Beginner 4, the Open Beginner 4, I believe it was. And I think there was a double I saw as well on the social media. So they've had some great success. And yes, I think it was the women's lightweight pair that picked up the win at Henley Women's. So yeah, they did really well at Bucks as well. So, and that drone that I mentioned earlier, it actually skipped the previous race, and I saw it heading all the way down the course. So perhaps we'll be getting some shots in soon, if not in the next race, as they just come through about 2 minutes into this race now.
So we do have the runners and riders rankings at the 500 metre point. So out front it was the University of Birmingham, 1:36.9 for the first 500 metre time. They were just a second behind them was the Nottingham Rowing Club C crew. Then back in third, it was York City on the outside lane, just a couple of seconds behind them. And then a couple of seconds further back, it was Nottingham A, very closely followed by Nottingham B, and in between those two, Latimer Upper. So actually, it seems like that Birmingham have got advantage for this race, but they're going to have some challenge from Nottingham, and behind them, it feels pretty compressed. And so we're just getting a nice shot of the camera panning around at the 1,000 metre mark. Who's out in front?
It looks to me that at the moment it is...
It looks like you're saying York City. I think they're just about a length. Is that Birmingham coming through there? Birmingham in lane
That
3?
looks like Birmingham, yeah, they're storming through. But it looks like York City. We need a wider shot so we can see, but
Here
it
we go.
looks
Here's
like they
the
were
90-degree angle, and
closest.
look at that. It's
Oh,
super
gosh,
tight between
wow.
lanes 4 and lane 6. So Nottingham are being pushed really hard there by York City. No change in the overall rankings looking at the times.
But here in lane 2, Nottingham A, they're hot on the tails of York as well. So it's going to be a super exciting one as we come up to the line.
Yeah, Nottingham B in lane 1 and Latham are just falling slightly further behind. So yes, the rankings are unchanged between the crews, but they've widened out slightly at the back of the pack. So Birmingham out in front at the 1K point, Nottingham second, and then York City third. But only 1 second behind them is the Nottingham A crew, hot on their tails. So we'll have to see how this second 1K works out. So you're an experienced athlete. How would you be telling your crews to get through this third 500?
Well, if I was in this Birmingham crew, they've got a great advantage at the moment. They've got about 4 seconds on the rest of the field. They'll be able to see everybody else. So I would be just making sure they're keeping nice and sharp, nice and clean, really focusing on their technique and their sharpness to make sure that every stroke is as good as it can be. Conserving a little bit of energy, but not letting that crew get any closer. So just squeezing it along ever so slightly, not too much, so we've still got something in the tank, but making sure that that crew doesn't get closer to us, and we're just sort of ever so slightly squeezing out the gap further and further, and then just keeping an eye on them, and when we see them move, we go. But making sure that we're ahead enough that they can't catch us napping.
So we're just approaching the 1,500 metre mark. We're about to see some intermediate times flash up. There we are. University of Birmingham are still in gold medal position. Remember, this is our first A final of the day, and second and third counts as well. And look at that, incredibly tight. It's York City have gone through Nottingham's C crew to take the third place position off them, I believe. No, second place position. So Nottingham dropping back to third, and Nottingham A have moved through to take the fourth place position, just a length behind them. And we've got some wonderful drone shots there, Zoe. What are we seeing?
Yeah, that's fantastic. You can really see that Birmingham have got a really impressive lead. It's only about 1 second between second and third, but from this shot here, it looks dead level between second and third. But this crew here at the bottom of the screen, they look like they're putting a push in. Yeah, they're really closing that gap now. So let's not discount them either. I'm not sure who this is here, but they're having a slight issue with the steering there.
That looks like Nottingham C in the middle of the course.
Hope they can rectify that, because we don't want any disruption with the boys for them there. And I look up out of the tower, and we can see them coming into a good view for us now as they approach the 250. Time to wind it up. Big finish sprint. I'm really excited to see this one.
So as we go into the final 250 metres, it is Birmingham. They have the confidence. They're in the middle of the course. They can see everyone else. They know it's 30 seconds to a gold medal. They just need to hold on and bear with it. But behind them, the race between Nottingham, between York, and between this other Nottingham crew for gold, for silver and bronze is wide open. And I'm afraid with just 5 strokes less in the race, I can't call it. I think York City have snuck out in front. They have just a canvas lead over Nottingham C. But Nottingham A on the near side lane, I think they're going to go through them. They've taken the silver, I think. And I think, did York just move on the line? Wow. What an exciting finish to this, our first A final of the day.
Wow, that Nottingham A crew, I bet that York City crew, being on the other side of the lake from them, had no idea that they were coming through. They really didn't have time to respond to that one. That was an incredible sprint there to the line by all crews, but especially by Nottingham A.
So as the third Nottingham crew paddles through the course there in the final position, the white flag of the umpire goes up, and I'm waiting to see the official system confirmation of the position. So it seems, yes, University of Birmingham took the gold, but the silver medal was taken from Nottingham Rowing Club A, who were fourth all the way down the course until those final 250 metres, and the bronze medal position goes to Nottingham C. So unfortunately, just by a hair's width, it was York City squeezed out of the medals position into fourth. What an exciting race. And that was just our first A final, Zoe.
That was incredible. Really can't wait for the next one. But now we move swiftly on, and it is back to a C final for the Women's Club Double Sculls. And we've got Grosvenor, Globe, Exeter, Derby B, Derby A and Leeds.
We'll have to see with 2 Derby crews there. We've just had Nottingham get 2 of the 3 medal podium positions. Can Derby follow it? We've just got the times coming up here from the intermediate point at 500 metres, so 1/4 of the way into the race. And it is Exeter Rowing Club who were out in front at a sub 2 minutes time, closely followed by 0.6 of a second by Derby. And then in third place, it was Grosvenor on the inside lane in lane number 1. But a really tight pack here because 4th and 5th were just 1 second behind them, and indeed 6th. Wow, incredibly compressed. And look at that, Zoe. Look at that. The entire field at the 1K mark is just within 2 lengths, 6 seconds of each other. I have no idea who is going to win this race. Exeter are still out in front. Derby have shifted, stayed in second, but the pack behind them is moving around, and I guess it will all come down to who can now pace their race right in this third 500. What an exciting, this is just a C final, what an exciting race.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There's been some incredibly close races throughout this whole weekend so far. It's really great to see, and it's just making the A finals seem so much more exciting, knowing that they're this close in the C finals. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this race unfold. As you said, Charlie, it's so close at the moment. We're only halfway through. In this third 500 now, it's all about pacing themselves, making sure they've got enough left in the tank when they hit those red buoys to give it everything, like that Nottingham crew did just before, and just sort of slowly squeezing their way out to get their bow ball, to get their seats ahead. And they want that clear water as well. They want to have that advantage that they can see all the crews around them and know when they're coming.
Well, as I just look out the commentary tower window, it does seem to be that Exeter in lane 3 are now being pushed very hard by, I think it's Globe in lane 2 actually seems to be coming into the mix. Derby B falling a little bit further back, but Derby A in lane 5 also in the mix. We're just waiting for the camera to swivel around at the 1500 metre mark and give us an accurate appraisal of where everyone is. These big sweeping shots you can see on the screen are particularly challenging for us to interpret, so your guess is perhaps as good as ours. But certainly out the commentary tower window, the crews in lanes 2, 3, 5 and possibly 6 as well. So that's Globe, Exeter, Derby and actually Leeds on the outside as well. And here comes the first of the 1500 metre times. So it is Globe. Globe have moved through the pack and taken the first place position, and it is now Derby A who have moved into second, and Exeter have gone from first to third. Amazing. And Leeds now moving up as well from 6th, 5th and now 4th at the 1500 metre mark. We've got 500 and it's all to play for.
That's fantastic work by Globe. They're going from 4th to 3rd to 1st. They're really pacing this one really well here. And we're just going to your screens now if you're watching. We've got the medal ceremony of the A final for the Open Club Double Sculls. And of course we have Birmingham University here, who took the lead. University of Birmingham, it's Alexander Reed and George Rotherham collecting their medals. So if you're on the bank here, give them a cheer.
Yeah, congratulations. They led from the start to finish of that race. A commanding performance. Congratulations, our national club champions. And just turning back to the race at hand, it's still pretty tight. I would say that Globe crew, having paced that to perfection, now seem to be out a lead of a lengths advantage, I would say, over the Exeter crew, who are now being squeezed very hard by that Derby A crew in lane 5. And I wouldn't discount Leeds as we go into the final 250 metres. If you're watching on the big screen, we're still continuing the medal ceremony. This is Harvey Lunn and Adrian Biddle of Nottingham, and we're just about to pan across to see the other Nottingham crew of Ollie Owen and Cameron Black. But their heads are turned around because they're watching this race that's in front of us, Zoe.
Exactly, they are having their heads turned by it. And as you said, we'd not discount that crew, as we should not have discounted the crew on the screen right now from Nottingham. It is still all to play for. And as we come through now, it is the crew from...
It looks like Globe leading.
Globe, yep, who are still leading the field here as they come up to the line. I think they've definitely done enough now to take the win here in this C final.
This third place position, look at that. I think it's Leeds. Leeds have gone through. They've gone through Exeter, but I think we're going to have to... That's a photo finish.
I think that's a photo finish. I really can't call that one. I have just taken my glasses off, so it's not helping. But I definitely cannot call that one. It was really close. But just looking at this view we've got here from the tower now, we can see all of the crews just crossing the line, and they're so close together. There's hardly anything in it. Normally they're a bit more spread out, but they've all come across the line super close together, which is just an incredible testament to the crews that we've got here today. And there comes up the white flag.
Yeah, and the face of total devastation of the Exeter crew. They were leading at the 500, they were leading at the K, then they were third at the 1500, and they were fourth in the line. I thought I saw the hand go up, but the umpire has waved the white flag, which means all good, and they're paddling back now to the landing stage. So
yeah,
I think
perhaps
that's
she was
that.
just stretching. And on your screens now, it's quickly on to the B final of the women's club double sculls. Charlie, who have we got here today?
So in lane 1 we have Ruby Morley and Rebecca Graham of Tees Rowing Club. In lane 2 we have Abigail Virginie and Charlotte Greening of Great Marlow School. In lane 3 we have Maisie Archer-Ditch and Kay Corley of Newark Rowing Club. In lane 4 we have Emily Ferguson and Eve Thomas of Nottingham Rowing Club. In lane 5, Bea Peters and Sophie Fletcher of Hinksey Sculling School. And in lane 6, we would have had Nottingham Rowing Club A, but they have scratched. So it's a 5-horse race here, Zoe. And I'm just looking at the intermediate times. It was Nottingham B in lane 4 who took the lead at the 500, and they've led at the 1K. They're just approaching the 1500 metres, so we'll get a fresh update in a second. It's Newark who've moved from 3rd into 2nd at the 1K, and Great Marlow School back from 2nd into 3rd. But it's still pretty tight between those three crews. Just 4 seconds separate them. Again, this is a B final, so no medals at stake at the end, but pride, close rating, and being able to test your strategies for next season is all on the line here.
Absolutely, and experience as well. Just having that experience of doing the multi-lane racing and being tested by the crews around you is really invaluable to everybody who is here today. And if that C final was anything to go by, goodness knows what's going to happen in this B final. We can see now they are sort of in, looks like a bit of a chevron.
Yeah, I would say that crew in lane 5 from Hinksey are now moving up, and they've moved through the pack, actually, I would say. They were 4th at the 1500 metre mark, but if I'm reading this race correctly, which I may not be because of that scratch crew, I think actually maybe, yeah, they should be up a bit further. Or maybe actually, no, sorry, I think that's Nottingham B crew, sorry, misreading my notes here, who are out in front, which would make more sense because that's what the official time said at the 1500, and it's Hinksey just a little bit further back. But this crew next to them from Newark are pushing, and whether they'll be able to send them with a quick sprint finish gives them something to worry about as the boys turn red, Zoe.
Definitely, and judging by the times that we had before, you know, only 2 seconds between first, second and third. Hopefully we'll, oh, here we go. We've got some 1500 metre times as well. And still only 2 seconds between first and second, and then a further 4 seconds between second and third. So that gap now between Newark and Great Marlow is really pushed out, and they're really looking to put a big push in here.
And look at this,
if they want to get any closer and perhaps get that second place. But as we come up to the line now, it is that crew from Nottingham A who are just pushing right out. They've got clear water, but this crew here from Newark, they are still pushing. They want to close that gap, but they're not going to be able to close it any more than they can at the moment. They will cross the line second with a bit of clear water, closely followed by the crew from Great Marlow School. Now we bring you the A final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. And we've got 6 crews here for you today. We've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Warwick, Leicester, Nottingham C, Warrington and Clares Court. And as we come through the 1K, Oh, we've just lost the times off the screen there for you, but we can give you the 500 metre results, and it is Leicester who are leading, followed by Nottingham, followed by Warwick, Warrington, Clydesdale and Clare's Court rounding up the field. Hopefully we will get those 1K times at the finish for you shortly to feedback. But great shot here on the screen there. This crew is looking really strong, and here's our fab aerial drone shots. And yeah, I can't really describe this shape, to be honest.
It's definitely a chevron. We've got that crew from Leicester there in lane 3, just to the centre right of your screen, who definitely moving ahead. They've got about a length's advantage, I would say, over the crew from Nottingham, Eloise, in lane 4, just next to them. And there we go. That's Clydesdale on the left of your screen, right up against Warwick there in lane 2 on the right. Some beautiful close shots there. But as I look out the commentary tower, this is the A final of this race, and I would say with 750 metres left to go in this race, it is the crew of Eleanor Goff and Lizzie Webster who are in gold medal position. Silver medal seems to be set for the moment for Ursula Fleming and Eloise, but as we have seen, Zoe, in this racing, anything can change in the last 500 metres. There go the times. Leicester 5:38 up there. They've got a length's advantage over that crew from Nottingham. Warrington just a length, a little bit further back in the bronze medal position, and they are being pushed along by Warwick, who are contending for that bronze medal, just 2 seconds off them. And then actually, wow, there's another person contending, which is the Clydesdale crew for the bronze medal, who are just a second behind them. So while it does look like the gold and silver seem relatively stable for now, it's all to play for bronze, Zoe.
Absolutely it is, and as they get a bit closer to the tower now, I can just see those red boys coming into view. That's the final 250 metres to go. When they see those red boys, in this case red means go, 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 and keep going. And they're just coming up to them now. It's going to be really interesting to see who's got the biggest sprint finish. Can they disrupt the current order? And you can see now these crews are just starting to spin those hands a little bit quicker around the back, bringing that rate of striking up. And they'll want to get their bow ball over that line first. And a great shot we've got there for you. And you can see they're all just powering on now, getting the legs down, sending the puddles away.
It does look like they're just looking at the pictures on screen that it is still Leicester in the gold medal position, Nottingham in silver, and it's Warrington who seem to be holding on to the bronze. But I've been seeing some concerned looks from Eleanor Goff there in the Leicester Rowing Club crew, and she sees the charge coming from Ursula Fleming and Eloise of the Nottingham crew. They have just some 50 metres left in this race, and they are pushing and pushing and pushing on from Nottingham. But I don't think it's going to make an impact because this Leicester crew have led from start to finish. They're looking so strong, and although there might be some concern on their faces, they cross the finish line knowing they're in the gold. A high five there and a shake of the hands between the two scullers. The heads go down in Nottingham, but well done to them because they came across in silver medal position, and it was indeed the Warrington crew in lane 5 who cross the lane in 3rd. We'll wait for obviously official confirmation before we make any more pronouncements, as the final crews from lane 1, Clydesdale and then Clare's Court round out that A final.
Yeah, that was a great sprint there, and you took the words right out of my mouth. So strong from that crew there who crossed the line first. There we have them at Leicester Rowing Club.
And there goes the white flag of the Empire. She had a few remarks to some of the crews, I think, who were so exhausted they crashed into one of the boys. But that just shows how hard these crews have been pushing in this race. Not easy at all. And in fact, looks like on our screen we're seeing some of the scullers going to say congratulations and commiserations to each other. Or maybe that's just the Leicester crew getting an early turn in for the medal ceremony in front of the Warwick Boat Club crew. Well, who knows? But well raced, both of them. So that looks like the crew from Leicester sculling now round the side of the Warwick Boat Club crew to go and collect their medals, and we'll see them very shortly for the medals ceremony. Doesn't look like we've got a race on the course at the moment, so we're seeing some wonderful footage of the local geese who are having, no doubt, a great time, as all spectators are here at the British Rowing Club Championships. And that's the first cruise on the line there, Zoe, for the next race. Who've we got?
It is indeed. As you said, we do have a short break, no race before this one. And on the start line now, we've got the B final of the women's beginner single sculls. And we've got Star Club, Royal Holloway Boat Club, Hartpury University and College, Strathclyde University, Millfield School and Hartpury University and College B.
So just a couple of minutes before this race starts, and I can just see there, I think it's Marie Hoffman from Strathclyde just aligning herself here. It must be so nerve-wracking to be sat on the start. Obviously, it's just the B final, but still an important race. And it's just you haven't got a Cox to straighten up and tell you what to do. You're the one who've got to interpret these yellow signs you can see on the right of your screen, which there's 2 of them, and they align to show you whether you're in a straight line or not. And there we go, Zoe, off the start for this, the beginner single sculls B final.
They're off. That's great. I love that shot so much. And it looks like they're all underway pretty well. No major steering issues there, which they'll all be happy with. You know, in those first few strokes, when you've not got a Cox, it can be difficult to keep it straight as you're getting all the power down. But it doesn't look like we've had any major issues there as they make their way down through the first 500.
So just with 100 metres off the line, it does seem to me that Emily Brooke from Milford School in lane 5 has had the better start of the 6, although I always caveat with singles races, the start is not actually that important. I mean, it also is obviously important, but the key thing is to get out of the start smooth, without any disruption, no panic, and just give yourself a platform from which you can then build and build and build in the subsequent 500-metre blocks.
Definitely, and that start is obviously incredibly important because it can lose you the race. But it's been interesting. Quite a few of the repêchages that I was commentating on this morning, there was quite a lot of crews that were coming out on top in the repêchage, but they had, you know, not the best start out of the field. They were placing sort of 5th and 6th in the first 500 and K, and then they just came through. So perhaps they didn't have as good a start, but then their sort of middle K was a lot stronger. So it is obviously a very important part of the race, but it's also about how you pace yourself in the rest of it. And this crew here for the A final of the women's club double sculls on your screen now, all of these crews did pace it very well. A little wave to the camera there from the crew from Nottingham as they collect their medals, well deserved.
So we just saw Ella Stanhope and Madeline Jones of Warrington Rowing Club receive the bronze, and on screen now we are seeing Ursula Fleming and Ella Weeks receiving the silver medals. Congratulations to both of them, and indeed to the bronze medal scullers as well. What a fantastic set of races, and we will see very shortly that incredibly powerful Leicester crew who commanded the race from start to finish. They were up at the 500, they were stayed ahead at the 1K, the 1500, and absorbed all the challenges that the silver medalists could throw at them. And here we have on screen just now Eleanor Goff and Lizzie Webster receiving their gold medals in a moment for that triumphant final of the women's club double sculls.
Yeah, there they are getting the medals. Well deserved, everyone. And back to the race now, the B final of the women's beginner sculls. We will be bringing you some more times very shortly, but for now we are going to have an interview from the pontoon from the medalists.
Well, while we wait for the interview, in just a moment, I can give you a little bit of an update on the race in progress because we have the 500-metre times come in, and it is Fleur Eastman of Hartpury University College who led at the 500-metre mark, but she is being challenged extremely closely by Emily Brooke, who clearly had that good start from Millfield School. Just 1 second separates those two crews. But anyhow, we'll give you more of an update once we've heard from the winners of the women's club doubles.
Let's get a quick word, if we can, with our champions. Was that the plan then, Lizzie, to lead from the start?
Yeah, definitely. That was what we've been doing all season, so we wanted to try and continue that. Yeah.
What about the pressure of keeping that up?
I just knew that she'd back me and we'd do it. I didn't doubt her for 1 minute, to be honest. We've had each other's backs all season, and yeah, it's just been amazing, and this is just such a nice finish to the season.
Supreme confidence. Let's just find out how much that hurt from 500 to go.
That was a lot. It really did hurt. I think every 500 it's always like power we go now, we try and break for it, and then that's what we did. Yeah, hurt a lot though.
And yeah, just stop for a second and think, you are national champions.
I know, does that, we get to say we're British champions? Doesn't feel real.
Congratulations, both.
Thank you so much, thank you.
And fantastic to hear from the winners of that race there in the women's double sculls. We're going back to the B final of the women's beginner single sculls. And Zoe, we have an update from halfway through the race now.
We do, and it is still the crew from Hartpury University and College Boat Club A who is leading the field here. Fleur Eastman leading, followed by Emily Brooke of Millfield School Boat Club, followed by Marie Hoffman of Strathclyde University Boat Club, with Royal Holloway in 4th, Star in 5th, and Hartpury B in 6th.
So just 4.5 seconds separating first and fourth there, which means A, there could be some changes of lead, and B, I suspect we'll have an exciting finish, because in single sculls 4 seconds is nothing. But it's amazing to see such great racing. So these are just beginners. They've probably only been doing this since September, and it's incredible to see, isn't it?
It really is, and they look so strong and confident out there. Obviously, we don't like to harp on about it too much, but we've got some excellent flat water that's been provided to us following the showers earlier on. So this really is the perfect conditions for these beginner scullers as well.
I mean, I had a coach who used to say, embrace the rain. It flattens the water.
Definitely.
And I had no idea whether that was actually scientifically true, but it was a good thing, a good placebo to give to your rowers and athletes to calm the nerves as they went into a race. And just looking out the tower window, it does seem that the pack has tightened up, because it looks like Marie Hoffman from Strathclyde University Boat Club is putting in a real challenge to Fleur Eastman. These two in the middle of the course are going, I think, just a few seconds at most between the two of them. We're just waiting for the 1500 metre times to come up. I think they're about a few strokes away from crossing that point, and I can see the drone hovering ominously next to the commentary tower. It's off to go and find them and give us a bit of an update, but we should have in a moment the camera point at 1500 metres swivelling around to give us an update. But look at that, it is Fleur Eastman and Marie Hoffman in lanes 3 and lanes 4 who are right up there, and I wouldn't rule out Emily Brooke from Millfield School in lane 5. Here we are. Look at this, Zoe. Just 0.6 of a second now between Marie Hoffman, who has gone through Fleur Eastman to seize the first medal position, the first ranking position. There are no medals in this B final from Fleur Eastman.
Yeah, it's an incredible jump there to go from the first 1,000 metres up to first. You know, that's just probably down to her pacing as well. You know, she's paced this really well. She's sort of held back a little bit maybe in the first K, just got onto a good solid rhythm, but held something for the second K, for the third 500, put in a big strong push there to really dominate the race. Sometimes it's better to hold something back a little bit and make sure you've got enough left than to lead it and be constantly being chased by everyone else and having to keep pushing and pushing to stay ahead. And perhaps that's what Marie Hoffman has done here, just bided her time a little bit and then gone for it in that really important third 500. And as we look out the window now, we can see them coming towards the Red Boys, ready for that sprint, and I'm really excited to see this one. You know, it's a B final, there's no medals here, but we've still got some incredible displays of sculling here.
And look at that, Marie Hoffman just moving away from the pack now, and it's going to be a battle between Fleur Eastman and Emily Brooke. The rest of the pack have fallen back a little bit. They can't keep up the pace of these three scullers as we enter the final 150 metres. I would actually say now that Fleur Eastman is being pressurised again by... that the sculler from Strathclyde Park University is being pressurised here by the sculler next to her, Fleur Eastman. She's not going to just accept being rowed through. She's coming back on it, and it's now just one length as we go into the final 8 strokes or so of this race. And Fleur Eastman is picking up the race. She's picking up the rating. She's now got her bow ball level with Marie Hoffman. But I think Marie Hoffman, who did that surge earlier, has the decisive move to take her across the line first in the B final.
Oh, look at that, arms in the air from Marie Hoffman there. Really, really pleased with that one, as she should be. And great burst there, final burst from Fleur Eastman. A really strong push there to get as close as she did. Obviously not quite enough to take the win in this B final, but excellent anyway. And we have, finishing up this B final, we have Millfields, Hartpury B, Star Club and Royal Holloway all crossing the line also.
Well, that was the B final and some great racing there, some great pacing, and I can see the A final is hot on their heels, and I was really looking forward to this because having watched the semi-finals, I just knew how good the scullers were in this race. So in lane 1 we have Katie Crowther from Leeds University, in lane 2 Emily Crooks, also from Leeds University, in lane 3 Tolawani Adelaja from Bath University, who stormed through her semi-final, matched only by Beatrix Fuchs of Edinburgh University Boat Club, who did the same. And then in lane 5 we have Jessica Simons from Leeds as well, and then in lane 6 Melody Cockayne from Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. And look at that drone footage, Zoe. It seems to be a phenomenal effort here from Beatrix Fuchs of Edinburgh University.
Yeah, definite chevron shape there, and a really dominant, commanding lead there from Edinburgh University. That's really fantastic. She's got herself in a great position there where she can really have eyes on the rest of the field and just keep edging out stroke after stroke. And as they come through the 1500 metre mark, it is Beatrix Fuchs of Edinburgh University still dominating this A final for the medals now, and it is Bath University in second, followed by Leeds, University of Leeds, followed by, so that was Leeds A, followed by Leeds B, followed by Leeds C, followed by Shanklin Sandown.
So as this is an A final, there are medals on the line, and I have to say, nobody seems to be able to challenge the might of Beatrix Fuchs, who has her hands firmly clasped to the gold medal. She's probably telling herself now, I've got 250 metres left in this race, I just need to stay upright for the next 45 seconds. And meanwhile, the phenomenal effort of Tolawani Adelaja from Bath University means she's also up there for the silver medal. The bronze medal looks much more open, and it is going to be a bit of a Leeds tussle for the bronze medal, because we have Emily Crooks, Katie Crowther and Jessica Simons all within a few seconds of each other. And as we come into the final 200 metres of this race, I would say that Jessica Simons of Leeds University seems to be best placed, but she's going to be challenged very firmly by Emily Crooks in lane 2, and it's just 150 metres left in this single sculls. But what a commanding performance by Beatrix Fuchs.
Definitely, I think we can say with certainty that it will be a bronze for the University of Leeds. But as we come up to the line now, it is going to be Edinburgh University Boat Club, Beatrix Fuchs, with a dominant race crossing the line first now, followed by Adelaja of Bath University Boat Club.
And just
it's
looking
really
out the
spread
window,
out here, isn't
very
it?
spread out. Just the power and sheer talent of these early scullers on display. But it does seem that the battle of the Leedses is being won by Jessica Simons, who has been leading the pack, and she's just taken the challenge from Emily Crooks and responded by extending her lead out to 3, maybe even 4 lengths. Across the line now for Emily Crooks, very closely followed by Katie Crowther of Leeds University. And I should also give a shout out to Melody Cockayne from Shanklin Sandown, who is in lane 6. We were told earlier that she started to scull this year at the University of Gloucester and returned home to the Isle of Wight this summer to join Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. This is her first season she raced the quad at Bucks Regatta, and it's great to see her in this, the A final of the beginner singles, crossing the line.
Absolutely fantastic by all, and I just saw Katie Crowther of at Leeds University C as she crossed the line, turning to the rest of the field and giving them all a round of applause. That's so nice. It's really lovely to see the camaraderie here amongst all of the athletes. Everyone has been sort of giving thumbs up to their opponents, giving them a little high five, a little wave, a round of applause. It's really, really lovely to see that, you know, despite not picking up a medal there, she's still sort of turned to the rest of the field and acknowledged them all, and it's really lovely to see. And also fantastic for Leeds to have so many people in the final. That just really speaks volumes to their programme that they've got there.
Incredible sportsmanship, Zoe. Absolutely right. Well, that was the A final of the beginner singles. So we're now switching to the Open J18 quads, and we'll start with the C final. I'm expecting some exciting racing here between some big names. So in lane 1 of this C final, we have Rochester Rowing Club, real powerhouse of the northwest of England. Then we've got St Peter's Schoolboat Club in lane 2, Northwich Rowing Club in lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5 and Cambridge 99 Rowing Club in lane 6. And I can give you a bit of an update on the times so far. So at the 500 metre in, the lead was being held by St Peter's School, who went out the blocks like a bat out of hell. But by the time of the 1K, they had dropped to third because it was Northwich Rowing Club who had powered through the pack. However, in an ever-changing race, by the time that we entered the last 500 metres, they had fallen to second because it was Wallingford Rowing Club who had stepped on from third to second and now first as we enter the final 500 metres. And I have to say, with just 1 second between them and Northwich Rowing Club and a second to get back to them to St Peter's, it's going to be exciting 1, 2, 3 race-off.
Yeah, this is great. I love watching quads move along together, especially as they're coming up to the line in these final sprints. It's been some really exciting reps and heats so far in these quads over this weekend. And I can't wait to see if anybody can disrupt the order that we've got at the moment with that crew from Wallingford in the lead. Will Northwich be able to...
I mean, I said it was a 3-horse race, but it's now turning into 2-horse race.
Look
at this. It's a battle paddle side by side. Fantastic quality sculling from both crews. They are moving so well, and a determined look on the faces of the Wallingford rowers. A little quick chick over the shoulder to see how far down, but it's Northwich have 2 seats advantage now on Wallingford as we enter the final 50 metres. Both crews raising their rates of striking. A little look round from the bowman there of the Northwich crew. Where is the finish line? How far have they got to go? It's just 5 strokes between us. Wallingford are moving, however, but Northwich matching them. Who will cross line first? It seems to be Northwich, but it's going to be extremely tight.
Wow, that was an incredible change in positions there.
Big bang of the boat there from the Northwich. Got a thumbs up from the bowman towards the Wallingford crew. An excellent race between them. Valuable race experience. It's just the C final, but often these minor finals are things that will stick with them. And we're rounding out with St Peter's and the crew from Rochester and Cambridge 99 now just crossing the line.
Fantastic. And if we just go to your screens now, we have got the medal ceremony from the women's beginners A final. Well deserved, all collecting their medals there, and there is Beatrix Fuchs on your screens there from Edinburgh University. Well deserved. Next we'll be heading up to the start again, and it will be the B final of the Open Junior 18 quadruple sculls. We've got full lanes here today for you. We've got Marlow A, Molesey A, Windsor Boys School B, a Cambridge 99 and Northampton Rowing Club composite, followed by Cambridge 99A and Agecroft.
And just looking at the intermediate times, at the 500 metre mark, unusually, the lead was taken by the crew in the outside lane from Agecroft Rowing Club, who had taken just half a second advantage over Molesey as they went through that first quarter mark, and Cambridge 99 and then Marlow just a second between them. Wow, an incredibly tight field. Just looking at those times there, from first to sixth, it was just 2.5 seconds separating the pack. And we've just got the camera here at the 1,000 metre mark, and I think that's the crew out on the far side, the crew from Cambridge 99 potentially. No, it's actually Molesey who, look at that, just a bow ball for bow ball between those two crews. Wow, bow ball between Agecroft and Molesey. Look at that. Official times on the screen, 0.3 of a second separating them. And Cambridge 99 just 0.3 of a second behind them. Windsor Boys Schools half a second behind them. We've just got 1 second separating the 4 crews, which is absolutely nothing.
This is going to be an incredible B final here. And again, this is a B final. And I'm not going to say just a B final because it's not just a B final. It still means a lot to these guys. They're not going for the medals, but for the B final and any major final that's not the A final to be this close just is a testament to all of the athletes here this weekend. And like you said, Charlie, for them to be just a second between the first 4, like this is going to be one to watch. So if you are here at the lake watching and you're not at the finish line, you've still got time, if you run, to get yourself down to the finish line. Come and cheer on these crews and get in a good position to watch this B final because it's going to be a great one.
An absolutely cracking race so far. I'm just looking out the commentary tower window. It is flat as a pancake between the 6 crews. We said before it was only a handful of seconds separating them, and I'm afraid I can't call it, even to my expert eye, between lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. It all looks incredibly close, and that Agecroft crew, of course, in lane 6. And we're desperately waiting for the 1500 metre times to flash up to give us some clarity. The crews have still got a few more strokes to go before we get to that point, and indeed, all of these crews are big names in the rowing world in for junior sculling. They've all done incredibly well to get here, and it's going to be an incredibly exciting final 90 seconds of this race. And there we go. It's Agecroft who have snuck back ahead of Molesey, 1 second ahead of Cambridge 99, and the second Cambridge 99 composite crew there, just 0.7 a second behind them. But Windsor Boys also there, just 8.8 of a second between them, and Marlow also within a length's distance of it. As we go into the final 350 metres of this race, Zoe, it's all down to who has the final gear.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to discount any of these crews here today for the top 3 in this B final. They're so close. They've been so close all the way down, so I'm not going to call it. I just cannot call it yet because they're all so close together that anybody could put in a big push and get ahead at this point as they come through now to the Red Boys and start to wind up for the finish. It's all to play for, and we will just have to wait for them to get a little bit closer before we can
I'm
see
so
who's
excited,
ahead.
Zoe. I've stood up. It's that exciting. I think it might be Agecroft just slipping back slightly, and it's Molesey on the charge now. Molesey in lane 2, who are moving. They have gone through Windsor Boys, who are also on a sprint and are now catching up to the composite of Cambridge 99, slipping back. This B final is now a 3-horse race between Molesey, who seem to have the lead, that Agecroft crew who have led all the way so far, and this incredibly strong composite from Cambridge 99 and Northampton, who have just got 5 strokes to go. But here come the Windsor Boys. Look at that. They are going through the middle. Wow.
Look at that Marlow crew over there.
It is just, I can't call it between these 3 crews for second. It's Molesey first, and I can't call that. I think the composite got it on the surge.
At all, I can't call third.
Wow.
Second for sure.
And this is just a B final, Zoe, and I know we said it's not just a B final, but wow, incredible scenes all round. Fantastic
that
sculling.
Agecroft crew on the outside, that was incredible
We
at the
are
end there.
looking at the umpire with great expectation, waiting to wave the white flag.
Give us
There
the flag.
it is.
There you are.
What does our timing system say? So it was Molesey Boat Club who led that as expected, and it was on the line by 0.1 of a second. The Cambridge 99 and Northampton Composite who snuck it from Marlow there on the outside. Wow, incredible. Sorry, from Agecroft, I apologise. Wow, just 0.1 of a second.
0.1 of a second between Agecroft and Windsor Boys. Incredible efforts by all here today. And that's it from me. I've been Zoe Thomas, and this is Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh, and
we've just got one more race between us.
very kindly,
Carol.
Carol
and
said we
Poppy.
can stay for the A final, which is great because I've been looking forward to this one. And here we have on our screens, they're about 3 minutes in now. We've got 6 crews here: Marlow B, Tideway Scullers, Sir William Borlase, Windsor Boys A, Buell Bridge, and Hartpury University and College A. And as they storm through this race at the 1,000 metres, we're just waiting for some clarity. Oh, here we go. We've got some Sir William Borlase, Windsor Boys, Tideway Scullers, Buell Bridge, Marlow and Hartpury rounding out the field.
So an exciting race, very close. Just looking at those intermediate times, so it was the William Borlase out in front, and they maintained that lead at the 1K. But it was just 0.4 of a second back to Windsor Boys, and we have seen in race after race after race what an incredible finish those crews can produce. And we can see some lovely close shots there of the William Borlase crew. Real grimaces of exertion on their faces. The camera at the 1,500 metre mark is desperately waiting for the crews to come back so it can give us a bit of an update. It is going to be so tight. These times at the 1K were just a second between multiple crews. That's that Windsor Boys crew. Again, a look of pure pain on the face of the bowman in that sculling crew. They are sculling so powerfully. It is such an amazing system that generates such talent, and the gold, silver and bronze medals here in this race are all to play for.
Definitely, they look so strong there, and I can't remember whether it was a pair or a double. But Windsor boys, they took a medal in something yesterday as well. I can't remember which one it was now, but two of them that were in that boat are in this boat now, and yeah, they look super strong. Great program they've got there at the Windsor Boys School, and here we are coming through the 1500 metre mark, and it is the Windsor Boys School leading over Sir William Borlase, followed by Buell Bridge, Tideway Scullers, and a little switch in the end there. It's Hartbury who have jumped up with Marlow B in the 6th place position.
So an incredibly strong third 500 there from Windsor Boys. They have moved through the pack. They have moved through William Borlase. They have put themselves in gold medal position. I saw the Scullers crew hot in the chase. They are just having a few steering difficulties wandering into the boys, but hopefully that's all sorted out, because the bronze medal race here between Scullers and the crew from Buell Bridge is wide open. I can't call it between those two. And I'd say that the William Borlase crew are not going to take the challenge from the Windsor Boys School lying down. These two crews in our drone shots are dead level. This is the race for gold and silver respectively. What an incredible final 200 metres we have now here. And it is literally down to who can get their blade in as quickly as possible and as hard as possible between these two crews. Just 20 strokes to go, Zoe.
To me, from here in this angle, it did look like Borlase were just sort of a bow ball or so ahead, but as they get closer now, I still can't call it. It might be Windsor Boys, but how disappointing would it be for Windsor Boys to have such a dominant race and lose it right in the last sort of 10-15 strokes?
I can't call it. It is still down to.
They're both having steering troubles here,
together,
which is not going to help them at all. But it does look like it is that crew from Windsor Boys who are still about 2/3 of a length ahead. The crew from Borlase was not giving up, but Windsor Boys had a fantastic sprint there to the line, and that was Tideway Scullers following in provisional third. Obviously, we will wait for the umpire to confirm, but a fantastic last sort of 30 strokes there by both Windsor Boys and Sir William Borlase. That was incredible. They were dead level there. We were stood up for that whole race. That was amazing. So fantastic to all. And we will just wait for the white flag confirmation from the umpire.
It was just interesting to see the William Borlase crew. They went out first. They were determined to put their mark on the race. They know Windsor Boys are a big name, and they didn't want to let that stand. And it just seemed to me in those last 5 strokes that they just ran out of fuel, and the Windsor Boys just shot forwards to claim that 3/4 of length advantage. The white flag is up, Zoe. Who has won that race?
Absolutely fantastic. And that was, of course, the Windsor Boys, who won that by about 2 seconds, followed by Tideway Scullers, a further sort of 2 seconds behind. And it's Buell Bridge to take 4th, followed by Hartbury University and College, with Marlow Rowing Club B rounding out the field. And that was an incredible race to finish on. Thank you for having us. I've been Zoe Thomas.
And I've been Charles Barry. And we'll hand over to Carol and Poppy to take us through the women's equivalent of that event.
So back on the mic, it's Carol with Poppy for the next hour or so. Looking forward to having some exciting races. We were up in the tower with Charlie and Zoe there, and we were also bouncing up and down because those last two races were phenomenal. So
yes.
Sorry.
Yes, they really
sorry,
were. I was
Poppy.
going to say they
So we've got the C-final of the Women's Junior 16 quads. Poppy, you want to go talk us through who's in it?
So in lane 1, we have Glasgow Academy. In lane 2, Queen's Park Chester. Lane 3, Hexham. Lane 4, Stratford-upon-Avon. Lane 5, Clares Court School. And in lane 6, we have Lee Rowing Club. And it looks like these crews have just passed, or just passing through the 1K marker. And it looks to be Stratford-upon-Avon out in front. They're just leading Queen's Park Chester by about a 1.5 0.2 second gap there. They're followed closely behind by Hexham. Then Clarescore with Glasgow Academy and Lee racing hard there for that 5th position.
Sort of less than a second or so between the first 3 boats there, really hotly contested. Just on the pontoon, we've got Tideways Scullers picking up their bronze medal for winning the Open Junior Quad Sculls, and they had a great race there to get the bronze medal. And I'm sure we'll see the other medalists appear on the pontoon. But meanwhile, back with the C final of the Women's Junior 16 Quads, it's still to my eye that we've got Stratford-upon-Avon, Queen's Park Chester, Hexham in the middle of the field, just inching their way out in front. I would also not discount Clare's Court School in lane 5. I think the 2 outer lanes have maybe dropped off a bit, Lee and Glasgow, to my eye, just looking up the course.
Yes, it does look to be those middle lane crews that are leading the pack here, especially Stratford-upon-Avon, maybe being pushed on a bit by Hexham now. Looks like they've made a push through the field here, but I would hold out hope that Stratford-upon-Avon is still leading their way home.
On the pontoon, we've got the silver medalists, Sir William Borley's is there. They had a phenomenal push towards the line there, but Windsor Boys School just sort of managed to hold off that challenge. But we've got some challenges coming towards us here, Poppy. Look at this. I think that I discounted Glasgow Academy a bit back there, but I think I was wrong.
Yeah, I think they have pushed through. I think they've maybe caught Queen's Park Chester there, who looked to have made a push along that far side, maybe taking Hexham there, with also Glasgow Academy really pushing through the field now. It looks like it could be 4 across in the lanes here, and we've just had the 1/500 metre times flash coming up there on our screen. It looks like Stratford-upon-Avon passed first, but by 0.5 of a second back to Clare's Court School.
3 seconds between the first 5 crews. 3 seconds, that is nothing.
It's a very
there.
close race there.
Oh, wow.
Gosh.
I think Glasgow Academy, to me, seem to be making a move at the moment. Sort of weren't really featuring for the first 1,000 metres, but I think at 1,000 metres they just decided that this was the time to make their move.
They do
and
seem
they're
to have
just
made a push there.
inching their way up the other crews. I think they're pretty much level with who's in there? Queen's Park Chester. That's who's on their inside. And I think they're maybe sneaking in front of Hexham. I think the action's happening all on this side of the course now, lanes 1, 2 and 3.
I would agree. Although I think Stratford-upon-Avon is just pushing up there ahead of Hexham. It looks like it could be Queen's Park Chester and Glasgow Academy battling out for the lead. But I wouldn't discount Stratford-upon-Avon in their final push here as we approach 250 metres to go.
Absolutely not. This is going to come to the line. And it is just such an exciting race between Glasgow Academy, Queen's Park Chester. It's still both all pushing everything into it. Hexham still in the shout with a shout. Stratford-upon-Avon not to be discounted. And then we've got Clare's Court School really charging for the line now. Lee just having fallen off the back of the pack there. But what a move's going on here. I think Clare's Court are having a bit of steering issues. I think must be tired at the end. They've got themselves straight again. Look at this blanket finish. This is amazing for our first race to commentate on.
It is, and I think it will be Queen's Park Chester who crossed the line first, just ahead of Glasgow Academy and Hexham, but I wouldn't like to call who crossed first there. Followed closely by Stratford-upon-Avon and Clare's Court School in what must be one of the closest finishes between the top 5 crews of the day. The field is just rounded out by Lee here, and we'll move to the interview on the pontoon of Windsor Boys.
Let's get some reaction from Windsor Boys School. What an incredible race that was. Arjun, just tell us how tough that was from 250 to go.
That was impossible, basically. We were down most of it, and then last 500 we started clawing back, and then managed to pip it at the end. Oh, that was one of my best races.
Really, that's up there, the best race you've ever raced?
I think that might be my best race, yeah.
I'm going to let you get your breath back. You're absolutely out of it, aren't you? That's an amazing. Adam, a quick reaction from you. How about that? You are the Open J18 champions.
Yeah, it's pretty great. As good as racing gets, really, racing it to the very end. Down most of the race, managed to get ahead at the end. Yeah, couldn't have asked much better. It was really good racing.
Great stuff. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
And we're now back with the B final of the Women's Junior 16 Quad Sculls. Aberdeen Schools in lane 1, Warrington in lane 2, Lee in lane 3, Great Marlow School in lane 4, Composite from Kingston and Tiffin School Boat Club in lane 5, and Hereford in lane 6. And I think this is going to be another blanket, Poppy.
It does seem like it, doesn't it? These crews look to be quite lined up on our screen here, but I think it might be that middle crew there of Great Marlow School who have pushed ahead just to claim a slight lead. Perhaps challenged also by Warrington Rowing Club. It looks to be our two front runners for now on this angle.
There's about 4 seconds between them at the 500 metres. I think you're right. I think Great Marlow School have just got themselves out in front. But I think there's nothing much between the following 5 crews. This is such another cracking race. I think Great Marlow School made that decision to try and get out in front and just keep themselves safe. I don't know how that's going to go because there's some good challenges coming over from Aberdeen Schools, Warrington and Lee.
Yes, it does seem to be, and as the crews approached the last 500 metres of the race, it was Great Marlow School who crossed that line first, followed by Kingston Rowing Club and Tiffin School, that composite there making a strong push in lane 5. They were closely followed behind by Hereford Rowing Club, who also in turn followed by Warrington and Aberdeen Schools, but it's all to play for in this final 500 metres. As we look out the window here, it looks like there's been a good push here in lane 2 coming through nice and strong. It's that from Warrington Rowing Club, who look to have made that move complete on Aberdeen Schools, and perhaps Kingston on the far side as well.
Do you not think just as they're coming into this sort of last 250 metres, they've all decided to up their rating and just start sprinting towards the line?
I think they have, yeah. Approaching the last 250, I expect we'll see another further burst of speed from all of the crews here as they just put in that final push to claim these honours.
Great Marlow School just looks still to have that lead, but as you said, Warrington put in a great push there, and I think they've overhauled Aberdeen Schools, but over on the far side we've still got this challenge from Hereford.
I think Hereford are trying to make a move here. They look to be pretty much neck and neck with Warrington, who just upped the rate, perhaps going for a final wind in the last 100 metres here. It looks like it could be a real close one coming into the line.
Absolutely, but look at this Great Marlow School. They've done the right thing, got themselves out of danger early on and just made enough space that they just thought they could hold on to, and they have held on to that lead. So Great Marlow School to my eye. Great push from Warrington there to get into the second place. And over the far side, Hereford snuck in third. Could not separate 4, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
I think maybe the yellow Aberdeen Schools just snuck in there.
Good push from them. Followed maybe by Lee and that Kingston Tiffin composite on the far side.
But so close.
Very close racing from all crews there. We'll just wait for the white flag to confirm those results. There we go.
And indeed it was Great Marlow School with Warrington second, and then Hereford, and then it was Aberdeen Schools as we thought, Lee as we thought, and composite from Kingston and Tiffin.
Just 0.5 of a second separating those last 2 crews as well. Some very close racing happening today.
So we've had excitement in the C final, excitement in the B final.
We'll see what the A final brings.
Well, I'm living in hope. What have we got in the A final?
So in the A final we have Canterbridgian in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, George Heriot School lane 3, Notts County Rowing Association lane 4, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 5, and City of Bristol in lane 6.
I'm just getting some close-up shots from the cameraman on the course. Some of these lovely quads as they come towards us, and I think it's going to be another cracking race. Look at the times, less than 7 seconds separating all these 6 crews.
Yeah,
that's probably just about a boat length.
It looks like George Heriot's have gone off a bit faster off the start, seeing if they can gap the crews in the first half here. They were about 3 seconds up at the 1K mark, just ahead of Leeds, who are in turn just 0.7 seconds ahead of Wallingford. Again, another 0.9 seconds back to Notts County. So really quite a close race for silver here. And it looks like it could be really quite cracking as we come into the line.
Oh, I think every medal's up for contention with this close. How close this race is looking at the moment. I think you're right. I think George Heriot School have got themselves out in front, just inching away from the rest of the chasing pack. In lane 3 there, you can just see them on the screen, just in the middle there, in sort of dark blue kit. But wow, yeah, I think there's going to be challenges in all directions there. Leeds are not to be discounted, nor are Notts County Rowing Association.
Yeah, I think it is Notts County, Leeds and Wallingford there who are making that push for the bronze and silver medals. 3 of them for 2 remaining spots. It looks like it really could be a good who's going to push first as we go into the last about 400 metres now.
Absolutely. Canterbridgian are not discounted neither, nor are Wallingford. We've seen some great finishes from Wallingford.
We have.
So, yeah, could go anyway here, Poppy.
I would agree. It looks like Leeds are just making a small push here, seeing if they can take any water back from this George Heriot School crew. Oh, but as we've just had the 1,500 metre times coming up, it was Wallingford indeed who passed that line in second place ahead of Notts County. So they've been making some moves over the far side of the lake here. Perhaps that spurred Leeds on to create their last final push, seeing if they can push back onto the medal podium position.
These crews are all starting to ramp it up. Leeds have just picked it up there. Wallingford are going for it. Heriot's just decided that they're going to have to push if they want to stay in that position. I can't remember the last time I saw George Heriot's win a medal, especially not a gold one at the British Championships. So if this pans out, that'll be great for the school up there in Edinburgh. But they are decided, they've got the bit between their teeth now. They are motoring on, charging for the line. But look, Leeds are going with
Leeds,
them.
Yeah.
And
they are
Wallingford
going for a
are picking
huge
it up.
push here.
Goodness me, Leeds really ramping that rating up. Really
Yeah, they want that
on.
silver medal.
Yeah, and Heriot's want to hold on to the gold, and they are really, really moving. This is fantastic performance here from George Heriot's. Take this race by the scruff of the neck and just hold on to it all the way down the course.
But who's going to take the silver between Leeds and Wallingford? It is going to be extremely close as we come to the line, but I think it might just have been Leeds on that last push that they have put in over this last 400 metres. It looks to have paid off for them, as to my eye they crossed the line before Wallingford in bronze. It was Notts County who just dropped back slightly for 4th, followed by Canterbridgian and then City of Bristol over the far side. But what a close race that was for silver.
Absolutely, that's really, really close, and much credit to these ladies just putting it all out there because they wanted it so much.
Absolutely.
Lots of excited supporters on the bank, delighted with their athletes' performance. So now we're going to rapidly move on. I think the Open Championship double sculls has started up at the top end of the course.
Yeah, this is our second A
Here's
final
we've got
in a
the
row.
George Heriot School Club sitting there. Kate Disbulls, Isla Griffith, Rosie Henry and Freya McConnell. Delighted with that performance.
I think they've given it absolutely everything with their last push as well to maintain their position ahead of that race for silver. They were definitely keeping themselves clean and out in front.
Mature bit of racing, just deciding that they're going to stay out of any danger, and that's what they did.
Yeah.
So we've got the A final of the Open Championship double sculls. We've got the University of Bath in lane 2, a Clydesdale Edinburgh University composite in lane 3, Hinksey Sculling School in lane 4, Edinburgh University Weybridge composite in lane 5. I'm sorry, I've reading off bits of paper when I should have been reading off the computer. In lane 1 we have an Ardingly Queen's University Belfast composite. I think I know what's happened. It's an old piece of paper, and in lane 6 we've got the Nottingham University St George's College Boat Club. And I should have remembered that because I did commentate on the repechage earlier today, and I should have known that there were other crews in there. So I do apologise. But leading at 500 metres, it was Edinburgh University Weybridge who were leading the field. Second place was with Hinksey. That had changed at 1,000 metres. It was Hinksey leading with the Edinburgh University Weybridge composite second place. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Edinburgh University composite in third. And in fourth place, Bath University. Fifth is the Nottingham University St George's College. And in sixth, it's Ardingly Queen's Belfast. And I know that this Open Championship double sculls has a lot of lightweights in it because there's no lightweight event, and I think a lot of the lightweights who raced on Friday have joined together to jump into a double scull and just put themselves up against the open weight category.
Yes, I think that is what's happened here, but I think looking like it is Hinksey were just pushing out in front, perhaps maintaining that speed that they found in that second 500 metres when they pushed ahead of Weybridge. Looking on our screen now, it looks to be those two crews out in front, Hinksey followed by that Weybridge Edinburgh University composite as they come towards the line. But it looks to be like a small push is coming in from lane 2 here, which is that Bath University Boat Club, who are just pushing on, see if they can gain that extra speed in this third 500 metres.
And just, if you've got the screen in front of you, you've just got Wallingford picking up their bronze medals in the Open Junior 16 quad sculls. Much deserved. Big smiles on the faces, big support on the bank for Wallingford, of course. They've been appearing in quite a few finals today. But back with the Open Championship double sculls, it's Hinksey still leading the field. They've managed to sort of get a bit of a lead there. I think open water between them and
the Edinburgh Weybridge composite.
Well, you see, yeah, Edinburgh Weybridge. I think there's 3 crews contending here.
I would agree. I think that Edinburgh Weybridge composite had been caught by the other Edinburgh Clydesdale composite there. There's only 0.5 of a second separating them with 500 metres to go.
Bath University also up there, just sprinting towards the line.
Oh yes, they are going for a push now. They've taken the rate up. They can see they have that overlap with that Edinburgh composite, and they want to see if they can take them through to the line here. It's going to be a close race for second, but have they just run out?
Edinburgh Clydesdale composites, Ben Parsonage, who won the championship lightweights. I think Edinburgh picked up the bronze medal. And look at this finish from the Edinburgh Clydesdale composite. They are storming through the line. They've come from quite far back in the field just to come into that second place after Hinksey in lane 4. What a phenomenal finish we had there.
Yeah, followed by that Bath University double there. They had a nice sprint to the line as well.
And then we've got the Edinburgh University Weybridge composite over on the far side. And then we have the 2 composites from Ardingly, Queen's Belfast, and Nottingham University St George's College. These last 2 crews had to make their way into this A final through the repechage, which is always a hard race to do. But it's going to be the Queen's Belfast Ardingly boat going through in 5th, with Nottingham University and St George's College in 6th. What a phenomenal sprint for the line from Clydesdale, Edinburgh University there.
It really was. And on your screen now, you can see the winners of the Women's Chase 16 Cox Squads, George Heriot School, collecting their medals. So we now have our third consecutive A final of the afternoon. In lane 1 we have a Derby Notts County composite, lane 2 Clares Court School, lane 3 Newark, lane 4 Cambridge University Oxford University composite, lane 5 Bath, and lane 6 that is the University of Leeds composite with Leeds Rowing Club.
And I know we've got some interest in this Cambridge Oxford University composite, and I think there's an interview to be screened on our screens about this double.
How special an event is this?
It's a pretty cool event. Obviously there's a lot of clubs from all around the country. There's lots of different categories. Nice to race some things that we wouldn't normally get to race in. We raced in the double again last year and then haven't been in a double really since, but it's nice to come back and train for a couple of sessions and then get back in a double again to race. No, it's definitely a fun event and it's nice to see so many people competing.
And congratulations, the new president of Cambridge University Boat Club, incoming. What's that going to mean for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited. It means I just have much more of a leadership role within the squad, sort of helping out a lot more, greeting everyone when they arrive, helping sort of chat with the coaches a lot more. Just really excited to see what we can do and push everyone and see how much we can improve throughout the year. It's going to be a good year.
Bronze last year, of course. I know you're really pleased with that. What are the chances, girls, of an upgrade this year to gold or silver?
I mean, obviously we're going to go as hard as possible. We always go for gold, but I think we'll be happy with a good race, see what the best we can do is. Obviously, got to be in it to win it, so we'll be going for it, but you never know. There's some good competition out there.
Well, they're in it to win it, and to my eye at the moment, they're certainly up there in lane 4, being charged down by the University of Bath in lane 5.
I would agree. I think it's a race over the far side of the lake here. Definitely looks like Bath maybe have got their nose out in front, but I think it is Cambridge and Oxford who are making that sprint finish, seeing if they can take it out of the Bath crew, followed by that Leeds University composite over the far side, definitely holding on for that bronze medal. As it looks coming into the line that Cambridge and Oxford are just rating slightly higher than that Bath crew, who have led this race from start to this current stroke, but could they be pushed through by the Cambridge Oxford composite?
Oh, I'm not sure. Cambridge Oxford certainly throwing everything at it there. Really, that rating's going up, but so has Bath. Bath have gone up too, and really sprinting towards the line, and that is a hard challenge to overcome, because Bath are not giving up and they are really motoring on. I think Cambridge and Oxford might have to settle for one better than last year, go for the silver from the bronze last year, but still an impressive performance. Great performance from Bath University there, and they are ecstatic with that race.
Yes, absolutely dominant, leading from start to finish there. They looked across the line ahead of that Cambridge and Oxford composite, who are followed home by Leeds composite in bronze, in turn followed by Newark in the 4th place, Clares Court, and the field will be rounded out by the Derby Notts composite on the near side.
Of course, these results to be confirmed by the finish judge and the race umpire, but fantastic performance there from the University of Bath. Just to take that win.
And they look overjoyed to have it. We've seen plenty of celebrations across the line and they look very happy with how they've done today. Deservedly so.
Absolutely. Lots of waves, lots of big happy smiles. And just seen the medalists in the open category just pick up their medals. And just leaving the pontoons, Hinksey just leaving the pontoons there. And I'm sure these women's championship double sculls will come in and pick up theirs shortly. We seem to have a little gap in the process before our next race, which will be the Open Club coxless pairs at about 3 minutes time. In fact, they've started early. Brilliant. And in this one we have Oriel Kensington in lane 1, Sheffield University in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, Dart Totnes in lane 4, Wallingford in lane 5, and Clares Court in lane 6. They both Oriel Kensington, Clare's Court, had to make it into this final through the repechage, so they've had an extra race to do. It's always difficult when you've had that to do, but it gives you a second chance to make it into the final, and they've done that.
Yes, congratulations to both those crews. I think racing twice before your final is definitely tiring, but you can still push through and take those medals if you're determined enough, I do believe.
So leading early on at 1,000 metres, it was Nottingham Rowing Club with Dark Totnes in second place, and then Wallingford.
Looks to be quite close between those two crews for silver and bronze, so with just 2 seconds separating them, a pair can easily be overturned.
Not literally, I hope.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully all these crews stay upright towards the line.
We are in the championship event. No, I'm sorry, it's a club event. We are in the club event with very experienced pairs rowers here. Getting some lovely camera shots of these pairs just moving together. Lovely overhead shot there. So this is
Lane 3, the Nottingham pair, who have just still pushed ahead, maintaining their lead.
You can see the puddles coming off the blades. It shows you how flat this water is. You can see the steering, sort of slight adjustments made in the line, but all pairs staying really nicely between the boys. Just slight adjustments, slight
from
challenges here or there. Oh, Dark Dot, no.
Just seem to be making a small adjustment there.
That's the commentary kiss of death. That the minute you see everybody's nice and straight in their lane, they all have a little wobble. But a lovely performance there from Nottingham, just staying in control and charge there. Dark Totnes still in that second place.
It looks like Wallingford could be going for an early sprint here. They've seemed to have taken the rate up, perhaps seeing if they can try and close that gap on Dark Totnes as they approach the final 500 metres.
Yeah, there's a danger if you leave it too late, you just run out of water to pull yourselves forward.
Definitely, and I think psychologically pushing earlier might help that Wallingford crew see if they can make any inroads on Dark Totnes. Seeing if they push first, they can maintain. If they can claim that lead earlier, they can definitely hold it to the line.
So just picking up their bronze medals in the championship double sculls, the Leeds composite, and then we have just a picture of the Cambridge girl and Oxford ladies that we had the interview with earlier. They were, as they said, they were going for it, and they certainly improved the colour of the medal from last year. But this Bath double that's just coming in was just probably too strong to overcome. But back with the club pairs, it's still Nottingham leading the field. You were correct about Wallingford making a charge. They've actually come back into contention there with Dark Totnes.
Definitely, it looks like Dark Totnes have still got maybe about a canvas lead, but it's definitely Wallingford are making a move. They've taken it up yet again, and they are going for that final sprint. They can see it's 2:50 to go. They'll just pass through that line of red boys now, and they are moving towards the line here. But Dark Totnes look to have taken the rate up slightly as well, as they can see that Nottingham crew coming into the corner of their eye, perhaps losing a slight bit of steam after leading the whole race here. It looks like they just might run out of water here with the Nottingham.
It looks a very strong Nottingham pair, I would say. That look as though they have this race in control. I think they are responding to the challenge from Dark Totnes, and Dark Totnes, having lifted it, have just pulled themselves away from Wallingford there. I thought Wallingford were in with a bigger challenge, but good push from Dark Totnes there, just to get overlap with that Nottingham pair, just in that last 100 metres or so. Wallingford coming in third, and then we've got Sheffield University, Oriel Kensington, and then over the far side, Clare's Court School. And there's the Nottingham pair, Henry Cross, Hugh Madeley. Delighted with their performance, really strong looking as they were coming towards us.
Definitely strong looking, very powerful in each stroke. They stayed long and strong right to the very end of their race. They didn't crumble to the pressure of that Dark Totnes final sprint.
And we've got a bit of a gap in racing here, but we've now managing to get a view of the start. And I always like seeing the start when you see all the crews lined up on the start line. Bow balls to bow balls, lovely shot down the course. And who have we got in this race?
So in lane 1 we have York City Rowing Club, lane 2 Wallingford Rowing Club, lane 3 Sir William Perkins School, lane 4 Nottingham Rowing Club, lane 5 Ross Rowing Club, and lane 6 Cambridge University Boat Club.
They're just all lined up. You can see them sitting there. They'll be under starters' orders. The start umpire will be going through the roll call. He gives them some warnings, gives them a 2-minute warning, and then they go through and you'll have been sitting there watching the traffic light system go on. Just very nervous, quite nerve-wracking, waiting for the lights to change and the signal to go, and off you go. They're not quite ready yet. They're sitting quite relaxed, quite comfortable, just waiting for that sort of 2-minute warning.
I would agree. It looks like they're just keeping calm on the stake boats, just adjusting lines slightly, but definitely not at attention just yet.
Don't often get the chance to see these shots at the national championships. You often see them on the Olympics, this whole start to the finish of the race, but it is a lovely shot, and I do like if I've got a chance to walk up to the start and just sit there and just watch a few of these starts, just because they are very special.
Yeah, I'd say the start is quite a pivotal point of your race. If you can get a strong start and you can get ahead of the crews nice and early, it can be a good mental boost, so you can see the pushes being made and you can challenge them very easily. Take it in your stride. And it does look like these crews have just come forwards to attention now, so hopefully we'll be underway shortly.
I don't know about you, Poppy, but I want to hold my breath because I'm nervous for them.
Oh, and they are away.
There they go. I just had the feeling that I was under starters' orders as well, just sitting there, just waiting to get the call.
Pressure of watching them.
Oh, absolutely.
Looks to be a strong start from all 6 crews. But definitely this middle lane, lane 3 here, it looks like Sir William Perkins A have just got a nice strong start, staying straight in their lane.
Yeah, that's what you want in the umpires, keeping an eye on them just to make sure. Sometimes off the start, boats can go a wee bit squint because...
Yeah, as you try to get it moving, sometimes it can...
And you've only got one blade on each side and it can go a bit... Do you do much pairs racing?
I don't do a lot of pairs now, actually, but they are.
Tricksy boats, as everybody says. And
yes,
yeah.
Definitely skillful to master.
Absolutely.
So just collecting the bronze medals now for the Open Club pairs. We have Wallingford Rowing Club on the pontoon.
A lovely shot up the course for the women's club pairs. As they're coming towards us, there's a shot of the Wallingford pair picking up their bronze medal. So many happy faces when you see people in the winning pontoons.
Definitely that Dark Totness look overjoyed with their silver medals. They had a fantastic race with that sprint finish at the end.
Oh, absolutely. Calling their coach to come on and take some of the credit, which is always nice to see. And we can see the women's pairs just coming towards us. I think that you're right, it was still William Perkins looking strong early on, and the timing system is backing up there. Poppy, Nottingham in second place, York City in third, Wallingford in fourth, Ross in fifth, and Cambridge University in sixth.
Less than a second separating that Perkins and Nottingham crews there. Looks like we could be in quite a tight race for first here.
And just picking up their gold medals, we have Nottingham Rowing Club sitting there. Big, big smiles. And back with the women's club pairs. And it's still Sir William Perkins, Nottingham, and then York. York and Wallingford having a good old battle there, and not far behind them are Ross and Cambridge.
Yeah, I wouldn't count out any of those crews for the bronze medal positions right now. In fact, for all of the medal positions, but I would say it might be Perkins and Nottingham's just pulling away at the front there in those middle two lanes, just ever so slightly.
Just some beautiful pairs work going on there. Just the bodies swinging together, the blades going in and out together, and very nice to watch.
It is very, very pleasing.
And some beautiful water up there. Rain often flattens the water, and it seems to have flattened it today, and there's some beautiful rowing conditions this weekend, so nothing that people could complain about.
Definitely, now it's brightened up since this morning. I think it would be almost perfect conditions to be out there today. Not too warm, not too cold.
So we can see these two leading pairs and see how close they are together. They've pulled themselves out in front of the rest of the field, and I think the battle will be on for the bronze medals. It looks as though those two pairs are got
quite confidently up now for first and second.
Yeah, they'll have to decide amongst themselves, well, as they will, which colour of medal they're going for, but they seem to have dropped the rest of the chasing pack.
Definitely. Looks like Wallingford have made up quite a nice gap there into third place. They've overtaken York City, and they've just pulled a 2-second lead over them as we go through halfway, seeing if they can cement that bronze medal position.
About 2 seconds between Sir William Perkins School and Nottingham Rowing Club.
Perkins do look to be quite comfortable in their rhythm now, as do Wallingford. If we're getting close up on our screen there, they look very, very cool, collected. Just a look over the shoulder from bow there, seeing if they're still in touch with these leading crews.
Yeah. Bow's got a difficult job in a pair. It's often Bow that steers and has to look around and make sure where the other crews are and follow the stroke at the same time. So it's always you need a very talented person to be in the bow seat of a pair. And it's still Sir William Perkins from Nottingham Rowing Club there that you can see coming towards us. And then a bit of a gap for the following crews, Wallingford into that third place.
Yes, Wallingford look to see if they can see that they've pulled away from the pack a little bit there to just see if they can get clear water there for their third place. If they can secure their bronze medals early, they'll definitely be happier in the later stages.
York City are sort of having their own battle with Ross and Cambridge University over the far side. Often difficult if you're in lane 1 to see what's happening over in lane 5 and 6. Sort of to get a gauge of where you are in relation to them, whether you're up or level or what. You know, it's very hard to see that far across the course.
Yeah.
But nice performance from Sir William Perkins here.
Oh, definitely they look.
I think they've pulled themselves apart from Nottingham now. And Nottingham are having to work hard to get back in touch with them.
Yeah, they look very strong. Haven't seen any off strokes from them yet so far this race. They've been confident, collected, staying very straight in their lane. Some very good steering going on. Followed, by Nottingham by 2 seconds. That gap seems to have pretty much cemented itself there. It's about a length in a pair. And then they've, in turn, both of them have pulled away from Wallingford, who have also pulled about an 8-second gap now back to York City, who in turn have also pulled 8 seconds away from Cambridge and Ross, who have that battle over the far side for 5th. Just a second separating those two now.
I don't think Nottingham have given up, though. I think that occasionally they're still having a wee punt at Sir William Perkins just to see what they can do. And I think at the moment, to my eye, Nottingham have picked up the rating. I think they've got overlap with Sir William Perkins. Look at this.
I think Perkins are responding though, and I think Nottingham have got a slight steering issue there, looking like a blade in Perkins' lane, which will just help Perkins as Nottingham have to correct that line.
And
Nottingham
are moving.
Nottingham are moving. I would agree. Into this last 250, they've really picked it up, and they are on the charge now.
Oh, this is it. But Perkins have picked it up as well, and they know what they have to do to stay in front of Nottingham. Nottingham still going, though. They've picked it up yet again.
They are
and
really
driving
moving
on.
now.
Perkins have picked it up again.
both crews want this gold medal here, but it's going to be who can throw absolutely everything at it. It is kitchen sink time as Perkins approaches the line.
It's good to go on the surge here. Look at these bow balls. Very hard to tell.
Definitely. I think it's Perkins who are just holding on slightly better. They look to have about a canvas over Nottingham to my eye. But gosh, that was a strong finish from Nottingham there.
What a brilliant finish from both these crews. Perkins to fight off the challenge and Nottingham to mount that challenge so far out. Wallingford happily in that third place.
York City look to have made a small comeback on Wallingford there, but definitely going to have to settle for fourth, as Cambridge look to have dropped Ross as well on the far side. A very, very close race for first there, and an exciting sprint finish to the line.
We were so excited with 1, 2 and 3, we forgot about 4, 5 and 6, Poppy. What an amazing finish there. Both these crews should be very happy with their performance. All crews, be in the A final, should be so happy with their performance.
Definitely.
And there we go. Anna Staples and Jasmine Irvin Sellers of Sir William Perkins School. And here we go, rapidly back up to the start. We've had a whole series of A finals, been very, very exciting. We're now maybe getting a bit of a breather having a C final, but I know this was hotly contested earlier in the day, so there are an awful lot of crews in the Open Junior 16 quads. So would you like to tell us who's in this C final?
Yes.
Please.
So in lane 1 we have Dart Totnes, lane 3 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, lane 3 Newark Rowing Club, lane 4 Hereford, lane 5 Hartbury University and College, and lane 6 we have Marlow B.
And here we get these wonderful shots on the start yet again.
We can also here see the fantastic stake boat crew that have been working so hard today, especially during this rain. Some volunteers up there, so they are definitely working very hard.
Well, Poppy was one of them this morning in the rain, so she's probably happier for a drier job this afternoon. But it's not raining now.
Yeah, it's stopped raining the moment I go inside, but
yeah,
definitely it's quite an enjoyable job to volunteer for if you can tomorrow. I believe there are spots open if you would like to join them up at the start. It is really a fantastic view and a great way to give back to British rowing for the championships.
These crews look as though they are all just prepared, blades feathered and buried. Beautifully lined up, bow ball to bow ball to bow ball. So still, so quiet up there. So much concentration. There's still some manoeuvring going on from the crew in lane 3. Just making sure they are as straight as they can be in their lane. Just picking up their medals in the split screen. We have Wallingford picking up their bronze medal in the Open Club coxless pair.
And now we have Nottingham Rowing Club picking up their silver medals, looking very happy with their race. They know they threw absolutely everything at it on the finish line. And we are underway with the C final of the Open J16 Coxless Quads. They have just shot off the start there in the corner of our screen. It's been nice, quite a clean, consistent start for everyone across the field. No one seems to have dropped back.
And just getting the handshakes and picking up the gold medals for winning the Open Club coxless pairs. We have Sir William Perkins School, Anna Staples and Jasmine Irvin Sellers. And just up in the start we can see the B final of the Open Junior 16 quads just going onto the pontoons because the previous race is about 500 metres in.
It looks from this screen like it could be Newark who have taken a slight lead here.
I was just checking to see if we had any information or any
Wouldn't like to call it so early, but it looks like they've just put their bow ahead of Hereford. And perhaps Hartbury also going for a challenge here off the start. Also matched with Aberdeen Schools. Those top 4 crews in the middle looking like they've made the most of this start here, but we'll wait for these 500 metre times to confirm anything. And it is Newark who crossed that line first, just 2.5 seconds ahead of Hereford. In turn, just 3 seconds ahead of Aberdeen Schools, who are only 0.8 seconds ahead of Hartbury. That looks to be quite a close race for third there.
Who are only 0.4 seconds
ahead of Dartness.
Well, whoa, as you said, you thought Newark had got their noses out in front, and then there was nothing between the other crews.
The other 3, yeah.
It looks as though we don't have a time for Marlow here.
That's what I was just thinking. I don't think they've appeared on our screen. I can't see them out the window. Maybe they did not start this C final.
I don't think there's very much in it at this stage of the race. I think
I'd agree.
Newark have got their noses out in front, but it's only by a small margin.
Yes, I think in the 2K races it's so early to call at the 500 metre marker that you can have a good start and die off, or you can have a quite bad start and gain it back throughout the race. I think we've seen many sprint finishes here pushing through.
I would say that this year has been a year of sprint finishes, and yesterday, today, Friday, that I've seen a lot of things change in the last 500 metres, last 250 metres. More so than in previous years, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. I think we've had our fair share of photo finishes and sprint finishes throughout the week. I think it makes the racing really quite exciting when we have 4 crews going level to level to the line.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, and it does look to be Newark who are opening out that gap here. They look to have almost a length on Hereford, who in turn have a length on Aberdeen Schools. In turn, maybe about half a length back to Hartbury here. But still, anything could happen as we're approaching just gone through halfway.
Indeed, and it looks as though the Marlow crew isn't in this lineup. But as you said, New York pulling themselves out in front and just looking a bit more comfortable as they are cruising down the course. With Hereford on their coattails, Aberdeen Schools going with them.
Yes, Newark look quite strong in their rhythm there. We can see from this wonderful camera angle we've got going here. It looks some very good sculling going down, but there's also Hereford in between them and Hartbury, who is still moving strong.
Yeah, it's settled into a beautiful chevron pattern that it's Newark leading with Hereford and Aberdeen Schools on their outside slightly behind, and then Dartness and Hartbury slightly behind those. Just like a lovely arrowhead coming towards us.
I would say it looks like we've got Hartbury University on that far side, maybe making a push here on the Aberdeen Schools crew. Quite far to tell, but it looks like they could have made up some ground from that length that they had at the 1K marker.
I think the chasing crews are sort of flattening out rather than a chevron, that they look closer together. Newark certainly in front, but nothing between Aberdeen Schools
and
Hereford and Hartbury. Just in Hartbury, I've seen some very strong finishes from their crews early in this weekend, so it's all to play for it yet again.
Yes, just 1.3 seconds between Hereford and Aberdeen Schools as we came through the last 500 metre marker to go. It looks like Hereford are really moving now, seeing if they can take anything from Newark in front of them. Looks like they've raised that rate if they think they can go for the sprint finish.
I think Aberdeen Schools are starting to sprint as well, just out the corner of the eye. I just thought they've upped their rating and they're starting to motor on.
I would agree, and I think Hartbury have as well over that far side.
What can Newark do to
Newark are definitely responding.
They have responded now, absolutely.
They
You saw that change,
change,
didn't you?
Yes.
That was beautiful.
They just all decided and they've gone together and they are now sprinting to the line. They want to keep this win ahead of Hereford, who are definitely pushing them, as well as Aberdeen Schools on their
Aberdeen
side.
Schools just picked it up yet again. Did you see that move there? Oh, they are starting to fly.
Definitely,
Hereford
they
are
found
going to
that
have to
final
start
gear. And they're
something
seeing,
as well.
Yeah, seeing if they can challenge Hereford for second here. It looks like Newark still have that canvas lead, but Aberdeen Schools are powering it down now.
Oh, goodness me. These three crews have picked this up incredibly well. Aberdeen Schools really pushing so hard. Newark trying to hold on to this lead. It's going to come right down onto the line.
It looks like it was just Newark ahead of Aberdeen Schools there. Not at all by much. If there had been another 100 metres, the race could have been Aberdeen's. And then Hereford over the far side coming in on that bronze. Still definitely not out of it.
What an amazing finish from all these three crews.
Definitely.
Newark, Aberdeen Schools, Hereford, and Hartbury settling for fourth, with Dark Totnes in fifth in this C final of the Open Junior 16 quads. What a phenomenal finish.
Definitely such a
I've
good...
still got a smile on my face. It was so exciting.
We've had some real heart rate raises today in the last 100 metres. And those final gears that Dark Totnes seem to keep finding to really push themselves up.
Some just superb racing.
And we've panned back up to the start here for the B final of the Open J16 Coxless Quads. In lane 1, we have Henley Rowing Club. Lane 2, St Andrew Boat Club. Lane 3, Tideway Scullers and Wallingford Rowing Club B. Lane 4, Windsor Boys School C. Lane 5, Marlow A. And Lane 6, Clares Court School. Oh, and this is a close race here. Through the 500 metre marker, we had Marlow going in at a 139.1, Henley in second at a 140.0, just 0.3 seconds behind them, Tideway Scullers, and another 0.3 seconds behind them, we had Clares Court School. And only a second back on that, we had the
St Andrew Boat Club crew and Windsor Boys School would look to be the slowest one out of those six at that stage, but we all know how fast Windsor Boys School can be, so wow, we've got a corker in front of us.
Race on our hands here. I would agree. I think this is anyone's game, pretty much. We've had about 2 seconds across the entire field there.
Just amazing. Just looking up and you can see how close they are together. You can see it on the screen, you can see it up the course. Just very little. They've got overlap between all six boats. And that's for, if you're in a sort of crowd like that, it's really, really ramps up the adrenaline, ramps up the excitement for you. You know, as a rower, you're focused within the boat, but you could hear things happening. You could hear the blades from the other crews. You can hear the calls that are made from the other crews. And it just adds to the excitement of your race.
And so it's Marlow who've just crossed that 1K marker ahead of Henley and St Andrew and Windsor Boys School, all within a second of each other. Definitely some really quite close racing going on between those markers. The racing over this near side between Henley and St Andrew Boat Club, definitely like 0.3 seconds between the two crews. Looking strong. They can see each other in his lanes next to each other, and they will be pushing right off each other, going stroke for stroke. You can see them looking across there, looking to see if they're making any moves, because they want to know they can respond. This is Henley Rowing Club, definitely just powering up in lane 1. They want to maintain this second place position that they crossed halfway in.
Well, that's quite difficult if you're in lane 1 in second place and the winner's in lane 5. It's really hard to get an angle, especially in a coxless boat, because you you know, the steers person can look over and see, but you know, it's really hard to.
Can't judge the angles exactly whilst you're
Absolutely
moving as well.
not. So it's not one of these races where you can relax at all.
Definitely not.
Poppy and I are straining our eyes, looking up the course, looking at the screen, trying to figure out colours and equipment and see who's in which boat. I think we just got St Andrew Boat Club just at the corner of the screen there, just going off the screen.
I would say it looks like it could be St Andrew and Henley over this near side who are pushing ahead. I wouldn't like to count out Marlow, but with this psychological battle between St Andrew and Henley, it could be spurring them on to push ahead of Marlow.
Beautiful drone shots, aren't they just
They
stunning?
are
If you've
lovely.
got the screen in front of you, have a look, because they are amazing. But to my eye, that still looks as though it's Marlow.
Just ahead of Henley there.
Marginally in front of St Andrew Boat Club. Ooh, I want a ruler to draw across the screen here, because
This Windsor Boys School crew who are down at the first 500 metres, who have
they're
pushed
coming
back.
back.
They are joining this fight for second. They're absolutely storming
I
this
think they're
third
level
500.
with lanes 1 and 2, St Andrew and Henley. They
I
have
would
come
agree.
back big style there.
They're definitely joining this battle.
Marlow having to work hard to keep that lead as they come into the last 300 metres or so of this race. I would not discount, looking up the course, I would not discount Henley, would not discount St Andrew Boat Club, certainly not with the Windsor Boys School.
No, Windsor Boys are on a charge, and they're going to make
And
this
they are
race
charging.
theirs.
You said it, and you called it, and they started doing it even more. So this is wonderful.
They really have stepped it up. It looks like Henley have taken St Andrew, and they're going for it. They've taken that stroke rate up. They are winding to this line now.
They're all winding for the line. Marlow are having to wind up for the line.
Marlow to defend their position, but it looks like
Look at
Windsor
Windsor
Boys have found another gear. They are storming up the inside of this Marlow crew, who are responding now, definitely sending those blades through a lot faster, but it could be Windsor Boys who are just pushing through.
St Andrew Boat
St
Club
Andrew-
and Henley going for it too. This is just astounding.
All 4 of these
It's gonna be
crews vying for the win here as we come to the line. It looks
Windsor
like
Boys School
Windsor
maybe
Boys
marginally in front of Marlow.
just on the surge. It looks like they could take it. We'll have
Goodness
to wait for provisional, but
to my eye, just
what a tight race
squatting
that
down,
was.
I thought it was maybe Windsor Boys School, then Marlow, then St Andrew Boat Club, and then Henley.
I would agree with that to our
But-
eyes. That's what it looked like, but we'll have to wait for the official results because that was a close one in the last 200 metres. That absolutely storming finish from Windsor Boys, going through that first 500 metres in 5th place and then claiming it back to potentially winning. Absolutely phenomenal race from them.
Oh, that was such an exciting race, and it was the Windsor Boys School. What a controlled race they had. They were quite content just to sit behind the rest of the field early on, 500 metres in. Still quite content to sit there,
Just conserve
but
that
actually
energy.
to have the knowledge that they could
Have
go
that
for
trust in their race plan that they can storm through, claim it in the last 750 must have been.
So we've got just a shot now of the A final of this event, the Open Junior 16 Quad Sculls. We've got Henley A in lane 1, Wallingford in lane 2. We've got Wallingford on the screen there. George Watson's College in lane 3. Another Windsor Boys School crew in lane 4. A Lambton Tideway Scullers Composite in lane 5. And another Windsor Boys School crew in lane 6. Oh boy, we're in for a beauty
treat
of a
here.
race.
So it looks like Windsor Boys just went through that 1K marker just ahead of George Watson's College there, but really not much in it. Just seen that bowman from Windsor Boys look across now. They're making a call, perhaps taking it up at around that halfway, make a push, see if they go early. They can tempt their competitors to follow them.
So we had Windsor Boys School going through first, their A crew, and second place, as Poppy said, was with George Watson's College, and then the B crew from Windsor Boys School in third.
Gosh, it does just say the depth that that programme has.
Absolutely, and for the Windsor Boys C crew to win the B final as well, that is huge depth of talent.
Outstanding, yes, I would agree. Arguably one of the best schoolboy sculling programmes in the UK. But they are being really closely followed by George Watson's College here, looking like they really want to take this move as well. They want this gold medal. They're not going to give it up. They're staying strong in their boat, heads in, very focused. Practically mirror images of each other.
This is a beautiful shot, isn't it? Just, as you said, the concentration on the faces, but the concentration and the sort of heads totally focused, looking over the head of the person in front of you, not looking side to side.
I'd agree. It looks like George Watson's College has eaten into that Windsor boys lead. We'll have to see the times as they come through the 1-500, but it cannot be much separating these two crews now as they start to wind up for their final push.
So it's the Windsor Boys School 1 at 1500 metres, George Watson's College in second place. Henley have gone into third. The Lambton Tideway Scullers Wallingford Composite in fourth. Windsor Boys School in fifth. And sixth was with Wallingford.
Those timings are on your screens now. It looks like George Watson's are going for a push now. You can see their boundman looking across. And look from 3 and 2 seed as well. They start to move towards the line now. You can see the pain on their faces. They want this gold medal, and they are going to charge to the line to do it. They are really gaining on Windsor boys now. Again, looks across from Windsor boys, scouting out their opposition. They want to know when to push.
Look at the picture there is just stunning. Look at those that blade work, the coverage they're getting in these boats, even though they're rating really, really high.
Absolutely perfect sculling from these crews here.
Windsor Boys School, we know they have strong finishes, and they have just gone up. They have just ramped that rating up. Stroke just looked over and thought, I can have this, I can take the crew with me. Yeah. They've ramped it up. George Watson's have ramped it up.
And you can see Henley on this near side as well. They've ramped it up. They're going for bronze.
Me, this is just amazing. So Watson's going.
George Watson's who are finding that extra gear. They are going.
Goodness me, this is going to go for it.
Moving. It's going to be Balval for Balval on this line here.
Yet another phenomenal race, and it.
And it is too close to call coming into the line.
Wants it to go. I cannot call that.
No
that
idea.
Was
on the surge.
That is a picture finish.
We'll have to wait for the timing results to come
third
through.
Place. Wallingford fourth.
No. What a finish that was from George Watson's College.
The composite in fifth and Windsor Boys B in sixth. But goodness me, 1 and 2. That is up for the finish judge. White flags there. We'll get the results on the screen as soon as we can. That was brilliant. I don't want to see it because I think I'm thinking my heart was going that way because I'm Scottish and that's where I wanted it to be. But I think on the screen, that's it.
They're still unofficial on the screen here.
I know. I'm just. Poppy can see me jumping up and down. My heart rate's gone through the roof. I'm just waiting for
the
official confirmation. And the boys are waiting for the official confirmation because Windsor Boys School.
They don't know who's won either.
They don't know. We don't know. I'm sure the photographs being developed as we speak so they can have a look at it because that was an amazing race, Poppy.
Absolutely.
I am so happy we made sure that Peter and Martin didn't get it. Yes, this will be Poppy and out my last race for today. Peter and Martin are going to be taking over. Here we go. There's the results. George Watson's College. Look at that differential. Goodness me.
0.2 of a second.
Windsor Boys School, second place. Henley in third. Wow.
What a push to the line that was from George Watson's, and it paid off. Absolutely fantastic racing from these quads today.
Well, it's been fun, Poppy. Loved commentating with you.
It has been great, hasn't it?
Can't wait till the next time.
Yes.
Thank you so much to Carol and Poppy for taking us through the last set of races, and we are back already with more action here in this Open J15 Cox Quads C final. I'm joined in a commentary tower by Martin Knight, and I'm Piotr Golawski.
And it's great to be back. Second stint of the day, but first time with you, Pete. I'm really looking forward to taking the viewers and spectators all the way through to the last race of the day.
Absolutely, I've been enjoying your commentary, Martin. It's been very informative, and I'm glad to have such a knowledgeable person next to me here.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. Coming down the course now is the C finals in progress. In lane 1, we've got Falcon Boat Club. In lane 2, we've got Globe Rowing Club. In lane 3, we've got Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. In lane 4, we've got a composite from the northeast, Berwick and Lambton Rowing Club. Lane 5, Leeds Rowing Club, and lane 6, Clare's Court School Boat Club. How are we looking, Pete?
So at the halfway point, we've had the leading crew from Berwick Amateur and Lambton Composite in second place, not too far behind them. Just 0.7 of a second was the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. So at the moment is the Battle of the North. And in third place, crew from Thames Valley, Clare's Court School Boat Club.
Going through the 1500 metre though, we've had a bit of movers and shakers. That Globe Rowing Club crew in lane 2 have moved through to first place. Aberdeen still in second place, and in third place is Leeds now. So a big third 500.
Yeah, third 500 is arguably the toughest portion of the race. So to come away from being in fifth place, now being in first place, I know that Coach Will Darlington will be very proud of him. I'm not sure he can be here today with them, but I know he's cheering. So best of luck to Globe athletes, and they are really looking to power through. I mean, they're just coming into almost the last 350 meters to go or so, and at the moment it looks like lane 2 over lane 3 here.
Yeah, still that Globe crew coming into the last 250. To their left in lane 3, we've still got the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the presentation there for the Windsor Boys crew that won gold medal in the J16 Quad Sculls. Well done to you guys, well done to you boys. If we turn our attention back to the race, and the race for medals here, it's still looking like Globe, but there's definitely a challenge from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They've come a very long way to race for this, and it looks like they want to go home with the gold medal, Pete.
Well, this is the C final, Martin, but the Globe Rowing Club is absolutely powering through. I think they're going to push away any advances from Aberdeen, although Aberdeen are now just gaining speed. That rate has really shot up, but Globe are so explosive, Martin.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're right. This is the C final. I guess gold for them, but yeah, not the gold medal. As they're coming past us, I think it's the Aberdeen Schools Boat crew that are pushing through Globe on the inside, and I think they've got a canvas at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martin. Although Aberdeen on the surge is the Battle of Globe v Aberdeen, and I think Globe maybe just on the surge got that half a canvas here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And just equally tight for third and fourth there, as we look across the way between Leeds and the composite from Berwick and Lambton. Wow, so excited. I'm calling medals that aren't there to be given, Pete.
Well, each athlete and each crew, despite racing in the respective final, will have their own personal targets and objectives. So, like you're saying, it would be like a gold medal winning that final. So that's all that matters. You can only race whoever turns up in your final, and I think they've done that brilliantly. We've been treated to some incredibly close finishes throughout this whole weekend at British Rowing Champs.
Absolutely, and a huge shout out to Falcon Boat Club there and Clare's Court Boat Club, bringing up this race, coming through Clare's Court in 5th and Falcon in 6th. The fact that all their crew were sort of leaning over backwards, falling over their blades, shows just how much effort those boys put into the racing as well. What a fantastic start to our commentary shift.
And the action keeps progressing. Race 391 is underway. We are nearing the halfway mark here in the Open J16 Cox Quads B final. Who's in the line that, Martin?
Lane 1, we've got Hampton School. Lane 2, Windsor Boys School B. Lane 3, Bulebridge Rowing Club. Lane 4, Maidenhead Rowing Club. Lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Leeds Rowing Club. How are we looking so far, Pete?
So at the 500 metre mark, Maidenhead Rowing Club have taken a great lead ahead of Windsor Boys School, 1.6 seconds. and 0.4 of a second behind him was Bulebridge Rowing Club. So the spread between the first and third is about 6th is about 3 seconds max at the moment. So the field is very much closely compacted together, and as we've seen, speeds can change so rapidly in the space of a short 500-meter distance. So I couldn't call it at this point, Martin.
It's nice to see that everyone's in the race, everyone's got a lane, everyone's got a chance. You can see, if you're looking at the monitors, we're about sort of approaching 4 minutes at this race, so we should hopefully be moving through the 1,000 metres very soon, and when we do get some times, we'll update you with those. Looking at our footage on the TV screens, the standard of this sculling is super, super high, as you'd expect at the B final. This event had loads of entries, and these are crews 7 through to 12, and we expect the standard to be high, don't we?
Absolutely, and despite the fact that this will be the second or third year of rowing for most of these athletes, as this is a J15 event, you can already see the passion, the grit, the determination, the ingredients behind what makes rowing such a fantastic sport to watch. And I'm just seeing a lot of excitement, a lot of explosiveness going down the course. Little looks from these athletes. I know they think they will be similarly spread in terms of speed, and they are just up for a big old fight here.
Well, while we wait for the times to come through, Pete, if you were coxing one of these crews and perhaps sit down in second or third, what sort of calls would you be making to your crew just to encourage them to really get a press on in the next 500?
Yes, so currently we're going through the third 500 meters, which is arguably, like we say, the toughest point of the race. At this point, I would just be asking them to stay internal, stay focused, don't look at the opposition, and just apply as much explosiveness through the legs and the hips as possible, because that will ultimately give you the best chance of starting your sprint finish from a very favourable position here as we head into the Red Boys.
Well, we've got some times here from the 1,500 metres, and I think the Cox on the Maidenhead Rowing Club crew has been listening to you, because they came across the 1,500 in first place. Second at 1,500 were Leeds Rowing Club. Third were the Windsor Boys School. Fourth were Hampton School. Fifth were Marlow, and sixth in lane 3 were Bulebridge. But honestly, you could throw a blanket over them.
Yeah, there's...
Looking now from our vantage point, it does seem like the Maidenhead crew have continued to press home their advantage, coming into the last 250 or so. It looks like they're in the lead, I think. Being pushed hard by the crew in lane number 1 from Hampton. And then just inside, those Windsor Boys crew in lanes 2, they've started to take their rating up, and we've seen from the other crews that have raced in this event and others that their coaching structures trained their crews to really, really sprint hard in the last 200 metres, so expect some fireworks from them.
That's exactly right. Windsor Boys must never be written off, and look at them going about 42, 43 strokes per minute here. They're still fighting with Hampton Maidenhead. They've worked out such a great advantage. I don't think they want to let that go. We talked about putting yourself in a favourable position, and they are absolutely hammering those blades.
I think it's going to be Maidenhead for the win. That looks pretty decisive, but even on the far side, lane 6, Leeds pushing. Lane 5 inside, then Marlow pushing. There are 5 boats coming across the line, and they're all within a canvas of each other.
Unbelievable standard of rowing, pretty much a blanket finish here. Great move from Maidenhead to get up to an early lead and be able to hold that advantage.
We're waiting for the official result, but to my untrained eye, I think it was Hampton in lane 1 that crossed the line second, and then I think perhaps over in lane... in fact, actually, I got so excited, I've lost where I was. We'll wait for the official results. It is, in fact, Maidenhead in first place. It is, in fact, Hampton in second place. We got that right. And it was Bulebridge that crossed the line in third place. So that's your 1, 2, 3 from the B final.
So we've got an announcement to all of our volunteers alongside the course. You have been doing so brilliantly this whole weekend, and if you are currently free and unoccupied, please head towards the start line now, as we do need a few more hands helping us out with the starting blocks. Please, that's from our volunteers leading here. Please head towards the start line. We need some more help.
And this is our medal race. This is the A final of the Open Junior 15s, Coxed Quads. In lane 1, we've got Barn Elms. In lane 2, we have a composite of Camas and Chester Street Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 3, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 4, the Windsor Boys Schoolboat Club A Crew. Lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club A Crew. And in lane 6, the Infinity Boat Club. And as we went through the 500 metres, Pete, racing's tight.
Absolutely tight. Henley Rowing Club with a time of 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1 second behind them, Windsor Boys, who have been so strong and dominant this whole event. Another second behind them also is Barn Elms Rowing Club, and in fourth currently, just 0.9 of a second behind them is Wallingford Rowing Club. So not much to separate these crews, and we've got some real excitement coming here in the next half of the race or so, as this is a medal final. So your performance will determine what kind of medal you can hang around your neck after this.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the names in this race, they're all big names, all successful coaching structures, all successful clubs. Bit of a grudge match perhaps between Henley and Windsor Boys School as well, two really competitive clubs at this level. The form book might say it's got to be Windsor Boys School, but we'll wait and see how the race unfolds. Looking from our vantage point, looking at the drone shots that's coming in. At the moment, though, it's Henley in lane 3 that are leading the Windsor Boys Schoolboat Club, who are in lane 4.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Martin. If I was in that Henley crew, I would also want to work out as much of an advantage over that Windsor Boys. We know how dominant they are with the finish, so they will be looking to respond to any moves. But it looks like Windsor Boys have gone slightly early. They're really looking to put their foot down in this third 500 meters here.
Yeah, we're still looking for, still waiting for some times as we through the 1,000. So we're using our untrained eyes. The two crews in lane 3 and 4 certainly seem to be in positions 1 and 2. Looking across to lanes 1, where we've got Barn Elms. They're certainly in for a fight for the bronze at the moment, I think. But inside them, the Camas Chesterley Street crew, I think, are just ahead of them. Looking across the lanes 5 and 6, they seem to be fighting out for 5th and 6th at the moment. Although, of course, the angle could be deceptive, Pete.
They sometimes can be to an untrained eye also, but the speeds can change so rapidly here, and that's exactly what we've been seeing, race after race after race. And at the moment, my eyes are really focused on that fight between Windsor Boys and Henley. Who's your money on now, Martin?
It's a humdinger. I tell you what, I'm not going to bet against the Windsor Boys School. I'm not going to bet against them. I'm just waiting for them. We're now entering the last 250 metres. I can hear the crowd below us, Pete, starting to raise their volume, starting to cheer their respective crews on. But as they come into the last 250, it is bow ball for bow ball between Henley and that Windsor Boys crew. And in third place, I think in lane 2 at the moment, it is the Camas Chesterley Street Amateur Rowing Club crew.
If you are watching this race from the back, please give it for these crews, because they've been giving us an absolute show here, and it's maybe half a canvas between Henley and Windsor Boys at the moment. They are both coming here, and Henley is now taking the rate up even more, really sending these paddles down. But Windsor Boys aren't having any of it, and they're really looking to get them on the surge, Martin.
Oh, I think it's still Henley, but this is going to be decided on the surge. It is going to be decided on the surge since they come past us. I think that's Henley crossing the line first. I think it's Windsor Boys crossing the line in second, but it is just a think. And in third place by length, it is the Camas crew and Chesterley Street crew coming across the line in third, followed by Barn Elms coming across the line in fourth. And then fifth, we've got the Wallingford Rowing Club, and very closely behind is the Infinity Boat Club. But of course, we wait the official result from the umpire.
We are seeing zero celebrations from Henley and Windsor Boys. They are going to wait to the last moment to hear the official results. It did look like perhaps there was a foot in it, but we've now got the white flag from the umpire. And what does that tell us, Martin?
That tells us that it is, in fact, Henley Rowing Club that got the gold medal by 4/10 of a second.
4/10 of a second.
And Windsor Boys, fantastic racing. It was decided on the surge. And in third place, it is the crew, composite crew of Camas and Chesterley Street Amateur Rowing Club. But congratulations to all crews in that final. It was a fantastic race.
What an absolute show of clinically executed performance. Those coaches that were preparing these young athletes for the race, they knew exactly what to say and what to do in a pre-race chat, and they should be very proud of their performance that these athletes have just shown us all on this iconic track here.
I can't believe we were watching J15 scullers. I really can't. But if you told me they were J18, if you told me they were university, I could quite believe it because of the level of skill. Fantastic. What a great advert for the sport.
I can't wait to see what they do in future years and perhaps get a few GB vests on the way as well.
Touch wood. Well, the excitement never stops. We've got our next event coming down the track. It's the Women J15 Cox Quad Finals C. In lane 1, we've got Barn Elms. In lane 2, we've got Leeds Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have Durham Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 4, we have Falcon Boat Club. Lane 5, we've got Lee Rowing Club. And lane 6, we've got Hartpury University and College Boat Club. We're just waiting for some times from the first 500. If you're looking at the TV screen, you can see actually we're a bit further through the race. How's it looking, Pete?
At the moment, looks like lane 3 has got a very healthy lead. That crew from Durham Amateur Rowing Club, they don't want to take any chances and leave anything for a blanket finish. So they decided to put the work in early and start to get all the crews in their field of vision, and then that will allow them to sort of control that race from ahead. You know, you're able to respond to any moves that your opponents will throw at you, and it looks like an open water advantage here, going through the hay.
Yeah, for the benefit of the spectators on the bank that don't have the TV screen that we can see, it is at the moment a clear lead for that Durham Amateur Rowing Club crew. You've called that just right, Pete. I think in second place there in lane 4 we've got Falcon Boat Club, is that right? And then I think coming through in third, although I do want confirmation of this, I think it's the Leeds crew, but I'm happy to be corrected on that, Pete. Still waiting for some times. If you're watching on YouTube, then you can see for yourselves the standard of rowing in this event. If you told me this was the A final or the B final, frankly, Pete, I'd have believed it.
Well, hopefully the A final will have a bit more excitement left for the second half of this race, because this Durham Amateur Rowing Club crew, like we said, they really don't want to take any chances. They are leading their final, and they are not looking to get overtaken by anyone, Martin.
So, Pete, with your experience, if you were sitting in that crew now, ahead of the field, what would you be thinking? Push on or just consolidate our position?
I would be looking to get into my perfect flow state, so focus just on the rhythm, focus on each individual next stroke. Can I make each next move really efficient? Can I apply all my power effectively? And can that accelerate the crew? I wouldn't be thinking too much about the opposition. I would love to just focus internally on everything.
Yeah, gotcha. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see crews now on the medal rostrum from the Open J15's Cox Quad A final. The bronze medal there being collected and pictures being taken. Medal well earned there for the composite crew from Camas and Chester Listreet Amateur Rowing Club. Well done, boys.
They'll be really proud of that result, and they should, because that was a cracking race. But we have another one on our hands here, because Durham is in the lead, but currently they are being chased down by crew from lane 4, Falcon Boat Club from Oxford, and they are not looking to let them get away with that race that easily. And also we've got a big fight for the third place coming on here between lane 1 and 2. That's Barn Elms and Leeds Rowing Club, Martin.
Absolutely, and I think in terms of that battle for third, I think in lane 1 I'd say Barn Elms look to be leading it from here. Don't count out those fast finishes in lanes 5 and 6 though. We've got in lane 5 the Lee Rowing Club, and in lane 6 Hartpury University College Boat Club. You know they're going to have a strong last 500 metres. We've just gone across the 1500, all to play for in terms of perhaps positions 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, we can see the crews are now in the final quarter of this race, which means we are in the business end of this C final here. Durham still in the lead, ahead of crew from lane 4, Falcon Boat Club. But that fight for third place, it's still neck and neck between Barn Elms and Leeds. I could not call this at this point. We've still got so much water to cover. We are now heading into the last 250 meters of this race, which means we've got about 40 seconds of rowing left. And as we know, anything can happen during that stage, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd call in lane 2, Leeds have gone for it. The rating's gone up, the intent's gone up, and I think that's taken their canvas past the Barn Elms crew in lane 1. At the moment, I would say that they are coming into third place. But as I said, be careful. Watch out for lanes 5 and 6, who are also getting a shovel on, particularly lane 5. And we can see the lead pushing on back into this final. You might be able to hear some cheers in the background. That's for the Henley crew, who are coming in to get their gold medals from their Cox Quad event. But as we come into the last 5 or 6 strokes, it is going to be Durham Amateur Rowing Club crossing the line first, and in second place it's going to be Falcon Boat Club crossing the line in second, and third across the line looks like it's going to be that crew from Leeds, Pete.
And I think those distances have closed so much. Durham had open water by about 1,000 meters into this race. Falcon chased them down. They were overlapping by the time we finished, and that Leeds crew also made such a fantastic push to also nearly overlap that Falcon crew.
Absolutely, and fourth across the line there, I think, was Barn Elms. Fifth across the line was the Lee, and sixth across the line was Hartpury. Fantastic race. Well done to all the crews. I think we're going to have an interview in due course, so we're just waiting for that with some of the crew members from the successful Henley boat.
Let's get some reaction. That was a hell of a race. Miles, talk us through the last few strokes, which made all the difference. You won by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, I mean, those last few strokes, me and my team really put in a shift. Windsor really gained on us. They are really good at their last push, but somehow we managed to keep them off and gain. I think we won by like 0.3 seconds. So,
how deep did you have to dig?
Like unimaginably deep. Yeah, I mean, it's quite hard to describe how hard you have to push, but yeah, it was a brilliant race.
You got there and you got a gold medal around your neck. Miles, congratulations. Emma, the Cox, what did you call to get the best out of those boys in those last few metres?
Power.
Tell us what you were calling to them.
Oh, power.
You're just calling as loud as you can. Congratulations, Emma. Well done. And well done to the champions, the Open J15 Cox Quad. Well done to the crew from Henley.
Thank you very much. So we've got the B final now of the Women J15 Cox Quad coming down the course. Little lane order for you. Lane 1, Cambridge 99. Lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 3, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 4, Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club. Lane 5, club very close to my own heart, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. And in Lane 6, Lambton Rowing Club. How are things looking, Pete?
At the moment, we are through the 1,500 meter mark, so actually not much time to talk about what happened earlier in the race. So let's focus on the action that is ahead of us. At the moment, it looks like lane 3, Henley Rowing Club, again with a nice commanding lead here. Very good performance we've seen from Henley over the course of this weekend, but also they are not without a challenge because Marlow Rowing Club fancying themselves the top spot here in this B final.
And I'm actually going to put a massive shout in for Nottingham and Union over in lane 5 as well. They look like they're coming on strongly now. They're probably going to be vying for 3rd or 4th place, but come on girls, let's get the foot on the gas as we enter into the last 250 metres. Let's see if we can secure one of those top 3 spots. Over in lane 1, Cambridge 99 are doing it incredibly well as well. They're leaning all over Marlow to their left in lane 2. And at the moment, it looks like those 3 races on the near side, those 3 boats on the near side of the course are looking like your 1, 2 and 3. So William Perkins in lane 4 dropped slightly off the pace a little bit there as Nottingham and Union pushed past. And then out in lane 6, sticking to their task, it's Lambton Rowing Club, not giving up the ghost. All 6 crews piling on as we come into the last 200, Pete.
I'm just looking at this incredible sprint coming over from lane 2 from the Marlow crew. Like I said, they've got overlap over Henley now, but Henley are responding. They're a little bit more scrappy, less together, but they are so powerful. That's why they're in the top spot here. But Cambridge 99 have made a massive surge here, and I believe they're about to overtake Marlow. Also, keep out on lane 5, Nottingham and Union. What are they doing, Martin?
Let's go, Union! Let's go, Union! They are coming through like a train, and I think they're pushing through to 2nd place now, leaning all over Henley there as they approach the line. It's a fantastic finish from Nottingham and Union. It looks like it's going to be Henley across the line first, but I think Nottingham and Union have come through from 5th to 2nd across the line, and Cambridge are leaning all over Marlow, but it's Marlow that are going to be third across the line. Cambridge Night Time fourth across the line, and then a very, very tight finish for the last two crews between Sir William Perkins and Lambton Rowing Club. Goodness me, what a race, what a finish from that Nottingham and Union crew.
I was
Outstanding.
just about to say, what an unbelievable set from Nottingham and Union. We did not expect that at all. And also Cambridge 99. I'd like to hazard a guess and say if there were 50 more metres in this race, the order could have been absolutely, completely different here.
Absolutely, but all credit as well to the winners of that race, or the first across the line certainly, Henley Rowing Club, a really, really mature performance, controlled their race into the last 250 metres and were able to withstand a very fast finishing Nottingham and Union crew.
And swiftly moving over to race 395, we've got the A final of this super exciting women's J15 Cox Quads. In the lineup, we've got the Cambridge crew, Rob Roy Boat Club. Lane 2, Wallingford A. Lane 3, Clydesdale and Strathclyde Composite, so Scottish boat here. In lane 4, we got Maidenhead A. In lane 5, we got another Scottish crew from George Watson's over in Edinburgh. And in lane 6, Trent Rowing Club, Martin.
Yeah, that Trent crew's one of a local crew, an East Midlands crew. They've got some fantastic scholars in that crew. A big shout out to the girl in the two-seat, Jessica Aitken. Has got a phenomenally strong time on the Ergo champion, Ergo, and I think has been a winner of the British Indoor Ergo Champs in her age group in the past. But looking at the drone shots now, there's certainly one crew that seems to be out ahead of everyone else. It's that composite crew from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park. They look like they've got this race by the scruff of the neck, Pete.
I think so as well. I don't think they travelled all the way down here to come away without a medal, and they do actually fancy themselves the gold. We don't want to curse them as commentators, but they just look so punchy and powerful. I love the way they're accelerating that boat. They're just moving so nicely together in unison, and it looks like they've got open water. But that crew on the far side here, we got Trent Rowing Club, that crew that you spoke about with the massive Ergo here, is really starting to show through, Martin.
Absolutely. So they're showing in second, and for the third place, it could be anyone from 3 at the moment. Lane 1, we've got Rob Roy. Lane 2, we've got Wallingford Rowing Club, and in lane 4, it's Maidenhead. But I wouldn't like to call the second and third place at the moment. This is an exciting finish. If you're anywhere near the bank, please come on over to watch that last 250 metres as this race comes to a conclusion.
I think the crews need your support, so if you are watching this, really let's hear it for them, because this is some absolutely incredible rowing here. And like you said, all the other medals apart from gold seem to be still in play for here, and Trent really fancying themselves that second hit, that second position. But Maidenhead Rowing Club are responding rapidly here too, and they're really jacked their rate up here. They're really sending those legs through. If you are watching on the YouTube stream, you can just see how hard these athletes are working, and it's clearly paying off, Martin.
Yeah, do you know what? I'd fancy being at that lane 6. I'd want to be that Trent crew. I'd want to be coming through on the outside, out of everyone's vision, just pouring it on as they have been into this last 200 metres, and they're being really super, super successful. But inside them now in lane 4, Maidenhead have made a push, a huge push. And in lanes 1 and 2, we've got Rob Roy and Wallingford also pushing on. It's certainly going to be Strathclyde crossing the line first, and it looks like the Trent Rowing Club are going to cross the line in second. And Maidenhead, through a fantastic push in the last 150 metres, it looks like they're going to be the crew that crosses the line in third, Pete.
They've executed that race to perfection, Trent, to come away being fourth at the 500 metre mark, to now crossing the line second. That is unbelievable performance here. And Rob Roy over in lane 1, big shout out to them. That was an incredible sprint, and they just ran out of water slightly, but they should be really proud of themselves from that performance. So Clydesdale Amateur and Strathclyde Composite crossing the line first. In second, Trent Rowing Club after an incredible pace race, and in third we've got that local crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club.
So they're your 1, 2, 3. They're your gold, silver, bronze. Fantastic results for the medalists there. Very well done. But also tremendous results for the crews coming in fourth, who were Wallingford Rowing Club, fifth Rob Roy Boat Club, and sixth George Watson's Rowing Club. Fantastic race. Great advert for J15 sculling. And looking down the track, next final, our C final is coming down the course, a women's J18 quads. In lane 1, we've got Doncaster Schools Rowing Association. In lane 2, we've got Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 3, we've got Molesey Boat Club. Lane 4, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 5, York City Rowing Club. And in Lane 6, Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Pete, how's the race shaping up?
So we've got some really tasty times here from 1,000 metre mark. At the moment, Molesey Boat Club in the lead by only slightly, only 0.97 of a second ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, just in the neighbouring lane here. And over on the in lane 1 on the outside, you got the Doncaster School Rowing Association just 4 seconds behind them. So a big fight for the first place in that C final, but it's still all to play for as we head into the final quarter of the race. It looks like lane 3, lane 4, and then a big fight for that third position.
Yeah, I think you called that just right there, Pete. I'd certainly say it's lane 3. Molesey Boat Club powering through as we come through the last 500 and approach the last 250. Lane 4 outside them to their left, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. I think Dart Totnes are starting to lean over on Doncaster Schools Rowing Association, but I think Doncaster Schools are still in third place. Now, as we look at lanes 1 and 2, those quads are starting to come together. In lane 1, Doncaster moving to their left. In lane 2, Dart Totnes moving to their right, and there are several steering corrections. What effect does that have on boat speed, Pete?
A massive effect, particularly when there's only so little water left here. This is a coxless event, so one of these athletes will have a foot steer in the boat here, and they will be responsible. So it's important to only do 2,000 meters and not a centimeter more if you want to get the best possible time. But what is happening over in lane 4, Martin?
Lane 4, it is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association who have gone for it. We're in the red boys now, and they've jacked up their rate, and they are coming through. It looks like coming through the Molesey crew in lane 3. Molesey are trying to respond. They've lifted their rate too, and as we come in, there's no more than half a length between the two crews, Pete.
Has Molesey worked too hard to get that early lead? Aberdeen just absolutely dispatching them now. Molesey moving down to second, but I'm also looking at the Doncaster School Rowing Association having an absolute scrap with the Dart Totnes. I couldn't possibly call it, Martin, here, as Aberdeen Schools cross the line in first, ahead of Molesey, and now we just wait for the surge, and maybe, oh, it's that fantastic sprint from Dart Totnes that seems to have paid off. Let's wait for the official confirmation, but that's what it looked like from our point of view.
I think that's right, and fifth across the line is York City Rowing Club. Well done, York City. And approaching the line in lane 6 now is Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Pete, I think you called the third and fourth just right there, mate.
We've got the advantage of being sitting up at a lovely vantage point here, so we can see quite a bit and far out into the race. And what we can also already see is that that B final of the women's J18 Coxless 4 is already in progress, Martin. And who have we got in the lineup here?
So in lucky lane 1 we have St Ives Rowing Club. In lane 2 we have Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. In lane 3 Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 4 Marlow Rowing Club B crew. Lane 5 Sir William Borley's Grammar School Boat Club, and lane 6 another local club, Newark Rowing Club.
So we don't yet have the confirmation of their times from the 500 meter, but we can see that they are already heading towards halfway. So it will be really exciting to see how the field is starting to take shape. As we know, the higher the higher order of the final, the closer the races tend to be. And through the halfway point, it was Marlow just 1.6 seconds ahead of Peterborough City Rowing Club. And closely behind him in third, just 7 seconds behind, is the Sir William Borley's Grammar School Boat Club. And I've seen a lot of these names from the Sir William Borley's. These athletes will have raced plenty of times this weekend, so they know exactly how to pace and execute their perfect race strategy.
That's a good call, isn't it? You're right. The more times you go down the track, the more times you do an event, the more experience you gain, the better race you become. As this race continues to progress down the course, in fourth we've got Newark, in fifth we've got Glasgow Academy, and in lane 6 is the crew from St Ives. We're waiting some more times as they approach the 1500 metres, but this is a fantastic B final.
And we've got a big geographical spread here as well. St Ives travelling all the way from Cornwall, and Glasgow travelling many, many miles from the heart of Scotland here. And at the moment, it looks like it's really close between those crews. Only 0.3 of a second separating them at the halfway point, but that can change so much, particularly in the junior events as we head into the second part of the race. And the reason for that is the pacing strategy here really does come into play, Martin.
It does, absolutely. You've heard me say once before, maybe twice, or maybe too many times as far as you're concerned, that the third 500 is the one for moving and shaking. That's where the race really takes shape, ahead of that final sprint to the line. If you're down, you want to be pushing to come up to level, to be in the race. If you are ahead, then you're thinking, I want to consolidate this position, make sure I've got enough left for a strong finish. Now, as the crews approach us, it's a bit easier to sort of look across the field. To my eye, it looks like in lane 4, we've got the Marlow Rowing Club still out in front. To their right, in lane 3, we've got Peterborough City. They're still in second. I think out in lane 5, we've got the Sir William Borlase Grammar School crew. They are getting a shovel on as well. And in lane 3, tightly competing with Peterborough City. I think that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And then out in lane 1, I'd say 5th is the St Ives Rowing crew. And then out in lane 6, it's the Newark Rowing crew, as we come into the last 250.
Oh, we love seeing the action in the final 250 of the race. The adrenaline is really starting to spike. The athletes are feeling heightened sense of emotion, but also the pain in the legs just seems to disappear for just a brief moment in time as all the athletes are beginning their sprint. And look at that sprint in lane 4 from the Marlow Rowing Club crew. They are just absolutely gunning it down.
And yeah, all credit to them. They've been in the lead. This could almost be from the gun to the tape if the current order continues. But in lane 3, Peterborough look like they've taken their rating up. They're pushing. I think they've moved through the crew in lane 5, Sir William Borlase. So they look like they've established themselves in second place. In third place, Sir William Borlase. But out in lane 2, Glasgow Academy, they are starting to take the rate up again, and they might find themselves competing for that third place with Sir William Borlase, Pete.
Unbelievable stuff, and I'm just looking at the way that these Marlow bodies are moving. The acceleration and the hip swing is really giving them. That's the reason why they're in the lead. They're just rowing and executing their race plan so beautifully. But look at the Peterborough City holding off any advances from Sir William Borlase. I think they might just carry it over the line, but Sir William Borlase are coming. Only 3 strokes left in the race. Let's take a look, Martin.
Oh, that's tight. I think that was a really good call. Borlase definitely put a push in, but first across the line there was Marlow. Second across the line was Peterborough. Third across the line were William Borlase. Fourth across the line looks like it's out there in lane 5. I think it was Newark Rowing Club, in fact, actually. And then in lane 2, Glasgow Academy, and lane number 1 is St Ives Rowing Club. Wow, the finish there was less than a length separating the first 3 crews, weren't there, Pete?
I always love seeing overlap and such tight racing here. We've now got the white flag from the umpire, so that means these results will stand, and Marlow, after a beautifully executed race plan, they can come home and be really proud of their final performance here at the British Rowing Championships.
Well, the action never stops. We've got the A final in progress. This is the Women's J18 Open Quads. In lane 1, we've got Trenton Boat Club. In lane 2, Hartpury University College Boat Club. Lane 3, a composite from Sir William Perkins and Wallingford. In lane 4, we've got a composite of Agecroft, Chesterless Street, Leeds and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Lane 5, Stratford upon Avon Boat Club. And lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club A crew. We've just seen their B crew. This is their A crew coming down the course now. How's it looking?
Well, we're just going nearing towards the halfway point. The 750 is down, and now we're about to enter the toughest portion of the race, which is the third quarter, the third 500 here. And like we said, that's where many dreams come to either flourish or die. And I'm just looking at that Sir William Perkins School being stroked so beautifully here by Dania Al-Khaif. I've seen her race Henley Women's and Henley Royal as well this year. She's been having a fantastic season, and just look at the way that the confidence, the composure that they're rowing, and their coach Chris Boddy will be incredibly proud of them. And look at that, they are absolutely leading this final, Martin.
Well, if I can help you out, there's some other fantastic scullers in this event. I mentioned earlier in the semi-final, in the Strathclyde Agecroft composite. We've got a few J16s here. Stevie Gildert, bronze medalist in the J16 single, stroking the boat, Scarlett Palmer. I think that she won National Schools single this year. If we look across the lane 2 in the Hartpury University and College Boat Club, that boat is stacked. Rosie Reynolds, sitting in the 3 seat, won the J16 gold medal on Friday. Phoebe Asquith in the stroke seat won the silver medal in the J16 double yesterday. Gracie Janes, fantastic racing pedigree, very successful last year. there's just those two boats. If you look down through the other crews, you see names like Olivia Wheelerhan as well, another fantastic J16 sculler. Scullers racing up here and making a fantastic A final. How's it looking as we approach the last 250, Pete?
So Sir William Perkins' score has extended their lead, and they are taking their rate up. Those legs are absolutely firing on all cylinders. At the moment, looks like Lane 2 Hartbury are trying to catch up with them. Like we said, so much pedigree, both in Hartbury but also in these athletes in that crew, as they come away with so many medals this weekend. At the moment, it doesn't look like Sir William Perkins can be stopped, but Hartbury aren't going to let them get away with it that easily, are they, Martin?
No, absolutely not. It's they look like they've taken the rating up. They look like they're comfortably in second place. Now the question for them is, do they believe they've got enough water left to try and get up to first place, or is it the case that they've got to concentrate more on that Agecroft Chester Street composite crew to their left as they come into the last 250, because they also look like they've taken their rating up. But I think that's your 1, 2, 3 for the medals as we approach 200 metres, Pete.
And Hartbury are going hell for leather. Look at them take that rate up to well over 40 strokes a minute. They are just gunning for it, going for it. Legs are firing. They want that medal here, and they want to close the gap on Sir William Perkins, that are bravely heading over towards the line with a fantastic commanding lead here. Sir William Perkins and Wallingford Rowing Club composite here, heading over the line.
Look at lane 6, look at lane 6. Marlow pouring on. They've moved past the crew inside them. Stratford-upon-Avon. They've got a good overlap with the Scottish crew now that's looking a little laboured. If Marlow can find a little bit more in the last 5 or 6 strokes, it's half a boat length. But is that composite going to hold on? It looks like it is. It looks like it is, and that's the Agecroft Chester Street Strathclyde composite coming across in 3rd, followed by Marlow in 4th. Inside them, Stratford-upon-Avon in 6th. And a fantastic finish there from Trenton Boat Club, crossing the line in 6th.
So another medal for Chesley Street Cruise. I think that club will be incredibly happy with the standard of athletes that they're starting to develop, and we'll certainly be seeing more of them in the future. What a great sprint that was. Sometimes you just run out of water a little bit, but that's just what it's all about, that pacing. Every stroke matters, and if you start your sprint maybe 10 strokes earlier, maybe you just come away with that half a length boat advantage here, Martin.
Fantastic, and the action never stops. We've got our next final coming down. It's another A final. It's the Open Club Force, Pete. Who have we got in this one?
So we are looking at race 399 here. Lane 1, we've got Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 2, Newark Rowing Club, that we've seen so prominently here this weekend. Lane 3, Leeds Rowing Club, another great crew from them. Lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club. Lane 5, we got Clare's Court School Boat Club. Lane 6, we've got Dart Totnes B crew here.
And I say, looking at the initial screens, I think the first 500 metres, they were racing in the rain. It looks like it's a little bit grey. We move. Yeah, I can. If you're looking at the YouTube feed, you can see the rain is hammering down on the lake now. It makes conditions really, really uncomfortable to race in. Did it make a difference to you, Pete, when you raced in the rain or whether you raced in the dry?
You just got to be careful to not let anything happen. You want to make sure that you grip those handles nice and tight, but not too tight so that you catch a crab or you let that boat get away from underneath you. And look at that. At the halfway point, Dart Totnes A crew from the outside is leading Kingston Rowing Club. Kingston Rowing Club have got some great pedigree here, with Sylvan in the bow seat winning the Open Club single scull silver medal, and Toby Smith at stroke. He fancies himself a lot of records. He holds an all-time record at a restaurant in Auckland for eating the most chicken drumsticks, so I'm sure he will be ready and fueled up to really fire through that second K here.
Player, fantastic stuff. So as we've gone through the 1,000, I think Pete said we had Dart Totnes in 1st place, we had Kingston in 2nd place, we had Clare's Court in 3rd place, in 4th place Leeds Rowing Club, in 5th place Newark Rowing Club, and in 6th place the second Dart Totnes crew. That's the B crew in lane 6. Their A crew is over in lane 1. So 2 crews from Dart Totnes in this one. Be fantastic if they could both get medals, Pete, I'm sure.
Well, they will certainly be very pleased with that result, but at the moment that B crew really has got to put some work in now as we are heading into the last 500 meters of this race in just a short moment. It still looks like Dart.Ness ahead of Kingston, but I know that Kingston will be really up for the very good strong finish here. There's so much experience in that Kingston crew. I would not write them off until the final stroke here, and as we know, anything can happen, and I believe now they've jacked their rate up and they're really starting to gun down on the Dart.Ness crew here, Martin.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, you can see how much effort the crews are putting into this. Well, the looks of the face, the body position, there's no shortage of effort. I think it's also a really, really exciting race for that bronze medal as well. In third place in lane 3, we've got Leeds Rowing Club. Outside that in lane 5, we've got Clare's Court Boat Club. It looks like it's between those two for the bronze medal at the moment. But lane 2, Newark Rowing Club, they're pouring on and they want to be considered in with a shout as well.
And the rain is also pouring. These conditions are not easy. These medals are not for free. Not only do you have to put down your maximum performance, you have to battle anything that the weather can throw at you in our beautiful sport. At the moment, still lane 1, Dart.Ness. Kingston behind them, but also lane 5 is coming. That is Clare's Court School Boat Club, and they also want a medal here. Just remember, this is a medal final, so let's hear it for our athletes competing. If you are spectating from the bank, Kingston throwing in another push. They are going for it. That rate looks like it's well over 40 strokes a minute. Can Dart.Ness hold it through? Have they gone off too hard? At the moment, it doesn't look like it, but look at Clare's Court. That is an unbelievable surge, Martin.
Yeah, Kingston and Clare's Court, lanes 4 and 5 have both gone for it. They're kind of pushing each other on, as it were. Dart.Ness over in lane 1 have got to be aware of what's happening to their left on the other side of the course. Otherwise, they're going to get themselves raced out. Kingston now look like they're coming through, but no, Dart.Ness are responding. Their coxswain's calling them up, demanding more effort, encouraging them on. This is for the gold medal, for the silver medal, for the bronze medal, but coming through like a train through the middle. It is that Kingston crew. The Kingston crew are going to cross the line first place. Dart.Ness crossing second place. Clare's Court crossing third place, followed very closely by lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club, and in lane number 6 on the far side, the Dart.Ness B crew, and coming in not far behind is Newark in lane 2. Fantastic race. What amazing Cox 4 racing.
Unbelievable finish. It looks like those chicken drumsticks from Toby Smith and the experience of Sylvan in the battle of that Kingston crew. We did say do not ride them off until the final stroke, and they only really managed to edge their bows in front in the last 5 strokes of this race. Great effort from Dart.Ness as well, leading this race from the start, and unbelievable finish, like you said, from Clare's Court.
Absolutely.
What a turn of events.
And if you're watching on the YouTube channel now, you can see our gold medalists receiving their reward. Congratulations to the Sir William Perkins crew, composite crew there, fantastic, and a very, very pleased looking coach there, holding the plaque at the end. I'll call it for what it was: Sir William Perkins School and Wallingford Rowing Club composite. Congratulations, girls! What a fantastic result.
Back with some more action. There is no stopping at the biggest event British rowing has ever produced. This is race 401, another A final of the Open Championship Coxless Force. We've got senior athletes on the course, nearing the halfway point, Martin. And who's in the lineup? How are we looking?
It's fantastic. In lane 1, we've got Agecroft Rowing Club B crew. In lane 2, we've got Agecroft Rowing Club A crew. In lane 3, we've got Hereford Rowing Club. In lane 4, Derby Rowing Club. And in lane 5, Clare's Court School Boat Club again. How's the race shaping up?
Hereford in the lead with 1.6 second advantage over Derby. Just behind them is Agecroft. Then is Clare's Court again. They would love to get another medal. And Agecroft B crew currently trailing about 10-12 seconds behind them. Still great effort for this Open Championship Coxless Force. I'm just looking at the explosiveness of the Agecroft A crew. I think they're gaining some serious speed. I would not be surprised to see them in the lead after this third 500 meter, Martin.
That's a good call, Pete. It's a really good call. At the length there, 3 seconds. You're talking the 1,000 meters, 3 seconds difference. That's about a length between those 3 crews. The medals are still anyone's, aren't they?
They are, right up until the very, very last stroke, Martin.
So we're looking for some times as they as they work their way through the towards the 1500 metres. We don't have them at the moment, but from our vantage point, it looks like there's a sort of a clear arrowhead coming down the course. In lane 3, it is still the Hereford Rowing Club crew that looks like they're ahead. And to their right, in lane 2, we've got Agecroft Rowing Club A crew pouring it on, and then over in lane number 4, it looks like we've got the Derby crew that are pouring it on. So they look like your 1, 2, 3 so far. And then out in lane 5, we've got Clare's Court, who are really piling on. And in lane 1, we've got Agecroft Rowing Club B down in 5th place. I think that's how I would call the race from where I can see it.
I would certainly agree with that, Martin. We are in the business end of this race. Hereford still in the lead. Agecroft now looking to get themselves ahead of Derby Rowing Club. Can they do it? Can they hold it through? We're nearly heading into the last 250 meters of this race, so the time to start your sprint is now. And if you are spectating, please let's hear it for these athletes.
Yeah, and I'd say that Agecroft crew in lane 2 really have started to get a shovel on. They're really moving. You called how they were picking up the boat a little further down the course and predicting that they would move through in the third 500, and it certainly looks like they are. But Derby over in lane 4, running a slightly shorter stroke, a slightly more compact stroke perhaps, but as a consequence are able to rate higher. They look like they've started their sprint for the finish as well. It doesn't look like anyone's going to touch Hereford in lane 3. They've got command of this race. But Pete, who's going to get second and third?
I'm looking at Derby absolutely responding with everything they've got in the tank ahead of that Agecroft crew, but Agecroft also are going for it. At the moment, it's neck and neck, it's Bowell to Bowell. Maybe Derby slightly ahead now with that sprint ahead of Agecroft. I think they've maybe paced that sprint slightly better as Hereford crosses the line first with a very dominant performance. Derby just behind them and Agecroft coming in third to get that bronze medal. But before we announce anything, let's wait for the white flag.
Do you know what I love? The sheer excitement on that Hereford crew's faces and their actions as they cross the line first, the stroke and the three-man splashing water over each other. They're all splashing water over each other, their hands in the air, there's cheers, that satisfaction of winning or coming across the line first and hopefully having their result confirmed by the umpire. Agecroft B crew now coming towards the finish line. Last few strokes, fantastic performance from them. A great advert for what is a wonderful club from the northwest, a real powerhouse of rowing. And credit to them, two good crews in this A final. We're just waiting for the umpire's confirmation.
And here we go, the white flag has just now been raised.
And we can confirm that the gold medalists there then were Hereford Rowing Club, silver medalist Derby Rowing Club, and bronze medalist Agecroft Rowing Club A crew. Congratulations to all concerned.
And now we've got a great shot, if you're watching on YouTube here, of the stake boat, and the crew's just lining up for the Women's Club Cox 4 C final here. It's an interesting place to find yourself in, Martin, at the start line, because as opposed to the end of the race, it tends to be quiet. It tends to be very...
A lot of nerves, Pete. A lot of nerves.
A lot of nerves. Yeah. How do you alleviate that?
I think you'd probably have had a chat about it beforehand. You'd have made sure you understand the starting procedure. And I think you just take a couple of moments of quiet reflection and maybe think about the last words of your coach. The 2 or 3 technical things they've asked you to focus on around those first 10 strokes. Take 3 big deep breaths and compose yourself. That's what I would be doing, I think.
Also, don't forget to check your gates, empty your water bottles, make sure you're comfortable racing in the kit that you've currently got, and just make sure that steering line is absolutely spot on, because as soon as the race starts, the last thing you want to be thinking about is steering. But of course, with these Women's Club Cox 4s, we do have a Cox that is taking care of that, and their role is hugely important. If you're watching on YouTube here, there's a great shot of Kingston Rowing Club here. We've got Sylvan Boyer, Matthew Randall, Oliver Burton, Toby Smith and Ekaterina Golub here, the Cox, taking on their gold medals after an incredible fight where they only took the lead in their last 5 strokes or so. So congratulations to Kingston. What an incredible race.
Absolutely. So the next event on the course is the Women's Club Cox Fours B final. There are 6 crews in this B final. In lane 1 we've got Leeds Rowing Club. In lane 2 we've got Cambridge University Boat Club C crew. In lane 3 we've got Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 4 we've got Oriel Kensington Rowing Club B crew. In lane 5 a local crew, Loughborough Boat Club. And in lane 6 Oriel Kensington Rowing Club A crew, Pete.
So I'm seeing here there's a Cambridge University C boat in this B final, so that means we've got 2 top Cambridge boats racing for medals later.
And yeah, absolutely. Do you think this will be part of their development squad ahead of at the start of next academic year, perhaps, Pete?
It absolutely will be. I know that Cambridge doesn't stop training year round, and their big focus is on developing athletes here in these summer events, and they're not just the athletes that are going to win the boat race next year. They're the athletes that are going to win the boat race in 2027, or at least attempt to win the boat race in 2028. So Cambridge are really adopting that long-term thinking mindset. So it's great to see so many of their crews here. We've seen some Oxford crews as well. I think they're not letting Cambridge get that much of an advantage over them. So also their dev squad will be racing here too.
I noticed, I think there were 2 sisters racing, one for Cambridge and one for Oxford University earlier on.
The Smith sisters, the King sisters.
King sisters, thank you very much, Pete. In the double sculls, that's an interesting combination. Have they ever competed against each other in the boat race? Do you know?
They have. They have. The last year in 2024 boat race, the Oxford Osiris crew with Catherine, I believe, won against Gemma King actually was racing in the blue boat that year. So no, they haven't competed directly against each other, but they have competed for the opposite fraction here.
I see. I was going to say that could. I think there have been other instances in the past, in men's crews where I think there have been brothers in opposing crews, opposing blue boats. I wasn't sure if, what the position was with those.
I know the parents were really happy because both sisters won their blue boat race.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to have it any particular way, then that's going to be bringing the most joy to the household and the least amount of tension, I suppose. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can see the Derby crew picking up their medals, full of smiles. I'm not surprised. Well deserved. Fantastic effort in the men's Open Coxters Fours race. And that Women's Club Cox Fours B final has now started. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can see all the crews progressing through that first 100 metres or so. We're almost about a minute into the race. Too difficult. It's impossible to call anything from this angle at the moment. But what we can say is it looks like all crews have got a clean start. All crews are up at racing speed, and all crews are progressing nicely down the course, Pete.
And I'm just looking at our information system here. This is the penultimate race of the day of Sunday, so it will be great to see some real toss-up here between these crews. And at the moment, it looks like a clean start from all of them. Like you said, we're heading towards the first 500 meters gone of that race. And to my eagle eye, it looks like Wallingford Rowing Club crew here in lane 3 in the lead, but just ahead of Cambridge University, who are not letting him go. And I believe it's really neck and neck between these two, Martin.
Have you ever, Pete, been in a situation where you've been in an A crew and had to compete against a B crew from the same club, or vice versa? If so, what's that like? Is there a lot of tension between the two crews?
So there is a tension, but not in terms of competing against your crew, but in terms of the performance that you are expected to produce. So if you are the A crew, obviously there's a lot of pressure on you. And I have certainly raced in B boats against the A crews. And one of the privileges that you get in doing so is that there is absolutely no pressure on you. So you've got that blanket ticket to go off the start as hard as you can, to challenge your A crew, to really confuse them and be like, well, we're the A crew. Why are they 2 lengths ahead of us? So there can be some really interesting matchups here, and personally I love these kind of competitions. They really, really, really make me excited and spike the adrenaline about
that's cool. Thanks. That's a fantastic insight. Really helpful. Thank you very much. If you're watching on the YouTube channel now, you can see the Hereford boys picking up their gold medals. Fantastic effort, guys. If you can hear us over the speakers down below, a really, really, really well fought race and a well earned gold medal. And we turn our attention now back to the Women's Club Cox Fours. We're still waiting for some times to come through as they approach the 1,000 metres. Pete, able to sort of describe how the race is shaping up?
Yeah, I'm looking at that Wallingford crew over in lane 3. They are just absolutely going for it. It looks like they've started their final sprint here early as they head towards the halfway point. Honestly, that is an incredibly high rate, but I believe that's what you have to do if you want to hold off the advances from that Cambridge crew, who are just rowing so nice and long and composed and just so efficiently. But Wallingford, yeah, that's what they have to do. They really have to jug that rate up and keep it there. I wonder if the Cox has seen, okay, we're under pressure. We need to do something now if we don't want to have to leave it up to the chance at the finish here.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking as well across the far side of the lake to lane 6, Oriel Kensington A crew are also sneaking up on the outside. I think they're leaning all over Cambridge now for second place. As the camera pans through, I get a line on the 1,000. It is, in fact, Oriel Kensington coming through first, followed by Loughborough Boat Club in second, followed by the Cambridge University Boat Club in third. Yeah, really tight race shaping up. Wallingford are in fourth. I'm just waiting for the 5th and 6th crews to cross the line. I will get some times for those guys. It's AK across the 1,000 metre mark in 5th, A crew, and then looks like the Leeds Rowing Club in lane 1.
Got a slight toss-up here on our information system. Wallingford seems to be commanding in the lead.
So there's the disc. You're right, looking at the all-in-ones and looking at the blades, that's different to the times that are being put on the screen.
Yeah, no, big credit to that Wallingford crew. They're absolutely powering through, but also so is Oriel Kensington 8 over in the far side, like you mentioned. Just look at that power that is coming out of that crew. That is just incredible to see, but you can see here, Wallingford very clearly in the lead, so
absolutely.
Times can be deceptive sometimes. Obviously, the conditions can be challenging, and
we can see that AK crew who are in lane 4 to their left. They are definitely down on the Wallingford crew. So you've called that absolutely right, Pete. Wallingford leading the race at the moment, and I think Cambridge University possibly vying with A crew rather in lane 6 for second and third place, perhaps.
Yeah, Cambridge are rowing just so efficiently. So nice and long here. I think they really want to just trust their base pace rhythm, and that's exactly what they do in a boat race. They focus so internally on just rowing their best race plan, and eventually in the last 250, if you need to sprint, I will sprint, you know. But at the moment, it looks like Wallingford again dropped that rate down slightly. I think they're just putting in down some more work down in the legs and the hips to carry them through that third 500. And as we head into the final quarter, Martin, I don't think they can be stopped.
No, it looks like it's a decisive lead at the moment. Of course, probably a little bit early to start your final sprint for the line. So we'll wait and see whether Cambridge have got anything up their sleeve. But certainly the racing all seems to be on this side of the lake. Wallingford in lane 3 look like they're in first. Cambridge University in lane 2 look like they're in second. And actually in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club are looking like they are in third place. Although, as I say that, lane 6 have now made a move. They have definitely started to push. Their rating has definitely gone up. So that's the AK, Oriel Kensington A crew looking to get themselves back in the race, Pete.
They certainly are. I'm just looking at Wallingford starting their sprint with about 350 metres to go, but so is Cambridge. They're really starting to take that rate up. They want to hold off the advances of the Leeds Rowing Club also on the inside here on lane 1, but all eyes on lane 6, Oriel Kensington. What are they doing there, Martin?
They are continuing with their push. They're continuing to go for home. I think they are catching, but I don't think that there's yet any overlap with the Cambridge crew in second. It does look like they've moved past the third place crew that were in lane 1 from Leeds. So as we approach the last 250, I'm going to call it as Wallingford in first. I'm actually going to say AK are continuing to move in lane 6. They're up in second, and it's the Cambridge crew in third place at the moment as we approach the Red Boys, Pete.
Oh, this will be an interesting matchup here between Oriel Kensington and Cambridge Rowing Club. Have Oriel Kensington just paced this to perfection here and now really taking that sprint up. You can see those puddles getting bigger and bigger. Cambridge so smooth, so efficient. They're looking to still finish in the podium stage of this race. But Wallingford, what a dominant performance here. Look at them, so confidently, so composed. Their technical proficiency is just really a feast for the eye, Martin.
Absolutely, and it is going to be that Wallingford crew that crossed the line in first place. Congratulations to them. It is going to be the AK crew that crosses the line in second place, and it is going to be the crew from Cambridge University that crosses the line in third place. In fourth place, we're looking at Leeds Rowing Club in lane 1. And then followed by the AKB crew, and then, followed by the Loughborough Boat Club crew, and then coming across the line in sixth place is the AKB crew. We're just waiting the official decision.
Just waiting for the white flag from the umpire, and it has been raised. So yeah, Oriel Kensington ahead of Cambridge here. Oh, I must say, I did not expect that to happen based on where they were at 500 meters to go. So big credit to Oriel Kensington, because that was an unbelievable sprint, Martin.
Absolutely, and we've got one last race for you, a feast of Coxed 4 rowing as we come down in the Women's Club A final. Coxed 4. In lane 1 we've got Sir William Perkins School. In lane 2 we've got the University of Cambridge A crew. In lane 3 we've got Agecroft Rowing Club. Lane 4 we have Millfield School Boat Club. Lane 5 we've got Cambridge University B crew. And in lane 6 we've got Peterborough City Rowing Club. How's it shaping up, Pete?
So we've gone through the halfway point, and on the screen you can see here that Agecroft is leading Cambridge, that's leading Sir William Perkins, but there's barely 4 seconds in between them, and also Millfield Boat Club 0.3 of a second behind Perkins. So at the moment, medals all up for grabs, and it will all come down to who's got the most left in for the last K of this race. We're now in the third 500 meters of this race, so we know that the lungs are screaming and the legs are burning so hard, so it's important to listen to your cocks now and really delve into your race strategy here, Martin.
And it's fantastic that we've got such a competitive A final to finish off today's racing, to round off what's been a brilliant Sunday. Yeah, let's look forward to it. They're approaching the last 500 now. It certainly looks like it's Agecroft from our vantage point that continue to lead the race. We've got now, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see a shot of the Millfield School crew pushing through their third 500 as well. As I look down the course and look across the lanes, I think it is Agecroft first. I think it is the A crew from the University of Cambridge in second. And I think in lane 1 we've got Sir William Perkins pouring it on, but in lane 4 probably just sneaking out in third place, it is that Millfield School Boat Club still, Pete.
Well, if you're watching this from the grandstand, get prepared for a blanket finish, because there is absolutely not much separating. The crews fighting it out for silver and bronze. What a fierce level of competition here. At the moment, like you said, Agecroft Rowing Club, they've taken it up upon themselves to work out that early lead, and I think this is really going to start to pay off from them. But who is going to come second? I couldn't possibly call it. At the moment, it looks like lane 2 and lane 4 are fighting for it, Cambridge and Millfield. But this is still 250 meters to go, just a little bit more, so maybe about a minute of rowing, perhaps about 35-40 strokes, Martin, here.
That Cambridge University crew in lane 2 have gone for it. They've started their push for home. There's been a notable increase in the rate, and they're pouring it on, and I think that's pulled them closer to Agecroft. Agecroft haven't yet responded in terms of the rate. They're keeping their composure, perhaps keeping their powder dry a little bit, but they'll definitely start to feel the heat from Cambridge, who actually in lane 2, I think they may have pulled themselves onto the boys, and that might ultimately be their undoing. Millfield School in lane 4 are pouring it on. They've taken the rating up as well. They look like your 1, 2 and 3s, but yeah, steering in the Cambridge boat looks like it's proving to be a little bit tricky, Pete.
Well, that just means these athletes are absolutely firing on all cylinders. If the power imbalance is showing this kind of discrepancy, can that pay off against Millfield here? Look at Agecroft now responding, but they're responding with power, not necessarily with rate. Millfield have gone for it, but so has Cambridge. Oh, it's going to be so hard to separate them. I think it looks like we've got our top 3 crews here, but still, let's take a look at we head into the last 5 to 10 strokes here of this race. Agecroft cruising towards the line. Millfield or Cambridge?
I think Millfield have come through the Cambridge crew. Fantastic effort from Millfield School. It is indeed going to be them crossing the line in second, just by no more than a canvas. The Cambridge University A crew crossing the line in third, followed in by the crew on the near side from Sir William Perkins, and then followed on the far side by Peterborough City, and then sixth across the line is that Cambridge University B crew, Pete.
Wow, there was barely a foot in it to separate Cambridge and Millfield. We've now got a white flag from the umpire, and you can see both on YouTube and in person the big celebrations from Agecroft Rowing Club. They should be so proud of themselves because that was race executed perfectly. In second place, Millfield Boat Club, 0.4 of a second ahead of Cambridge. So it was 0.1 each 500, which comes down to effectively nothing here.
Absolutely. Fantastic effort. Fantastic effort. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Agecroft, followed by Millfield School Boat Club, followed by Cambridge University A crew. In fourth place, Sir William Perkins. In fifth place, Peterborough City Rowing Club. And in sixth place, Cambridge University Boat Club B crew. What a wonderful race to finish off a fantastic Sunday's set of races, Pete.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. The whole weekend not only delivered, but I would say it over-delivered in terms of the excitement, the close finishes. I don't think I've ever seen British Championships this competitive. And it's just so great because the spread of medals is going to go all over the country, not just to one little small part of it. And I think that's just great for the standard of rowing and the excitement, and potentially also the future of our sport, with very many young supporters here with families perhaps deciding to take up rowing as their main sport soon. And Nottingham has also delivered in terms of conditions. Perhaps not too much wind, but there was a lot of rain. But the rowing is an outdoor sport, so you need to be tested in all kinds of conditions if you want to be crowned the British champion. And well done to all of our organisers and competitors, because this is just going beautifully. We've got one more day of racing tomorrow, and I'm sure it will be action-packed as well, Martin.
Yeah, I think we turn our attention. We'll turn our attention back to the juniors tomorrow. So from me, Martin Knight, it's a goodbye, and from Pete, it's a goodbye. And we're going to go down to the medal ceremony now and watch, I think, on YouTube, those final medals being handed out for the day.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and see you soon.
might not know. We're ducking in the wrong order. Just wrong order. order. Yeah, this is silver.
For the last of our presentations, Cambridge University finishing in third place. Second.
So I'm going to offer the next team coming in.
Themselves set to receive their silver medals. A great race. Charlotte Godsall, Lucy Buckingham, Octavia Zara Barnett, and Cox Honor Gerald. University crew in third place with their bronze medals: Lee Reed, Jay Manson Witten, Annabelle Monroe, Charlotte Frank.
Okay, clear me if you can.
Andrew McDonald.
There's not no stress. I'm just moving back just to try and get the really wide.
Well done to our bronze medalists and our silver medalists. Leaving space for our champions of the Women's Club Cox Halls to come in and receive the plaudits and indeed their medals for that great race. 7:45.31 their time ahead of Hillside School.
Right, medals. Everyone looking this way. Lift you up your medals. Right, everyone looking this way now. There you go. And 3, 2, 1. Cracking job, guys. Well done.
Roderick, Laura Barker, Harmony Noy, and the Bales Fourth champions for 2025.
Right, Cox, go lift that goal up. Nice to meet you. Yeah, good luck. Is that watching me on TV? Yeah.
She's a sweaty gal.
Yeah, I'm as much of a coach as anyone. The self-taught, as you can see when you watch them row. Lift it up. There you go. 3, 2, 1.
Last of the medals.
Right,
There you go. Proudly wearing their gold.
Great job.
Well deserved as well. Great performance.
And through to lift that goal.
Well done to Erin, Lauren, Harmony, Amber.
If you could pop yourself in the back group there. Right, everyone lifting up your medals, looking this way. There we go. And 3, 2, 1. Well done, girls.
Thank you to our fellow presenters. Ready to walk out this time.
Yeah,
Your support today. Congratulations to our athletes.
Right. Am I clear then, Campbell?
Medal winner or not, it's going to be fantastic day of racing before our final day to come. With our first races at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We look forward to seeing you there.